Hi guys. I forgot how to unmute my mic, but we're good now. Hi everyone, welcome to the Japan finals. Not sure where I want to place my mic, but more importantly, I have this little thing, which is with me until Eli gets here. Hello, hi. Currently, as you can see, he is a ball because he is suffering from an injury, which is one that we are not doing binary star sweep. That is the opposite of what we're doing right now, actually. Oh, I don't have any good arguments because neither. Oh my god! There he goes! Sorry, I love the COAVI. I love that I love the one that we got for global, but I love that for Japan they just play like the whole thing. I think it's beautiful. He did. He's been Eli'd, which it feels appropriate. I did my Annie thumbnail. Everyone, I did a thumbnail today. I remembered how YouTube and streaming works, which means I did a thumbnail. And also, I turned my mic down because I am the loudest woman in the world. But I think that's fun, you know? I think that's fun. I think it adds a little bit to everything going on. Oh, Scrumble. I realize that these are semi-official streams. I mean, they're not official, but they're condoned. Hello, Weepy. I'm being really normal right now. And I have 2 drinks. I have a water, which I will drink, and a coffee from several hours ago, which I will probably not drink, but was in this fun container that I bought at the Winners. Oh my god. I hit it on my mic. As you can tell, it is 3:02 in the morning. I did. I'd let everyone know. But, it is 3 in the morning on a Saturday. So, on a Sunday, I guess. However you want to spin it. For me, at least. I go by EST when I post about anything, because I know that everyone and their mother is in the EST time zone. So I just tell everyone that's what things go by, as if that's what they go by for me, and that's how it goes. I know, streaming is fun, but I'm also like, I'm a video girl, let's be real. We all know that I'm a video girl. I will be when I finish a single script, instead of having like 25 to 75% done scripts. Oh, they're going outside. Look at them. Andrew and Victor had the exact same vibe in these standing shots where I could go like, wow, you're standing like in this vicinity of them, but I can tell you're bigger and or smaller. Such being, of course, that I'm not even letting him speak. I have the stream muted naturally, so he's not allowed to talk to any of us at all. I don't want to hear anything from the binary star. I don't want to hear a defense of what he's done. I don't want to hear any of it. I really do not. I'm not rocking with him. Is anybody here rocking with the binary star? I'll get mods for chat. Oh, I could just make one of you a mod for chat. Unfortunately, I am incapable of doing that. So, okay. I realized that I was looking at the wrong mic the whole time. I might have been echoing. See, but the second time. We're getting better. We're not perfect, but we're getting better. This time, despite it being 3 in the morning instead of a normal time, I actually put my eyelashes on. I am so washed out by the light because I am pale as sin. Oh my god, a mini Haster plush. I know people who enjoy these things. I want to get a better look at what's going on. I'm just watching my streaming tab right now, so I'm like, you know, oh, okay. I like these little scrimblies. I think they have a bunch of little figurines there. I honestly can't see them too well. That doesn't matter. There is? Oh my god. Oh, there is. He's kind of down a little bit. I have bigger minis for those who don't know me personally, unlike the people I'm talking to in chat right now to keep myself entertained while I wait for Eli to recover from the horrors. I have this, which is mobile enough to take over here, and then a bunch of other things. So many. I think it's, yeah, I have, it's 6. Yeah, I have 6 of the big actual plushies, and they're my friends, and I cannot wait for them to release a demi one. Mr. Netease, again, if you're listening, hi, it's me. I do casting for you. We're good friends. I would like to think that we're friends, and what I would also like to think is that a Demi Bourbon plush would sell really well. Discord. These are not relevant to us, so these are, however, if you know any Japanese fans are looking for English commentary right now, this is for you, so you can partake in the joys of the Discord things and the gifts. I think these are giveaways. Yeah, these are Amazon card giveaways, plushie giveaways, and the code for the Discord. So if you're a Japanese speaker, which I'm not, but I do know one, so more information. I would tell you about it. I can't, though. I have no idea. No idea. I'm feeling calmer today. I think mostly because it's 3 in the morning. If you haven't seen the last restream by the time that you're watching this, that should be re-uploaded. It will be when I can get it edited. For those who don't know, I had an obscene amount of technical difficulties during my first restream, because my laptop just chose a black screen in the middle of it. So I lost my co-caster in the war and had to put up a sad Lucino image, which is why I have an actual block for the chat in the graphics this time, which Eli Ball is sitting on really politely. So, like, conserving my energy, because this is a finals, and furthermore it's a finals for Japan, so I'll amp her up a little bit now. The Japan region is very, very crazy in terms of what they do for competitive. You know, they have their tournament like year-round. You can catch highlights from that. All of the teams kind of come from there. We are looking now at the silly little guys. So these are the tournament procedures. I believe that those teams qualified prior from what am I saying? Different tournaments prior. I think so. I could be wrong. If Eli was here, he would know. But again, Eli is recovering from ailments, so we'll see when he comes. Yeah, we're catching our little rounds today. We're starting with RC versus World today, and then oh my god, there it is. It's letting us know. RC versus World, and then we're going into Dawn versus WOG, and then the victors of those matches will continue into the third, and whoever wins will then qualify to represent Japan in the COA main stage, which is fun. I love the COA main stage. I think it's a treat and delight. It really is. They do so much fun stuff for the main stage. If you've never watched a COA main stage before, I do highly recommend doing that. There are now so many for you to watch in retrospect, and I think that we should all do that at least once. Okay, now we're getting to look at the team profiles. Is that who I think it is? Oh goodness, it is. Seeing a lot of Embalmers from other regions recently, I find that so fascinating and fun. They know something about him that we don't. When I was doing HMT with Bones, we saw a lot of, I'm not gonna yell at Alva this time. I'm gonna try really hard not to like yell every time Hermit comes on screen, because we're seeing a Hermit main now with Akka. I like that. It's kind of like Alva. It feels appropriate. Someone watching this is going to pronounce the name Alva and then try and make me look like a fool. No, we're not doing Hermit sweep. Like, I could sweep the floor with him. Hermit actually cut his hair because I personally was being mean to him about it. Yeah. Not because there's anything wrong with it, but because it's Hermit. I love that they said, hey, you can do a personal stream, and I'm like, great, and I'm just, like, hate mailing Hermit, for lore reasons, I should add. Antiquarian, of course. Antiquarian has come really up in the meta. When we did IVA, she was still kind of on the rise, in terms of being in the competitive scene and being worked into team comps. But a lot has changed since then. A lot has changed since any tournament. So Antiquarian is really up there. I know, we really should use Hermit as a broom, and I think that furthermore we should let Chishi do it. There he is. Aesop, Carl the Embalmer. I think that, because I'm on my own channel, I'm going to keep calling them their real names. Yeah, we have little Eli here to stand in for the time being, and I like him. He's like an emotional support ball. So there are 2 Elis on the screen now, and there will be 2 Elis on the stream the whole time, I hope, whether it's the ball or the guy. How far? I'm appreciating the commitment to Embalmer. Classical city we have, of course, on the Mercenary. You do always want a Mercenary man in tow, which is great. The stats look really good. I think the 1.6 is for rescues, which is crazy and very impressive. Extremely impressive. Usually in tournaments you tend to see a sort of like 0.5 to 0.75 depending on what they mean, sometimes a 1. Anything that's closer to 2 or like above 1.3 in my book is extremely impressive. It's not extremely easy. And of course, again, in the main meta, much like I've been saying about Antiquarian Rising Up, Prospector. We've been seeing a lot of Prospector recently. If you've watched any of the recent streams of any of the COAs, you've probably seen at least 3 Prospector comps a day. They come and they go, and man, do they come a lot. Hard to get rid of that guy. Really, really good for balloon rescues and harassment, and dealing with all of the nonsense of the hunter picking up your teammates, which is not something that you appreciate, I'm sure. But based on the stats, I think we're looking more at a kiting style prospector than one who does an excess of support. And now we are moving into World. Hello, World. I love the logo is that Professor? Sorry, I really like this lineup. This lineup appeals to me personally. So far, we're looking at Tommy, Rada, Shiro, Apollo, Narizu, Riz, and Emu, and I am enjoying some of the nicher picks that they have here, but I'm not going to spoil them. You can look at them small, but I will talk more about them when they get big. Dream Witch, of course, 100%, 33.3%, 3.33. These might be very averaged. I'm not sure they look like real stats, but I rock with them. I like the amount of 3s here. I do enjoy those. Dream Witch, of course, classical. Dream Witch has never really gone down in the Dream Witch sweep. True. I do think that we should have more of those. Wonderful. Very, very high in the meta has always been, especially when you compare her to other characters that are high in the meta. There he is. I can't talk about Dream Witch anymore. I need to talk about Professor really fast. There he is! Professor recently dropped. I have to share some personal anecdote with the class. He was one of the first limited S tiers that I pulled. I have awful gacha luck. I don't know if anyone else is like this, but I am. I just play like an obscene amount, so my skin collection is pretty okay. I don't spend a lot, and my luck is really bad, but I'm very good at snagging myself A tiers. And Professor, Sprinking at Wine came home to me in a pull that scared me a lot. And then later I did a group of Memory Sphere pulls, and I also got Horrendous, and it felt like a lizard overload, and I didn't really know what to do with myself. But that's not relevant. What is relevant is that now we're looking at World Apollo, who is another mercenary player. A good 50-50. I think these are looking like very good stats. I'm enjoying them. I think that they're good, you know? We're doing our best here. We're working it out. I'm hoping that we'll see some good mercenary kites today. I do love watching mercenary jump around and get the Blade Dancer achievement and this and that and this and that. I sound like I'm fumbling, but I promise I'm just tired. Narizu, of course, we have on the anti-crane here. We got a 42.9%, 57.1%, which are looking pretty good. 112 and 113, which are very close, you know, even balancing everything out. And I do love, again, that they don't do this. I don't think they did this for C. I know they didn't do it for NAU. But they include, like, the average deduction rate as well, like the entirety of their points, which is just fun. I think that that's very fun. There she is. If you've watched anything with me in it for the past entire beginning of COA season, I have been begging to see Toy Merchant the whole time. The one time I think we got close to seeing her, she was literally banned before she could even come out on the field. And it was Chinatown, which is totally fair. But I would love to see some Annie gameplay. I was actually playing with a very good Annie earlier on Leo's, which is not a popular tournament pick within good reason. It's very hard for both sides. A lot of open area, and then the factory is a nightmare for hunters, but the open area, which is like 70% of the map is a nightmare for survivors, so you don't really want to deal with that. And we're getting right into our first match, it seems, which is very quick and not what I'm used to. So we've got our map bands in, and I believe we are actually on Red Church today to start us off, which is good. Red Church and Arms are extremely good starting maps. They're small enough, they're balanced enough, you're giving both of your sides a really good opportunity to get things going. Without putting too much pressure on either of them. So Aka's going to be starting on the Hunter side for us today with RC. And World, of course, has their survivors on the field, and they will be repping as well as they can. Band-wise, I'm thinking Antiquarian, Priestess. Priestess already locked in. Antiquarian usually gets taken out. She is quite a hassle. And then Hunter-wise, depending, you know, we might see a Seer ban, which would be unfortunate because I have a lot of Seers on the screen right now, and I fear that would make them a little bit upset and uncomfortable. You know, the little ball and the other little one. Oh, I forgot that my camera's reversed. He's down there. Yeah. Hope everyone enjoys the stream setup. I mentioned this in the HMT, but okay, Prospector and Barmaid being locked in. Hello, Barmaid, my friend Barmaid, who is also on the screen. Very good first selections. Prospector, of course, there are a lot of good places to stun on this map and harass. You know, a lot of walls to hide behind, and then you can toss out your magnets and, you know, prepare with whatever's coming to you. And Seer and Antiquarian. I am a genius. So Antiquarian and Seer are going to be our next bans, which means we could be predicting a single hit Hunter. Seer, of course, has been going down in the meta a little bit, but still a very, very strong survivor. I wouldn't say that he's not meta. I wouldn't say that he's not strong at all. But there are definitely more preferable picks nowadays. Psychologist. We are loading in with a match for me. I mentioned earlier that I have 6 plushies. Prospector is one of them. So this is great. These are girls that I enjoy, and of course the Prospector. These are my personal anecdotes. When we get to the match, they'll all be gone. Waiting on the last band here. I'm not really sure what to expect. Maybe I'm gonna go out on a limb and say, like, yeah, mercenary. So I'm thinking last pick might be a first officer or a gravekeeper. I'm not secure in this, but it's possible. Maybe not. If they want to rescue, they're going to fill in with either of those. Okay, we're gonna go for forward instead. The only reason I didn't think, forward, because we're in first round and they already have the Prospector for harassing, who is not exactly as strong as the forward at all, but can decode better, which is very, very viable. So I have to shift, otherwise I'll die. So we're gonna swap between, you know, those. The forward is the secret third option that I wasn't anticipating, but I'm sure everyone else was like, it's gonna be a forward. What's going on with her? Does she know nothing? No, I don't know anything. Thank you for asking. No one can leave me on the mic alone for too long because this is what happens. Sorry, I had a joke there and I was like, that's not funny, so I decided not to say it. Maybe I'll share it with everyone later when I have even less inhibition. But I do enjoy how quickly the matches get started here. This is a genuine thing. Of course, you need time to prepare and do the matches and get everything going. And the tournament server, of course, it is a tournament server, so sometimes it acts up a little bit and it can be a little bit silly. So it's very great to know that they're secure in it and good. But it's, you know, it's also in Japan, so they're in like a very small region. And they're extremely used to tournaments, so they're very, very quick. Aww. I don't know what I expected. They literally warned me. I'm so used to the predictions being like slightly off that I'm like, what'll happen? What's gonna happen? The Hermit. There are no lies. No lies around here. Straight Hermit. They said Hermit. They meant it. He is. No. Hermit is, when I was doing KHMT with Bones, a Hermit was also selected during then, and we were like, why is he that big? He's huge. Look at the size of this thing. I'm gonna give everyone a second to bask in, like, the model size of Hermit here. He's, like, literally the size of 2 survivors stacked on top of each other. If you put Barmaid on forward right now, they would be the height of the Hermit at the moment. And he's only on a small stage. But, brief interlude while we're waiting. I did say I was gonna quiet down so everyone could look at that, but I'm not, actually. I love and adore the graphics in this game. They're so pretty. And I love the way that they've been setting Koa up. When we were doing rehearsals, I was in love with all of the graphics that we were seeing, even though they were still, like, being finished. To the point where I was like, oh my god! And I was, like, barely containing myself with excitement to, like, tell everyone about them. Which I didn't do. Obviously, not allowed to do that, but I was extremely excited about it. We're going to check out our spawn picks here. We're going to see Shiro spawning in the center there in the church area, Apollo on the side. We're going to see Narizu. I believe that is closer to the graveyard area, and I believe forward is down at the red carpet. That's right, I am finally learning all of the callouts formally. I can't play Burke. This is related because I'm so bad at figuring out where everything is in a top-down. Like, if you show me on the actual map and you're playing, I'll be like, oh, they're going to red carpet now. But if you show me from top down, I have ADHD, and one of the things that I'm very bad at is understanding how things, like, correlate from, like, one vision to another. But we're gonna get started now. So we're gonna see Akka, begin to transition. The survivors are starting to rotate. They don't want to deal with that hermit right away. Going to connect those ciphers, always really good to do. You want to get that done fast, but you want to give them just a brief second to make sure that they get a little bit of progress on them, and then you know exactly where they are if they have rotated a lot. Pro players are kind of keen at those things. They understand the exact amount of time that things are going to take and how long they should wait until doing certain actions. We're seeing Riz actually hiding out in this area here, trying not to get spotted out by the hermit, but the forward, of course, is actually going to be. We have damage so far shared, or polarity shared so far only with Shiro and Apollo, who are working on respective cipher machines, and of course forward is on an opposite polarity from them. I believe actually disconnecting there, or maybe swapping the connection slightly. Very bad at Hermit, so I wouldn't know personally, but just adjusting things, getting ready to go. A beautiful little stun there, and actually trying to hit with the wall, which didn't work out, but would have been absolutely wonderful if it did, meaning that he wouldn't have gone into a hit recovery animation at all, and that would have worked out. Or maybe he did. Going to throw the ball here and teleport down on top of Riz, continuing on with this little loop here, utilizing more football in order to get further away. Trying to loop really well in this area and not disrupt the decoding, which is working out extremely well. Those ciphers, ooh, beautiful blink. Akka's going to get that down finally, but as I said, doing a really good job of getting out of the way of those ciphers and allowing the decoding to happen. When you're working coordinated really well with a 4-person team, one of the biggest things you do is you call out, you ping where your ciphers are, you want everyone to be aware of what's going on. Yeah, you should take notes on any pro gameplay. It will help you immensely. I do it. It's so fun. Okay, we're having Shiro on the psychologist come in. I believe that is Everlasting Night. So cute. She's gonna come, oh, they kind of match, how cute. Coming in for the rescue here, going to put some polarity on, of course not matching up. Oh, actually, yeah, matching up with Apollo's polarity, so if Riz does take a hit, it means that it's not an immediate down. So sharing polarity against Hermit, of course, is the smartest thing to do. He's gonna say, hey, I'm gonna share your cipher decoding progress, so you can't do that, you can't do it. So in response, of course, you should always say, well, I'm gonna share my polarity, so you can't get me down. Unfortunately, we're going to see a swap here. Riz is going to be blue, everyone else is going to be red, which means that, of course, we're going to see a down. But I do think still, even with the amount of damage that was on, it would have been a down either way. Yeah, it was very smart to disconnect really briefly so they weren't able to swap and support Kite, because the polarity changing and the sharing damage is a Hermit's nightmare. Alright, coming in for another rescue here. They're really pushing. This is their first game. They want to be able to get as many survivors up at endgame as possible and as many out the gate as possible. Prospector, of course, coming in for the rescue. Hello, my friend Ronald of Ness. Baiting out at the chair here, being safe. You don't want to go down, but, when you do that, the Hermit is going to play funny little mind games with doing those stuns in order to prevent the rescue from happening. A beautiful hit and a wonderful body block and a gorgeous stun against the chair from the Prospector. Just really smooth, trying to keep things going, but even smoother on the Hermit side. Akka is going to come forward and teleport in the air in order to get closer and shorten that Kite up with a hit. Beautiful stun, longer than last time, going to buy even more time. Coming in to continue to support, hoping maybe I'll distract him enough that he won't have to deal with the forward anymore, or just continue to body block until things happen. But gotta be very careful with that. We are looking at damages that are quite high in percentage. It could be going down soon. That wouldn't be great. Speaking of that, not great. Going to be going down. Narizu is hanging out in the area, hopefully trying to get a pallet stun or even try to get a magnet rescue, but it's not going to happen. No magnets on the poor guy. Ronald of Ness has become Ronald of... I don't have a joke for that. Ronald of Less. No magnets. I do have a joke for that. We are moving into the church now with Akka, but the cipher's already been done, so luckily there's nothing to disrupt in here for the survivors. Apollo is going to kite out, you know, just running around, trying to avoid getting spotted out, which is working so far, but I think that vault's going to tip Akka off a little bit. So willing to take up the kite, prepared to do, you know, what needs to be done in order to push the game along a little further. They are continuing to decode their ciphers, and we only have one remaining now, which is almost primed. It's at a good solid 91%, but they need to continue to push it, which they are doing now. It might actually be a connected cipher that they're not at the moment, which is going to make it a little bit difficult, but, you know, they're doing their best. You can totally do that. I do it myself. It just requires a lot of precision and very good timing, because it takes a little bit longer to decode, but sometimes quicker. It's a nightmare. Actually disconnecting now, predicting that this sort of thing is going to happen so that the survivors can't do the pop that way, but they just do it normally. They've popped the cipher, everything's good to go. We've got 3 survivors up at endgame for World, and RC's Akka is now going to have to continue on to the kite with Shiro here, following along on that psychologist and just going to approach, getting a beautiful stun off and getting hit. Shared polarity luckily means that we're not going to go down just yet. I believe considering connecting the exit gates there. No, actually connecting the exit gates. So the exit gates are connected. They're going to take a little bit longer to decode, which is really fortunate for the Hermit and very unfortunate for World, because the dungeon is in this area. If Shiro is able to kite out long enough, we could see a dungeon escape, but unfortunately we aren't going to, because, you know, the gate hasn't been opened yet, and a beautiful stun on Akka's side allows him to get this down. Going to place the psychologist on chair, and hopefully survivors are only going to push for a draw. We see Blink on the side, and we have not seen any trait swapping, which means that no teleport is in play. Of course, Hermit does have a built-in sort of self-teleport with the ball, but the survivors, of course, just trying to get this gate open and get out. Oh, we are going to see it. Okay, so we're going to see a little bit of self-teleporting built into the kit, but what we're also going to see is the survivors getting out of the gate before anything bad can happen to them. Oh my goodness. Hello, my friend Lynn. You've just finished our first match. And by you, I mean I've just finished our first match. I made a very funny joke that you would have loved. It was not good. I love this setup here. I want to sit in a room like this. I'm like, ooh, they should bring me back for main stage, and they should let Global commentate in the main stage rooms. They don't need to do that, actually, but I just love the idea of sitting in a fun little room like this. I'm like, let me in. But that also means that I would have to get ready to be there in person and wear formal wear, which seems very hard. I'm really small. So, hi! I think we have other people here as well who are not speaking. If you are here, say hello. Hi. I love saying hi back. We've just wrapped up our first round. It was a 2-2, as you can see from the scores down below. It was a Hermit against a Barmaid and a Psychologist and a Prospector and a Forward, and it was very exciting to watch. A very long first kite from the Forward, very, very good stunts on the Hermit side, and actually we're going to see the stats now, so I can talk a little more. Their kiting times, of course, are very impressive. Quite well balanced. Riz did take up almost 2 minutes of the Hermit's time, and they've been, you know, working on their decoding, working on their rescues, working on their heals. Thank you. Casual remote signal, which is totally accidental and is just because I have red hair. I would do my hair in little braids, but it wouldn't look right. I don't think it would look right. I think it would look very silly. Oh my god, I put remote signal on my thumbnail because she's my friend. I am a big Annie fan. Oh, there's an Annie main on one of these teams. I need to share that information to anyone who is new here again. Very great. So that's our round 1. We'll be moving into the second half sometime soon. Red Church, of course, again. Very excited to see what's going to come out on the Hunter side. We did just see a Hermit, so we might see another one of those. We might see something else. Plenty of very viable Hunters on Red Church. It is an extremely balanced map. It tends to be very easy for both sides to deal with and kite and chase on. So you can kind of take out anybody that you're extremely comfortable with. Bones is not here, but Manifesting Lizard. We are in the land of Lukinos, after all. They're not in anymore, but they were very fun to watch. Much like these teams. You know, of course, you make it this far in the tournament, you've been doing a crazy good job. It's not easy. I love watching, like, live blogging. I don't mean this in a mean way at all, I should clarify. But I love watching live blogging on Twitter of COA, where people will point out mistakes. And I'm like, that's fair. That was a bit of a doozy, but they're also professional players, so generally if you get downed in like 30 seconds by a very, very well-practiced, well-coordinated hunter, it's not even your fault at that point. I probably couldn't last 5 seconds, depending on who it is. We should just allow me to go up against every single hunter, and I'll lose every time. But I will be a good sport about it. And that's what matters. That's what matters. Yeah, I'll be realistic as well. I probably wouldn't last 2 seconds either. Maybe an immediate terror shock. No, I'd like to at least take 2 hits. I'd like to not get terror shocked. How is everyone's day going? We are working on this. It's so funny to be alone. So fascinating. When Eli gets here, I have to just like hilariously, awkwardly like place him. Put everything down. Oh, that would be funny. I might not last very long, and that would be embarrassing. Or I would last like very long, and somehow that would be even more embarrassing. Should I just like only play psych the whole time? Those are my thoughts. My thoughts are only play psych the whole time. Oh, are we getting into another one? We are getting into another one. No more Ronnie Phil time, which is good. Speaking of Phil, maybe we'll see a wax artist for fun. Manifesting wax artist for no reason other than I want to see the wax. Alright, we'll be hopping into things soon. I'm predicting maybe an immediate priestess or antiquarian ban again, as they get more familiar and comfortable. Ah! Seer. Okay. No seer. We're actually taking seer out first. Very classical. Never ever surprised by a seer ban. They're less common nowadays, but they certainly exist for a reason. Even if you can bait out the owl, which I tend to do myself nowadays, if there's an owl, I simply don't hit it. It does offer them a good, 5 to 7, it's around there, seconds to avoid getting hit and transition around, which can be really nasty to deal with. Okay, we're going to see a mercenary and a priestess load in first, which I'm very excited about. Priestess is usually banned, and recently we've been seeing sometimes she'll be not banned, and we won't see the priestess come out, but especially on Red Church, the support portals that she can place in the church, such a central area, are extremely helpful. And I do really love the ones in the graveyard as well. If you cannot tell, I play priestess a lot myself. Prospector and antiquarian being taken out, so we don't want to deal with any harassers today. Not in the mood for it, not playing with it. Psychologist again. I am having a wonderful night. They do. They call him the Merc. It's my turn to say that because Bones isn't here to say it. Doing so many but in my defense, I'm just a little guy, so that's okay. Imagine. Oh, barmaid ban! So, barmaid is, a lot stronger nowadays than she used to be, especially after that big buff that she received a while ago. So generally don't want to deal with a barmaid, no matter what. But usually, if I'm wrong, it's not my fault, but usually a barmaid ban indicates a very, very high chance of Dream Wedge. Aesop Carl the Embalmer! Oh my goodness, everyone, it's my friend Aesop Carl, who I'm gonna be honest is maybe a little bit of a questionable choice on Red Church. It's very small, but if you know what you're doing with any survivor, you can make them work. Especially in a team of other extremely strong survivors. I don't think it's a wise idea to bring out a comp that's all of the veterans in a tournament setting, but you can bring out one of the veterans with a bunch of S tier survivors, and they'll be very viable to the team. We did see a lot of Doctor in NAEU, and she did prove to be very useful in some of the rounds. Oh my goodness, my friend Keegan Nicholas Keogh, my favorite Irish woman in the world. I have a particular affinity for Keegan because I adore watching her gameplay. That and I'm very interested in law, so her storyline resonates with me a lot as a girl who enjoys law. When her character video dropped, I have never been more insane. The The animation that they do for it is gorgeous, although all of the character intros that they do are extremely pretty. Fun fact, Barmaid got the first one. Okay, never mind. I'll stop talking about how much I like Keegan. We'll get back to that later on. I'm gonna see a sort of classical plus sign creation. We're gonna see priestess spawn outside of the red church there, but probably still going to place portals kind of in that shack area. Ivory on one side in that pallet area, and maybe ruins. I don't know how many things we call ruins, I'm gonna be honest. And we're gonna see city spawn in that sort of central area near the graveyard. Of course, with Keegan herself at the red carpet, who I will now refer to as Clerk because we're not personal friends as much as I'd like to think we are. So Kutami, of course, out here on the Clerk, definitely going to give a very impressive job, of course. We are in the finals after all, so things are just going to really amp up to 110%. And then later on, when we get to the actual qualifying match, I think that we're going to get up to about 150. So Kutami is going to just transition forward here into the church. I believe she's just recorded her own hit or just done that for funsies in order to have just to trip up the survivors a little bit. Very, very talented clerks are extremely good at throwing out their chart or recorded hits. I believe I was actually watching Kutami in one of the earlier days of Japan qualifiers, and the ability to use Clerk was so impressive that I was a little bit scared. We're going to see some beautiful portal placement here for support, which is always great, in an area, of course, where you can't really see where the survivors go afterwards, which is, again, very optimal. Not only can the priestess help teammates transition around, but can also, trip the hunter up a little bit in doing so with Bose stun and the inability to see what's going on afterwards. The coffin, of course, is in this area. It is still attached to the embalmer, and Soba has now taken over the kite main-wise. I believe that's Dream Messenger. Dream Messenger is the first priest skin I got, so I'm very fond of her. Very cute. We are now going to see the mercenary actually come into support here and narrowly avoid a hit. Didn't actually get the pallet stun out there and was hit at that time, choosing to throw the pallet afterwards, which is very curious. But either way, continuing on after Soba, not changing targets to this mercenary, but luckily the mercenary is now unable to come in for a rescue without going down afterwards, unless the psychologist chooses to whistle, but this early in the game, usually you want to get your decoding done first. We are going to see Soba transition outside of the graveyard area and seemingly go back to the church. Oh, okay, we actually are going to see a remote heal whistle for the mercenary, now able to rescue later, and the psychologist can now only take 2 hits in her own kite. We are going to see Kotami vault over this window and continue on straight chase, actually losing Soba for a second there and then very quickly recovering and going, you're not that way, you're this way, which is true. We are this way now. Transitioning over into this good ruins palette area, going to throw down another gorgeous portal, which is very long and puts in an even better position for Soba. Continuing on with this kite here, of course, very careful with the recordings. Ooh, okay, very tricky situation, a little bit of a mind game, which of course we're going to see Kotami win in the end. Placing Soba on the chair for the first time while the ciphers are being completed. So we're going to have 2 ciphers remaining very soon. City has just finished that right as the recording appeared at the top. Going to do a little chair hit in order to record a hit in order to trip up the rescuer. Very, very common strategy in specifically Japan I've been seeing so far. When I see it happen, or I see clips of a clerk recording a hit and hitting the chair in the process, I'm like, that's Japan qualifiers. I think it's so fun. So we're gonna see that come in. It's a good attempt at a terror shock because you just kind of place it where you're standing, you know where it hits. Soba's now going to have to continue kite. Ooh, missing the pallet stun there and getting the last effort, which is nasty. We are continuing on, however. Those ciphers have been begun. We have one pushing to almost 30 now, and the other one has just been started, which has been abandoned. So now we started another one. 2 ciphers remaining, of course, and Soba has actually been embalmed by the embalmer, so now can be rebirthed with the coffin. Absolutely wonderful. I'm rocking with that. So once placed on chair, I believe the rebirth will happen, which means that Kotama's clerk will be forced to go transition over to a different area in order to continue chase on Soba here. Actually swapping to and using the teleport to get a little bit closer. Swinging, I believe, and recording another hit and continuing on here. Having to, find out where Soba's going to transition after the rebirth. Beautiful placement of the coffin, of course. Embalmer is not ideal on Red Church, but it is one of the maps that he can really make it work on. There are a lot of good corner areas to place the coffin and a good rebound as well, depending on where it goes. We can see, of course, with this green little outline here, that the dungeon is actually in this area near the graveyard. And we're actually going to see the Embalmer come in for support. Beautiful support it is, too, because we're going to see a pallet stun from the Embalmer here while Soba continues to kite away. Transitioning now into the church with 2 portals, I believe, to utilize, which is absolutely wonderful for a Priestess kite. You got a lot of work to. Now it's only 1, but we've used 1, and we've used it in a good way. Transitioning all the way back over to the graveyard area here with the Embalmer still in the area to assist with this kite here. A little bit of recording, just a little bit, now recording a pellet vault in order to, trip up later on in the kite. A beautiful portal placement, choosing not to go through it and just breaking it instead, with anticipation, of course, that there is a pellet on the other side and it might be a nasty outcome if you do go through it. We're seeing Alfar waiting for another potential pallet stun, actually not getting it that time, and of course hit through the pallet for this one. Alright. We're continuing with a little chase around, but there's 1 cipher remaining and it's about to be primed. So I am predicting that we'll probably see that get popped soon. Kotama's kind of lost up a little bit, trying to figure out where it is, can't find it, looking at the wrong cipher, which means that no spectating can be done to prevent pop. Now looking at the gates, and all 4 survivors are up at full health during endgame, except for City's little thing. Beautiful portal there in order to prevent the trip up from the recording with the vault from the clerk, which is absolutely wonderful. Very, very impressive on Soba's part. When you're playing Priestess, it's very good to be able to mind game your way in and out of things. And we're going to see Kotama continue on with this kite here. Soba is now dead on chair. If you can achieve this 1 kill, it's definitely better than getting that 5-0. A beautiful recording there, and a terror shock from Kotama on Soba here. So, ooh, okay. Recording, trying to see if anything more can be pushed for by preventing some of the gate from being opened, and now going to place Soba on chair, who will expire and be sent back to the manor. The survivors actually seem to be transitioning away from that gate in order to get to the other one. Very intrigued. Kotama, however, not entirely aware of this, recording over to see if they're kind of just stepping out of view, but finally solidifying that they're definitely not in this area and are moving to the other gate. Teleport is actually back online, so if that is used soon, should be able to cut off some of the survivors at the gate. Probably waiting to see them, in actuality and get their real outlines, just to be sure, I need to cut them off. So we're going to see a swing at the psychologist here and a recording to see exactly where she is, and a beautiful down on the psychologist. So it's looking like it could be a draw for Kotama after all. However, Mercenary is still in the game, has 1 little bit of chip damage and no tide remaining, but detention actually runs out in about 20 seconds now. So cheering as far away as possible from that gate, and I believe Mercenary is actually coming in for this rescue, or at least transitioning around to a different area. Ooh, another little recording, hopefully to get it down on the Mercenary, who does, of course, have chip damage. How would this go? I couldn't tell you. I am waiting to see. And detention is out, ladies and gentlemen. We have run out of detention. No more. We are actually going to see the Mercenary go back to the gate. The survivors, despite the detention being out, are actually going to settle for the draw, considering the control that was had over the gates earlier. Oh my goodness. Everyone, I have wonderful news. Our friend Eli-O is online, which means that, I'm gonna pull him in soon. Let me pull up this. Hi, you can hear me in the back probably a little bit worse. 1 second. We're configuring things, but we're routine matches, so maybe that's okay. That was exciting though, very fun. I'm going to scare Eli with my voice. You'll have to pardon me. I know, he did, isn't that great? Oh, that went away. Okay, I'm back now. Because they chose to get rid of whatever was going on for me. Hi, Eli! Hi!
Yo, can you hear me?
I can! How are
Hello?
you feeling?
It's like cutting out a little bit, I think. Maybe.
Oh no, that's not great.
Okay, hold on 1 second.
We are, we finished the first round, which was 2 draws, I believe. Yeah.
Let me pull up the stream on my thing. Okay, hopefully it's good. I plugged in my Ethernet cable, so
Mm-hmm.
I think that's probably fine.
I hope so.
Maybe, I don't know, in theory, but yeah. Yeah, so so I learned a valuable life lesson today
Mm-hmm.
in that, um, okay, so when I was younger, I used to play basketball on the concrete with no shoes on, which
Right.
evidently isn't very intelligent.
Uh-huh.
But I decided today that I was gonna try to take out the trash without putting on shoes on, which I was like, if I used to play basketball on the concrete with no shoes on, I think taking out the trash is somewhat reasonable.
Right.
However, I learned that that's not the case, and I like got a really bad cut on my foot, and I thought I was gonna die, but I didn't somehow, and then I had to like clean it out, and yeah, and it's kind of okay now, so good. I'm getting better, I think.
That's good. My father used to get like, he was not very into. Oh, sorry, I'm in. Oh, they have the little mini hunter, load in with the pets.
Oh yeah, they show all the people watching, and then
Yeah,
they have like the
it's so cute.
yeah. They don't do that for NAU.
They do
Anyways,
not.
yeah, they did it like one time. They did it in one tournament. Actually, I think it was from Southeast Asia. It wasn't even for NAU. So, yeah. Anyways, but yeah, it's pretty cool to see all the. I think each region, like in China and Japan, they each do like a different. I think with the Chinese. Okay, so basically, with like the Chinese region,
Yeah.
Chinese region is extremely competitive. Like it's a lot
Mm-hmm.
of, it's mainly about like everyone who plays the game is mostly about being competitive
Mm-hmm.
and whatnot. Whereas Japan, obviously, it's very high level competition, but there's like similar to NAU, there's a very competitive aspect, and then there's also a side of the community that likes all the like the cute things, like the skins and the pets and the
Yeah.
and all that and all the backstories and all that sort of thing, right? So they're like in Japan, it's like there's a big market for the competitive part,
Mm-hmm.
and then also this part as well. And so they incorporate both, which I think is actually cool that they incorporate both of those things into a tournament. So like you have the tournament, which is competitive, and then you also have stuff like this, which a lot of fans also like to see, because it's very in Japan. It's both of those things are very common.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
yeah, yeah,
It definitely requires a lot of budget and time. I think NAU would love that as
yeah.
well.
Yeah.
I know this because I would. I'm like, oh.
No, yeah, definitely in NAU
Yeah.
there's a big market for that sort of thing.
I think
Maybe one day.
they would love it so much to get to be little pets on the screen. I love that
Definitely.
you can like also just see the casters so far away.
Yeah, pretty cool. Pretty cool animation.
I rock with it. I like that they're going away. Oh, okay. Yeah, they're going away now. I haven't seen any of those segments before. Somehow.
Yeah, they also have like all they got little plushies that they sit next to. They also have that in China as well,
Mm-hmm.
but they don't really do like the crowd
Ooh.
as pets, as like the hunter pets. I don't think I've ever seen that.
Mm-hmm.
I think in like China qualifiers and IVL, which is like the China 95 league, it's mostly like yeah, it's like mostly a competitive thing in China, whereas I'm not really sure why, but
Mm-hmm.
that's just how it ended up, I think. So
I rock with that.
yeah.
They are swapping out Kotama for Rada, which is very intriguing. Kotama did play clerk, got a draw. Decided to chase a priestess first and swap off of an embalmer, which was maybe not the best decision, but it is what it is. It's still got a draw.
All right, so what have we seen so far in this match? Has it been the first round, right? You said?
Yeah, we just finished the first round. They were both draws. They were on Red Church. Nothing too interesting. First was a hermit, and then we saw a clerk. Now we're on.
Oh, Hermit actually didn't lose. That's a
yeah,
surprise.
got a full draw.
Wow. For the first time, you know that song? That
I
would be a good
do.
moment for
Yeah.
that. After we've seen so many Hermits just lose. Okay. Okay. So basically, these two teams. So RC stands for Reject, which is I'm not really sure why that name specifically, but
Yeah.
Reject has always been a competitive Japanese team. For a while, they weren't very strong. They were usually one of the lower down teams. When Japan started their IJL, which is the Identified Japan League, Reject was one of the weaker teams.
Yeah.
But recently, over the last 2 seasons of IJL, they've become one of the top teams. And for two reasons. One, their main hunter Akka, has become very strong just out of nowhere. Like he just all of a sudden decided to become like one of the best hunters in Japan and just start beating everyone.
Right.
I don't know why. He just woke up one day and was like, you know what? I'm just gonna like win every game and become the best hunter and stuff. And
I wish I could do
like,
that.
okay. Yeah, I know, honestly. um, and then their survivors are known for playing very unique strategies. So Japan is already a bit of a unique server because they play slightly non-meta. Because China plays very standard, consistent team comps, right? And Japan likes to play very unique, sort of non-traditional comps. And this is already an example. We see a bomber band, and then they pick toy merchant. So that's already a good example of that. And then, real quick, I just want to say also that World is a non-IGL team, so this is one of the best IGL teams versus technically an amateur team, a non-competitive league team. So this is going to be, so in theory, our recheck should have a huge advantage. But since the first one was actually a tie, that's actually very interesting. So it looks like it might be a little bit closer than we expected.
Yeah. I've been begging for Toy Merchant all day, but they've banned Naiad, so it's like a trade-off. Like I can only have one.
Yeah.
The Embalmer on Church actually did like a very good clutch play, so I'm not at all surprised by the ban. Embalmed the Priestess and put her like in the corner, and that allowed them to completely change the match. It was already going in their favor, but it was like nuts.
Right.
Oh my God,
let me look
High
back
Prospector.
at the team comp. What was the team comp in the first? Let me look real quick. Let's see here.
They were both very close. There were like minimal differences, if I remember correctly.
Okay.
That or they just
Oh,
both
okay,
had a
so
psychologist.
okay, so Akka played Herman. That makes sense. And then what? Let's see. Was the other one? Oh, I see. So it's like I'm guessing the world first hunter Katami. Looks like I don't really know who they are because they haven't really played in IGL, but I'm guessing they played Dreamwitch Clerk because this round one comp that they played is very anti-Dreamwitch and anti-Clerk comp.
Yeah, they ended up playing Clerk. Oh, female dancer. They're letting her out. She's so caged all the time.
Yeah. Rata. I'm not sure what this person plays either, but this is I mean, this is just this is a little bit more standard. I mean, I guess the only non-standard character would be Merchant, but Merchant in Chinatown is actually also common in China, on the China server. So I think that this is they're just actually just playing a very standard comp, which is actually a surprise for RC. We usually see some weird stuff, but today, I guess not.
Yeah, we're breaking into, I mean, it makes sense on day 3. Or day 7. I'm so used to the 3 days on the other servers that I'm like, oh, and this is day 3, and now I'm like, no, it's 7. It's been a week of it, which is great, but it always throws me for a loop.
Yeah, especially because they have to have 3 teams because Japan has 5 teams, and then they have two already that qualified from IJL for the teams that won IJL, and then now they get the last 3.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So many of them.
Bruh. That's crazy.
It is. Oh, okay. Hermit again. Wow.
Yeah.
Chinatown
I mean,
Hermit.
Hermit's good against this comp, obviously, because there's no characters. There's no characters to directly counter.
Right.
There's no psychologist. Psychologist can take hits, or she can heal off chip damage from other survivors. With the whistle, similar to Barmaid, similar to even something like Doctor, but so there's none of those characters, which makes Hermit good against this comp theoretically, but it's also Hermit, which I still don't understand the idea of playing Hermit in this sort of meta, but I guess I'm still, I mean, like, so far, like, okay, so when I did my stream for Japanese qualifiers, every Hermit lost every game. They got 4-man or 3-man every single game. There wasn't a single tie. And then today, Akka got a tie just because Akka's kind of cracked, but honestly, like, I still struggle to understand Hermit in a competitive scenario because teams know how to play against Hermit. You know, they know when to take damage, when to split damage, when to do this. You know, as long as you know what you're doing, it's hard. It's actually hard to lose to Hermit because in reality, Hermit's chase isn't even that good because it's not like Anne where you can get like one stun right with the cat and then hit someone. With Hermit, you have to wait for your ability twice to stun someone. And then on top of that, they can just split the damage and then heal themselves up and make it so you have to hit the person like 500 times to actually down them. You know, so it's like, yeah, I don't know. Well, we'll see. We'll see.
We'll see. We'll see what happens. Maybe it'll be good. Maybe it'll be bad. This will be the second one today, and we're only on 3 matches. But Warden this time. We are going to start off with our little spawn collections that I was not paying attention to, actually. And transitioning
Get
over
it.
here to potentially chase Alfar first, who is, I believe, on the Dancer. So hopefully putting down some support boxes sometime soon just to make things a little bit easier. But there are plenty of ciphers on this side of the map. So usually it's like a survivor cesspool. That's not the word I'm looking for.
Yeah. So Dancer's gonna basically the idea with Dancer is you set up a slow box when the hunter breaks that you use it to transition. He actually hits that's pretty good. But you also notice like everyone here is bringing flywheel, which is actually bad against Hermit. Kind of.
Yeah.
You typically bring flywheel for. It could be that they were preparing for something else, and they're like, okay, we're just gonna play. Wow, that's actually really good. But it's not gonna get hit, and this is why Hermit kind of struggles because if you snipe someone even from a distance, you're not gonna get that hit. So
His hitbox is
let's see if he
not
flywheels
great.
here.
Not great.
Yeah.
Not the best one. Nice loop from the Dancer here, just going around like normally I already used the and the flywheel coming into play now actually, placing down a slow box to make the hit recovery be a lot longer, but going to use a support catapult here. Hermit going to use a support catapult of his own in order to catch up, but we're going to see another box from the Dancer, I believe, just to prolong the kite and put things. Nice little spin there, transitioning over into the hotel area, I believe. Not going to. Yeah, the polarities are all different, so the Dancer is going to go down when hit again, but I think that might happen regardless of whether or not they're all sharing. If not, it's like a sneeze away from being down, so it might not be worth it. Oh, Prospector. All right. Nice stun.
Yeah, I think they're gonna. Not. They might not take damage for Dancer. I'm not really sure. Because usually what happens against Hermit is you let someone kite as long as they can like for the first kite, and then you start taking damage like after you like on first rescue because you want to help them rebound kite, and also at that point you'll know who you're gonna want to rescue, how the ciphers are gonna look, stuff like that. So if you have a bunch of people take damage early, then maybe it can set up a situation where no one can rescue, and that can be really bad. So that
is true. That can be very awful. I'd love him just going through the building and getting to see the inside of that for a second. Ooh. Oh, okay. Going to hit the Dancer through the little window there, but Soba is in the area, and I believe has, no magnets anymore. So use them already to get some little stuns off, but pretty decent progress on the ciphers at least. They should be able to get another one done by the time that a rescue goes off. So it's looking pretty decent, but maybe a little bit better for the Hermit. Not sure.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like in theory this is actually a really good situation for the Hermit, but you also have to consider that everyone is at full health, so it's very easy for them to just take damage and help this person rebound for a long time. Merc's gonna. No, they're actually gonna.
Ooh.
Okay, so the problem. Okay, so actually, if you notice here, the Dancer was able to pick up an elbow pad. I think. I don't. Did he have that before? Let me look. Actually.
Yeah.
No, he didn't. So Merc, I believe, dropped that for him.
Oh.
For when he came in for the rescue. So
nice support.
Yeah. So.
But not a lot to do.
Yeah. So those of you who don't know, you can tap the if you have 2 items, you can just tap it over and over, and you can carry 2 at one time essentially if you keep tapping it, and then you can just stop tapping when you want to drop it somewhere, and then it just leaves it there. Yeah.
It always trips me up because I have so much trouble like going back and forth, and then I'll like lose one and have to like go back for it, which is a nightmare. But
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
I think City's going to come in for another rescue here. Still have 3 remaining on the ciphers. Their progress is quite okay, but Soba also in the area to do some support with the magnet there. Okay. Stunning back, hitting on the building, getting the rescue off, and now 2 people on a body block. And actually using the elbow pads to get closer to the stairs. Another wonderful little stun from the Prospector. City on body blocking now, but still 3 ciphers remaining, so maybe one of them should go decode. Maybe,
yeah. So Merc can actually body block the stairs here, so he's gonna let the Dancer on. He's gonna body block the stairs, and the Hermit actually has to hit him to get around him. So he's gonna do that, and that's gonna buy even more distance. He does have the teleport thingy, which he's gonna use obviously to close the distance here. I don't know what it's called. Yeah,
I don't think any of us know what it's called.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, all these abilities have names, but you'd be surprised. Even it goes for the blink there.
Oh!
Flywheel's the blink. That's really big, and misses the swing. Hermit
Wow!
hitbox is actually not that good, and that's
And
another
at a
reason
prime
why
cipher.
I don't understand why people play him. But anyways, so
I feel like we both have a lot of like hermit hate mail for like entirely opposite reasons, but
yeah, like on it, like this is like literally this comp is in theory like Hermit should be very good against this
yeah,
comp, and it still doesn't matter. Like it's just that's just how
he's
it
just
goes,
not great.
Yeah.
But very brave to play him anyway. Oh, okay. So we're going to see at least one elimination, which is good. But the exit gates are opening very fast. Wasn't able to get the connection in time, so they're going to be open in like probably a second now. Dancer's going to be chaired and sent back to the manor, but I think they are now looking at a 3-man escape, which is very good. Very, very good for RC.
Yeah, he actually stops Merc, but I don't think Merc goes down here. I think he can take it. Yeah, he can just split the damage with Prospector anyway. So yeah,
Well, good for them.
and yeah, Hermit. There you go.
Every time I
In
see
case anyone was wondering how Hermit works,
yeah,
that's usually what happens.
and none of us can tell you what the name of the teleport thing is. Earlier, because it's like 4 a.m, I called it the built-in personal teleport, and then when I was doing HMT, I kept calling it like the orb.
Oh, yeah.
It's like the orb or the ball or whatever I wanted to be that day.
Yeah, you guys would be surprised. Like 99% of like even like for competitive players, we don't know what the abilities are called. We just call them like I don't know what like I was trying to make a video like a tier list video, and I was talking about violinist, and I don't even know what his abilities are called. I was just like
Oh, I know what they're
throws
called.
the note,
There we go.
throws the other note, like yeah.
Oh my god, I don't remember them, but I swear to God, I know what they're called. One of them is no, I don't remember. I know what they're called though. I promise. One
The
of
full
them's a
presence one
rhapsody.
is like infinite something.
Yeah.
I don't know what it. I just know it's infinite.
Whatever they are. But the hermit ball, I don't think anyone knows what that one is.
I'm gonna look it up. It's called attachment.
Well, no wonder
It's called
we don't
attachment.
know that.
I don't know why it's called that. That doesn't even make sense, but okay.
Well, we'll
And then the first one is called Miracle.
Oh.
The one where you shoot the thing.
Yeah.
That doesn't make any sense. I don't get it.
I think they're probably lore based. I know some of the Survivor ones because they're like lore based.
Yeah.
But some of the Hunter ones just like those two, no idea. No idea. Not a clue.
Yeah.
3-1. Okay.
And then for example, like the breaking wheel, we call it snap, right? Or Thanos snap or something.
It's not called
It's
that?
called pessimistic.
Oh, yeah, that's because all of the wheels have different names. All of the wheel that's one of the Wheel brothers names. I forget the other ones.
Yeah, I wouldn't know that ever. But I have no idea. Let me grab a charger real quick. Give me 1 second.
Good idea. Have fun. Well, now we know the name of the ball, but I do think in future circumstances we cannot refer to it by name because I think it's more confusing than calling it the teleport orb or the ball. I think it's worse. And again, why is he so big on the screen? I don't know. I couldn't tell you. He's not that big in game. I don't think he's that big in game. I see him around, but he's not that large.
Okay.
Welcome back.
Thank you. Oh wait. Okay, I thought I knew the name of the white form's ability. I thought it was Soul Siphon, but it's actually Siphon Soul.
What?
So I that's what it says in the game. I'm looking in the little book in game.
No.
And it says Siphon Soul. We always call it Soul Siphon. Like, oh bro, I got Soul Siphon. Don't know, like we're gonna lose. But it's like it's actually Siphon Soul. I should be saying I got Siphon sold.
got your siphoned your soul or something. It takes so much.
Yeah.
Actually, no, it takes longer to say, so I think it would be better to pad out time when you're trying to commentate over things. Maybe we should change it.
Oh, I do know that Geisha's thing is Soul Departure, the one where you jump in the air.
Yeah.
That's like the only thing I know, just because I've heard people say it.
Yeah, and that one makes sense.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, okay. I understand what this means.
Yeah.
Other ones?
Yeah.
No idea. No clue.
It's very interesting. I think I'm going to go through this at some point. And...
Just try to memorize
Oh,
them,
so
like for a tidbit.
Wax Artist,
Yeah.
the one where you shoot the wax bomb, it's called Solid Wax. I just call it Wax Bomb.
Really?
So, Yeah, molten wax. I know. Okay, I knew that
Uh-huh.
one. Well, I call it hot
And then,
wax, but
yeah. Is it molten? I thought it was searing wax. I think I'm stupid.
it says molten in here. I don't know. I always just call it hot wax. That's easier to say.
Right.
But
It makes sense. Oh my god, actually the
yeah.
other day, while we're between matches, one of my friends wanted to look at, so wax artist, you probably know this, but when you're on high graphics, the more wax he uses, like the less wax he has on his leg.
Right,
Um,
right.
and I have a secondary account that has the Fury skin on it. I do not play wax artist. I have not played him since he released. When I played him
Hmm.
for like probably 4 hours straight, and then I didn't touch him again. But I have like his S tier Fury there, and I learned that the like skirt leg that he has, it like disappears and then comes back like with each layer of frill, which looks really cool.
Uh,
Um, but
yeah.
definitely would lag a game
You can actually, it's kind
immensely.
of interesting. If you're, I don't know about on the tournament server, but on the
Mm,
regular server, you can actually use that to your advantage as a survivor. If you have high
yeah.
graphics, it'll actually show the wax artist is like the
Mm-hmm.
wax on his leg disappearing, so you actually know if he has a lot
Then
of
you
wax or
know.
not to work with.
Then you're aware.
Yeah.
Same as like
So,
the the light up will change on undead when he cannot be stunned. That one I use
right.
frequently. Dream
Right.
Watch Bell.
That one's super important.
It is. Otherwise, you're kind of screwed.
Yeah.
Okay. Priestess Man on Chinatown makes sense. I would not expect anything different. Unless you were in an AE qualifiers, at which point that didn't happen a few times, I think. There was like
Yeah.
a weird lack of Priestess Bands. Maybe it was C.
Yeah.
I don't know. It was like Chinatown and Priestess without, and I was like, why? Prospector and
Um.
Psychologist. Okay, not bad.
Yeah. So Psyche here is super versatile
Mm-hmm.
because if you go Hermit, or Clerk, then that's strong against both of them. And then Prospector is just like the most common character
Yeah.
in Japan. So, yeah,
They do really enjoy him.
yes,
They have a lot of fun with Prospector. And they know something about Embalmer that we don't, apparently. Which I also said about HMT. Um, Apparently every
mm.
other region is playing Embalmer frequently, except for the ones that we like formally cast for.
Yeah. I actually really like Embalmer. I think
Uh-huh.
Embalmer's really good for. Embalmer's a very consistent survivor. It's hard
Yeah.
to lose as Embalmer,
Mm-hmm.
because there's no risk. There's never a risk of lack of cipher rush because if Embalmer self rescues, then no one has to stop decoding to go for a save. And you also don't have to worry about getting like if they play like a good
Mm-hmm.
camping hunter, you just rescue yourself with your coffin. Like if it's a bonbon or
Yeah.
something, then
Right.
there's no problem. Yeah.
Every time I see him, I call him by his full name, which I did like several times earlier because he was a preferred character. So
Embalmer?
yeah, he
Oh, I
popped up.
don't
I was
even.
like, wow.
Oh, I know I do know it's Aesop because I've heard that one
Yeah.
a million times, but I don't even know the rest of his name.
Okay, get this. It's Aesop Carl.
That's very
His
unique.
last name is
Wow.
just Carl, which is, I mean, it sounds like a nice name. That and everyone says Aesop, even though it's like probably supposed to be pronounced Aesop, like the poet, but I refuse to call him
Mm,
that.
right.
Couldn't do
Right.
it. Okay, very green team comp. Entomologist, psychologist, prospector, mercenary.
Ento's very good. Not only is Ento a very strong kiter in
Mm-hmm.
any two-story area that has limited, like a very like narrow area to walk up the stairs, and
Right.
you use in either two stories on this map. And then Ento's also just good in general
Mm-hmm.
for, especially against characters like Clerk.
Yeah.
Obviously keeping distance is how you win against Clerk. It's just keeping distance; they can
Yeah.
never catch up to you. So Entomologist obviously is very beneficial, not only for kiting but also for support in that manner. And then also against Hermit, it's fine just because like
Mm-hmm.
you can Hermit also has to be relatively close to similar to Anne. Hermit has to be
Yeah.
relatively close. If you're going to use the stun, you also have to actually be close enough to hit them. And if
Mm-hmm.
you're helping them make distance,
Mm-hmm.
I'm just
Again?
gonna play Hermit again. Yeah, I'm not really surprised considering like this comp is more anti Clerk than it is
Yeah.
Hermit. So technically, Hermit obviously in terms of comp makes more sense,
Mm-hmm.
but I still don't like Hermit. So,
It's like an
anyways,
awful
we'll
night
see.
for us in particular. I'm like, oh, do you want to
Yeah,
come cast like Japan qualifiers? I think you'll have fun. You know much about this. I probably need the help. And you're like, yeah, I'll do that. I'm like, this is great. Thank you so much, Eli. This is a big favor. And then we pull up and it's like Hermit
you just get
City,
Hermit.
and we're both like, really? Again? More of them?
You know what's kind of interesting is
Uh huh.
like something that I never thought I'd ever say
Mm-hmm.
is that a character that people actually have been using, it's actually been being used a little bit in China,
Uh-huh.
a little bit in Japan, is actually Thief. Because
Oh,
Thief actually
yeah.
counters, if you think about it, Thief actually like hard counters Clerk. Like if
Oh,
you
he
know it's going to be a
does.
Clerk,
Oh my God, he
like Clerk has
does.
no, because like any character that can like kind of like hit
Mm-hmm.
Thief from a distance or like push him like with a statue or a bomb or something to like prevent
Right.
him from using his flashlight, all those characters obviously counter him. So like a sculptor or a bonbon or something. But Clerk is like one hunter in this game that cannot do anything because she just walks straight, right?
Right.
So Thief just directly counters Clerk. Obviously against Hermit, Thief's not very good because you can
Mm-hmm.
just stun him and you can't whatever.
Yeah.
But if you know it's gonna be a Clerk, like if it's a non-Hermit player or if you like ban Hermit and Dream Witch or whatever, and their only option is Clerk,
Mm-hmm.
you actually just play Thief and
Jeez.
directly counters. So
Wow.
it's kind of interesting.
The more you
Yeah.
know. Thief sure
Yeah.
is a survivor.
Yeah.
Every time I have to play against a like competent thief, I literally want to tear my hair out. But luckily the hermit's not doing that right now and is spawning in. They're rotating a little bit. They were very close to each other, but they're moving around. Riz, I do not think is a desired kite again. Played forward and kited like a very good chunk of the game last time, so don't want to deal with that. And I do believe it was Akka who would like do initial connection, and then after first chase started, would like disconnect them just to make sure that they couldn't like swap polarity to share
Mhm.
damage and kite support early on, which is very smart. But then the ciphers get pushed, which is kind of like the one thing that you have.
Right. So probably the best target here is Prospect. Prospector kind of struggles against Hermit because if you
Yeah.
stun the Prospector, you can hit him before the uh repel activates,
Mm-hmm.
so you can actually cancel the attack recovery, and then you can get another hit on him like right after. So that's
Mm-hmm.
really bad. So you have to actually attract, or else you're gonna get the repel's not
Yeah.
gonna work. So chasing Prospector is good. Chasing Psychologist is fine if you get rid of the healing character first. That's also nice. Chasing
Mm-hmm.
Entomologist is probably your hardest target.
Which seems to be happening.
So this is not ideal, and especially remember we talked about like in a two-story area.
Mm-hmm.
It does very good. You just put the bees on the stairs. She's
Right.
actually gonna leave. She might just go around the side here to break line of sight, so she can't get stunned as well.
Mm-hmm. Very
I
smart.
think. Yeah.
Oh, having to use the blink to get the first hit, which is maybe not great. But Cypher Progress, considering it's Hermit, is also not too pressuring. We're going to use the
Mm-hmm.
Orb, which I believe was Attachment, and hit the bees, get rid of the bees a little bit, break the pallet, continue on with the loop, but, it's still bees to utilize. So going to continue to block off the stairs, I think, and just keep doing this loop. But, as you mentioned, it's a first kite. They don't really want to share their damage yet because they want to be able to come in for a rescue. So next
Right.
hit going down, which will be whenever that is. Oh, no, they are actually sharing damage a little bit. You have Apollo Mercenary, I believe, with the blue polarity at the moment. Yeah, going to be able to
Yeah.
continue to kite afterwards. Nice.
Yeah, it's okay. It's okay for Merc to big
Mm-hmm.
hit because Merc he can still rescue.
Right.
And also obviously Psychologist could heal if
Yeah.
necessary, but Merc is still able to save. So
Mm-hmm.
a lot of the time when you play Merc, like, and we're gonna see
Ooh.
Psychologist. Oh, they can actually.
Nice.
Oh no, they can't. They can't share that damage. I think.
Ooh.
I wonder why they didn't switch. Oh,
Mm-hmm.
that's actually a little bit messed up from the survivors. Um, yeah, because they all had red. They could have all just switched if they're on a cipher, but
Right.
I guess not.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
Yeah.
maybe they thought they could take that damage, but
Mm-hmm.
miscalculated.
Yeah. I love playing Psych against Hermit because I personally, because I'm only in like a mid tier, can then just sort of use her stress as like a meat shield, which is extremely effective when you're in mid tier. Anywhere above that, I don't think it would be as good. But Apollo coming to the rescue here, going to be able to get it off. Shared damage, not on the Ento yet. Hopefully she's able to tap something or get done with it. And I believe taking a hit on the Mercenary with the shared damage, so not a lot of damage at all even. Ooh, more bees. Okay, in the way. I think disconnecting so they can't swap and support the rebound kite better, but there are other ways to do that, and those ways being the Prospector coming in with stuns. This is a very good loop area when you know what you're doing, which is
Yep.
true. They do know what they're doing.
Yeah, he doesn't have the attachment
Mm-hmm.
one when you teleport, so that's gonna be. Oh, that's a really long stun. That was really good from the
Oh, that's a
Prospector. That's a
beautiful
hard stun
stun.
to hit too, so
Yeah.
that's really good. And not only that, Entomologist gets in the hotel, which is the best kiting
Mm-hmm.
area on the map. Hermit no longer has blink, so this is exactly what the survivors want. You want to rebound. You want to get your survivor to rebound into hotel.
Right.
If you're able to do that, then Hermit does have blink. But if you're able to do that and you're able to keep distance, it's really difficult to catch up. But I mean, you also have that teleport, which is kind of
Yeah, exactly. Ooh,
Yeah.
stun. Okay, hitting the entomologist of the bees, of course, going to go down. Prospector. Please watch out. Okay, good. No. Okay, I love stunts like that. They are so funny to watch. I was like wondering if the balloon rescue would come in with it, but managing to evade it, but still being brought up.
Oh, prospector
Ooh!
through.
Oh! Not great.
Yeah. Yeah, prospector should have known. Psychologist is gonna heal Merc
Yeah.
here. Alka should know that they're doing that. He should pressure. He's not pressuring her, but if you
Mhm.
notice, he walked upstairs after the prospector because he didn't. He knew that they wanted psychologist to heal prospector upstairs,
Yeah.
and then he could go for save. And now they're not actually able to do so, and he's not able to get the rescue off either. Yeah.
The drop down
GG.
blink hit was extremely impressive, but also very devastating to watch for World.
Yeah, I'm really surprised prospector went for like. I mean, they should know that he has
Uh-huh.
blink back by now,
Yeah.
so that's kind of. It seemed slightly obvious, but I don't know.
They are letting Psych Prime, but gonna have to be careful there because the Merc will go down. Okay, coming in. Oop, stunning the Prospector, down at the chair again, but hopefully buying enough time to get a Cypher primed. Ooh, okay. Oh, Mercenary's actually down. I'm stupid. Now we have the Prospector kiting again. 96. I do think they'll have a prime in time, but it's a question of whether or not the Hermit's going to like be aware of that, and then going to be aware of it and pick up the mercenary and put him on the chair. But
Yeah, I think he did he disconnect the. I don't know if. Yeah, but I don't know if he was if that was no psychologist was on the right side for. I was saying I don't know if she was gonna pop one that she was connected to.
Yeah, that
but he
happened
actually
earlier
disconnected.
too.
But
I was like, do they have the actual one or the beautiful stun though? Very good stun, especially considering the circumstances. Ooh.
trying to mind game here, but prospector or not prospector mercenary predicts it, so it's okay.
Little hotel loop. Gates are connected, I believe, as well, but should be open. Maybe we can push for dungeon. Not sure.
Yep.
No elbow pads or anything, so one hit wonder in terms of going down. And gate is okay, stun down. There it is. But no other traits, so draw. Draw. Not bad though.
I mean, considering that, like, but for most hunters, you're able to win if you're in a position where you get like where you can stuff a rescue, like you stuff the prospector there. You should be able to win the game. But for Hermit, like you don't have that because it's still like, obviously survivors. Because for example, that position where I think it was the prospector guy. So Merc's down when Merc was down in hotel and prospector had to go for save and then they popped the cipher. If you remember, prospector gave a hit right before that and then he went and picked him up. I think it was that. Yeah. And so, but most hunters, if they're able to get that hit there, prospector's down, and then nobody can rescue, and then you just win the game from that position. Because it's Hermit, it doesn't matter. Like you're not going to die from that, and then you can still go for a rescue, you still go for the pop, and you still tie, even from a position that 99% of hunters would be able to win from. Yeah. So that's another reason why it's so easy for survivors to manipulate that damage from a position like in a play that any hunter should you'd be able to turn into a winning position based off of the stuffing that rescue. The fact that Hermit still ties, it's just like it's tough. Yeah.
Oh, Hermit. And the matches take so long, and he gets a draw as payoff, which is really not the ideal situation. Probably why I don't play him myself. That in his hitbox is, of course, as we established, an absolute nightmare. Actually, embarrassing anecdote before they show us the stats, or even while they show us the stats. When I tried to play Hermit the first time, I didn't realize that you have to like tap confirm to connect the ciphers. So I did up the connection, and then the ciphers were not actually connected because I didn't like confirm it. So they were just pushing the ciphers as usual when I thought they were connected. Needless to say, it was a 4-man loss, and I was extremely confused when they like had no polarity shared or anything. I also can't aim, so not for me at all.
Yeah. Yeah, so you see overall,
Mm-hmm.
I think entomologist leaving when she left
Yeah.
because she left hotel, not
Mm-hmm.
hotel. She left the other two-story. That one time you simply get a blink hit. And again, keeping distance against a character like Hermit is really crucial because they
Mm-hmm.
can't blink. It's hard for them to get stuns. So I think it would have been really important for her to just stay in hotel. Like you can put the bees on the stairs and keep making distance. As soon as she stayed downstairs and was able to get the first hit with blink, that it opens up a lot of opportunities because this hermit, most hermits bring insolence, and I'm pretty sure Akka had insolence as well.
Right.
So as soon as you get the first hit,
Yeah.
you unlock
Mm-hmm.
your teleport ability. So if you don't want to give that blink hit, you want to basically avoid that blink hit as long as
Mm-hmm.
possible. Because if he doesn't have teleport, you can constantly keep distance and he can't catch up. When I say teleport, I mean the attachment. And so, yeah, and so like as soon as he gets the blink hit, it's really bad. So I feel like entomologist made a little mistake on her route. She should have kept going up
Right.
and just using the two-story over and over and over, keeping the bees to block him off so you can keep that distance. And when he does catch up, then you can leave, try something else, and then get blinked or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
right? But I think she should have used the two-story longer so you could keep the distance. And there's no way for him to get that first hit and get that first presence unlocked.
Right. Yeah. Better to have presence than to not. Like
Yes,
for anyone, but especially for characters like Hermit.
right.
Oh. Sorry, I'm like so fascinated by these little guys. They're like a baby sensory video to me. I can't describe them any other way. Like,
Yeah.
ever watched those? Like the like videos with all of the like dancing shapes and colors and things?
Um,
Probably
I've
not,
seen
actually.
one
Yeah.
before. I think I've probably seen one before. Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
like I'm like for real, like, oh Eli, you as like a grown adult man, have you ever watched a baby sensory video? And then I'm like, hmm,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Yeah, maybe at one point. I
Maybe one
don't
time.
know.
Maybe I'll like link you one after stream is over and say, hey, this is what I meant. And you'll be like, oh, okay. And
Yeah.
I put them on sometimes when I have like BRB on a call because I talk so much, as I'm sure you've gathered by now, being in spaces with me. But I'll like talk so much to entertain my friends on calls, and they'll be like, oh, okay, I have to be right back now. So I'll screen share and show them a baby sensory video, like to fill the void. It's maybe the funniest like joke bit that I do at the moment. I can't think of a funnier bit that I've done in recent times.
Mhm.
They do like them. It does pass the time. I think I should just start showing these little baby hunter things instead. There's so
Yeah.
many of them.
Yeah.
Hmm?
I wonder if they can like choose what the pet is, or they just do it random. They probably just do it randomly.
Yeah, I think they're randomized.
That'd be pretty cool if they did that.
It would be. Imagine if they were like, we've selected you to put you on the stage. Choose your pet. I would be overjoyed.
Yeah.
But I think it's
Yeah.
randomized because when we had it for I forget what tourney it was, but like a while back during either like the C tourney or the NAU one that wasn't like COA, they had
Mhm.
they had a little audience and it was like 90% like prisoner models, which was very funny.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they have a few in shuffle, but I think it's random. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, I just saw your message about the camera. I don't know if I can.
That's okay. If you
Yeah.
can't, it's fine. I forgot to
Yeah.
tell you in advance, and then I was like, oh my god. As of now,
Yeah.
I put the Eli Clark Seer ball in a little space where your camera could or would be. I will show it to you.
Okay. Yeah. The thing is, like, I have all my stuff unplugged right now. 'Cause,
Right,
Like,
that's
like
fine.
all
Don't
my
worry
because
about
like when I stream, like I have like all my
Mhm.
what do you call it? Like the capture card.
Yeah.
And the thing is, I don't have like enough. So you know, like the outlet, it's like I forgot what it's called, but it's like the outlet that has the USB maybe.
Oh yeah. Mhm.
That one, I only have 2 of them on my computer, but I
Me
need like
too.
basically 4 of them for all my stuff.
Yeah.
Because I have so I have I have capture card that needs one. I have my my microphone that needs
Mhm.
one. I have my I don't even remember. I have a lot of things that need them basically.
Right.
And so like I'm like getting a bunch of like adapters, and
Uh-huh.
I'm recently like I've been trying to like figure out how to like make it all
Right.
work. So everything's kind of like unplugged and not set
Mhm.
up at all.
Yeah.
So it's kind
That
of
takes a while.
yeah.
Don't worry about it. No worries. They're swapping in for emo. Very exciting. Yeah, I also have 2 on my little laptop. So every time I like get ready for a stream setup, I use my mouse as long as I can, and then I'm confined back to a trackpad because I have to plug in my camera and my microphone, and there's no room for a mouse anymore. And it's like a nightmare.
Yeah. Yeah. By the way, I did recently figure out stuff about the new hunter finally.
Oh,
So
ooh,
typically,
what are your
typically
thoughts?
for me, yeah. So typically for me is like I don't really like every time people are like, oh yeah, Eli, what do you think about the new hunters? But usually I don't like look at new characters
Right.
until they're like about to be in rank or they're
Mm-hmm.
like because when a character is released, right?
Yeah.
It's not put in. You have it where you can get it from the Essence a week before it's
It's
in the
not.
store, right?
You have to grab it.
Um, yeah, all right. But and then it's not allowed for rank like a week or two after it's put into
Mm-hmm.
the store.
Yeah.
So I usually don't figure out what a character
Mm-hmm.
does or really focus on that until
Yeah.
it's like a few days before it's allowed in rank.
Right.
Because that's when it's important, right?
Mm-hmm.
So and then especially right now because I'm pretty much only playing Hunter this season, like I don't
Yeah.
really care at all because I'm not gonna play that Hunter. I just don't really feel like it.
Mm-hmm.
So but basically, so I usually don't figure them out like a few days before they're allowed in rank, and then they're also not allowed in tournaments for like a few months after they're released.
Right.
So basically, but yeah, so for this one, I did figure it out though. So it's kind of like I don't know completely, but basically, he can like jump over like pallets and things, which is
Yeah.
like it's kind of cool actually. I like the little
It
animation
is.
where he does
I
a
like
little
that.
he has a little boy
He
and then he goes over
does.
the yeah, he goes over the pallet. Um so like in reality, he's very similar to Geisha, right? In
Right.
that is
Yeah.
he can like
Uh-huh.
close distance easily and he can go over pallets and windows and whatever. But the difference between him and Geisha is that Geisha's just like better.
Right.
Like I don't know how to
Yeah.
explain it. Like
Mm-hmm.
Geisha just has she can get around the map better. She can technically go for drop down hits and
Mm-hmm.
maybe double hit rescuers. And I think in general her chase is also better.
Right.
Geisha is better against like characters like support characters. I think are better against the new hunter than Geisha. Geisha is a
Mm-hmm.
little bit better against support characters.
Right.
So um I don't really know, obviously for sure, because I don't really
Yeah.
know that much about the new hunter. But from what I've
Mm-hmm.
seen, it's just like a weaker Geisha, honestly.
Yeah, I've played against a few now. Some of them are like obscenely good to the point where they're horrifying and they really know what they're doing, but it's like
Hmm.
um the dash forward and like the pull back with the wind is definitely the best ability in the kit, I would say. Because
Yeah,
that's the one that trips me up the most when I'm trying to kite Night Watch. Like the pullback
right.
is if you're playing a certain survivor, you can counter it really well, but um
Hmm.
most of the time you can like get to a pallet or move out of the way or whatever, but the one that pulls you back
Yeah,
is like unless you're carrying flywheel, it's like a guaranteed hit. Even if you have flywheel, if it's not online.
right, right. And then basically any character that is good at like tight kiting. So tight kiting
Right.
is like kiting around pallets and stuff
Mm-hmm.
instead of in opposed to transition
Yeah.
kiting. Um, so any character that has abilities like that is gonna be very strong. So like dancer, you just put slow box.
Yeah.
Entomologist, you can just ride around
Mm.
on the bees and create distance. Um, like antiquarian, I think, right? I don't know.
Yeah.
In theory, I haven't tested it all, but like theoretically,
Mm-hmm.
like that kind of character is gonna be very weak to
Yeah.
those type of characters.
There's not a
So.
lot you can do
And even
against a lot of
acrobat,
things.
even acrobat, you can
Even
literally
acrobat.
you just wait for him to jump and then you just jump back over, you
Oh,
know.
I love doing that.
And
There's
yeah,
like I love being able to play acrobat and use bombs and move out of the way.
yeah.
I'm like, oh, you do not actually have me. You do not have a guaranteed down.
Oh, something I want to point out right now. What's happening in the
Right.
game
Yeah.
is this happened yesterday? No, not yesterday. Yeah,
One
yes.
of the
Was it
days.
yesterday? I don't remember. Basically, what happened is, no, it was 2 days ago, Friday. Yeah. Basically, what happened is that this exact situation,
Mhm.
happened where it was a round 3 arms factory,
Oh no.
and they banned Dreamwitch and Clerk, and no, not Dreamwitch and Clerk, Dreamwitch and Hermit, and they played like a really anti Clerk team comp.
Oh.
And Akka played Clerk anyway, and they got a force give against him.
Ah.
So, I think the idea here is that they're going for the exact same.
Mhm.
I think World's going for the exact same
It
strategy.
will work, as we've learned.
We'll see.
Yeah.
Yes, we shall.
You're right. Composer would
Um,
suck against Night Watch.
yeah.
I like
Probably.
to periodically tune into chat and be like, hello to my friends who are watching at 4:30 in the morning.
Also, Composer. Unfortunately, Composer is not good against a lot of things.
Yeah, Composer in general, the horrible. Oh my God, Wildling!
Yeah, actually, this is also really good. Wildling,
Yeah.
Wildling is actually similar to Thief. Wildling is actually a very
Right.
direct counter to Clerk
Mhm.
because Clerk has literally zero counterplay.
Yeah.
Not only to Wildling harassing when they're trying to pick up survivors on balloons. The only thing you can do is you can either bring excitement or you can bring the trait that picks up
Yeah.
survivors faster.
Right.
But also Wildling is very good just at supporting a kite because you can body block easily with Wildling.
Mhm.
You body block a Clerk's hit, and then also when a Clerk hits a survivor, goes in attack recovery. As the attack recovery is finishing, the animation is finishing, the
Right.
Wildling can just push them back, and you
Yeah.
create an incredible amount of distance for the survivor that's kiting. And like if the Clerk hits the Wildling, like nobody cares because Wildling can just take a hit for free
Mhm.
on his board anyway.
Yeah.
So yeah, kind of a direct counter. Acrobat is
Oh, Acrobat, hello.
not a direct counter, but it's like a very. It's not a direct counter, but it's
Yeah.
still strong because Acrobat's just like
Definitely.
Acrobat's the most versatile kiter in the
Mhm.
game.
My funny thing is I used to play like specifically like I played like Barmaid, Postman, Acrobat like for a long while before they actually like went crazy high up in meta. Um
Mhm.
so seeing them appear on the stage so often like always trips me out because I'm like, what are you doing here? Were you not bad?
Yeah.
But Acrobat only had the one change with the bomb to which was a huge change, but the change to
Mhm.
be able to sort of walk around with the bomb.
Yeah, but
But
that's what made him actually good.
yeah,
You know,
literally.
'cause-
Before then, it was like you could make Acrobat work, but it was very niche because you had to like stop and aim, and it's similar
Mhm.
to like why I think Doctor is not as good as like um Second Barmaid because despite the fact that she heals like they do and does it infinitely, you have to like stand in place, which is not safe, especially with the
that's why.
veterans boost.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
otherwise
that's why
she'd
it
be
sucks.
great.
Like it's so counterintuitive. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
like literally you have a veterans bonus that
Yeah,
lets you get really it lets you make distance,
yeah.
but then your ability makes you stand still to actually
Mm-hmm.
work. So like what's the point? You know,
It's
like you're literally just canceling your own
yeah,
abilities.
it's not
It's
worth
really bad. Yeah, yeah. Um, and oh, he's just play Bloody Queen. Okay,
it. Oh,
I think
okay.
that's good. I
Yeah.
think Bloody Queen's better because in the situation where in the tournament it was I think everything was tied up.
Mm-hmm.
So Aqua was kind of like, okay, so I'm just gonna try to play Clerk anyway and try to get as many points as possible. It ended up backfiring significantly. Here, because RC is actually leading and it's not tied, you
Yeah.
can just play consistent tie hunter like Bloody
Right.
Queen and just try to secure a
Exactly.
draw. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And hopefully she will. My favorite thing to do is to root for the hunters or survivors in my head casually based on which characters I like more. Of course, when we're doing like actual commentary, I can't and shouldn't do that. That's not very professional. But here on my own channel, I'm allowed to be like, I think they should win because they have the dancer on their team.
Yeah, I was literally doing that on my stream. Like, when we commentate, we have to be like very like, we have to be a lot more professional. But like on
Mm-hmm.
my stream, every time like someone picked Hermit, I think there was one situation after like every Hermit lost, and then someone picked
Right.
Hermit again. I was like, guys, why is he picking Hermit? Like, what is the point of this? Like, I got
Right.
so mad on my stream.
It's so
Like,
funny.
yeah.
I had like a very close personal friend with me during like my HMT day.
Mhm.
So a lot of the in between was just us like literally chit chatting and like making jokes, and then the actual match would come on. We would like fully commentate it, and then after that we would go
Yeah.
back to being like, I don't want to see Hermit because I don't like him.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Um.
solid start.
So something very
Mhm.
interesting that actually worked in Aka's favor is that
Right.
I think he baited on the idea that they're all going to bring broken windows in preparation of Clerk. So
Mhm.
now this makes Bloody Queen stronger because you don't have to worry about flywheels. So we'll
That
see
is
how
true.
this has an impact in this match.
Yeah, hopefully it does.
Mm.
Ooh, okay. Uh, nice spin. Not timed right. Did take the hit, but good to put a box down. Following along with the mirror in order to swap positions. Oh, and another box. This one is very good. Nice little slow box in the factory. The huge drawback with this accessory, which I think Bones mentioned yesterday, is like, it's very pretty, but you know exactly where the center is, which you don't with like classical dancer boxes. And then it's a lot easier for the hunter to go and break it.
Right.
Oh, Emu
Um.
taking a body block there. Very interesting. And being the one with time.
Yeah, it's actually very good that they do
Mm-hmm.
that because you have a
Yeah.
psychologist, you can afford
Right.
to take a body block because they can just heal for free.
Mm-hmm.
You can just blink here, but it's no flywheel. So, oh, that's actually
Oh!
really big. That dancer spins there. Now this is
Wow.
going to delay the. Basically, blink or next mirror is inevitable, but
Right.
the point is to delay it as long as
Mm-hmm.
possible so you get extra coding. That's
Yeah.
basically the goal here.
And it
So
is
dancer
very
will die
good.
here most likely. Yeah,
Yeah.
and
Ooh.
um, yeah.
Okay. The build is shaped very interesting. Like it's like a classic like detention crumb card build, but there's something about like the other little traits and I'm like, huh, looks weird. But
Let's see. Yeah, he has. I think he has giant claw. So
Oh,
that's
yeah.
basically gonna. Does he have giant? No, actually, I don't know. I don't even
Oh.
know what he has.
He has something. It was a shape. We'll figure it out as the match goes on. Okay, wildling on board, very good. Okay. Okay, taking both hits now. Nice. Ooh, okay, last effort on the dancer. Not as good, but good rescue from the wildling at least.
Yeah, it's actually really big that he was able to get the hit before, because when she vaults the one, she gets a broken wind speed boost. So if he misses that swing,
Yeah.
then dancer gets a speed boost fast enough where he can't get a hit with that mirror, and he's forced to use blink or use another mirror. It's actually very important that he gets that hit before the broken windows can come into effect. Yeah.
Otherwise, it's going to be bad. The kite is going to rebound a lot better, but.
All right, I'm gonna go ahead and check what the persona.
Apollo coming in. Oh, trying to get a hit on Emu with the charged hit on the mirror there, but I think Psyche's going to come in for the rescue. Well, I don't think, I know. We're this close. Definitely coming in for the rescue. Psyche coming to chair. Ooh, okay, taking the hit beforehand. No tide, of course. We only have our friend Moro with that. Dungeon is in this area, which is great to know for later. And 3 ciphers remaining, almost 2, so possibly looking. Oh, nice body block from Apollo. Now the dancer has to transition away. Still has blink though. Nice spin. Yep. Gonna want to take advantage of the broken windows soon, hopefully.
Yeah, again, she's just like delaying the blink as long as possible because again, it's inevitable. And so he actually has the trait with the fast pickup trait. So you can pick up survivors
makes sense.
20% faster. Yeah, so you can play around the wildling. Yep.
Ooh, cheering near the Psyche too to pick her up soon. Very good.
Yeah, if Aga gets a tire, it's really bad for World because then their hunter has to win. They have to get a 3 or 4 kill.
Yeah.
So, and obviously that's very difficult.
Oh. Okay. Terror shock.
And also it's like, it's kind of like with getting, obviously in this meta, getting a win as a hunter is very difficult.
It is.
The only upside is that it is Arms Factory. Right. So Arms Factory being a small map makes it more likely that a hunter could get a higher kill because it's easier to pressure cipher machines and that benefits hunters more.
Right.
However, it's still obviously not likely considering that it's also late round, so the hunter gets more bands to work with as well. Sorry, it's late round, which the survivors get more bands to work with. It means that they can just ban win hunters and force them to only have tie hunters left. Yeah.
Not too bad.
Yeah.
Looking okay for them. In their favor a little bit. But they also have like half the survivor roster taken out at that point, which is a little bit funny to be honest. I love seeing how many bans are in the later rounds for survivors. Nice mirror. Acrobat. Going to throw a bomb, which is a very well placed one. And I think that was one of the ciphers being pushed quite well. So going to have to try and, or not even going to have to try and, but currently trying to put pressure on the acrobat and also patrol those ciphers. The other 2, however, have healed up, which is, I think, a very good decision. At least a little bit.
Actually, acrobat kiting out that mirror is really important. If he gets down there, now they're able to most likely pop one cipher here and then go for the rescue after they pop. If he was going to die to that last mirror, and acrobat's actually doing quite well.
These are very impressive bombs against the mirror. I'm enjoying them. Oh, closing in. No. Okay, swapping to try and get the hit with the other mirror, but it does time out before then. And teleport on, so cannot blink on the acrobat or anything. Just going to have to, like, deal with these bombs. Not anymore, actually. Going to use a charged hit. And okay, never mind, actually. That was 2 things that I didn't expect in a row. But the cipher's going to be popped when the acrobat goes down, so we are looking at another beautiful bomb. Maybe
he hit the wind. If he gets that, he gets pallet boost, I think, right?
Yeah. Ooh, teleport. Okay. And the Psyche is here. So able to swap targets to. Ooh, no, that's not. Oh, okay.
Wow, that's crazy.
There are a lot where I'm going, ooh, okay. Like over and over again.
Yeah. Dungeon is at Shack, but Psyche has no endgame kiting potential.
That was nasty.
The thing is, you can really see why Acrobat's not a hard counter to beat you, but it is a soft counter, and that you can you actually have an ability that could potentially help you kite a mirror.
Mm-hmm.
It's not always going to work depending on the positioning, but if you're in an area where the BQ has limited space to walk around, like that ruins area,
Yeah.
then you can actually kite out mirror images, which the acrobat took good advantage of.
Right.
They're able to get 2 survivors out the gate, which is kind of like it's like the bare minimum. So it keeps them in the match, but it forces the hunter to at least get a 3 kill, which obviously is very difficult. But on a map like Arms Factory, it is still a possibility theoretically.
Definitely.
Yeah.
However, extremely stressful.
Yeah, for sure.
Every time we cast Koa and then the oh my god, the parameters for a win are like the hunter now is to get a 4 kill. I'd sit there in like horror because I'm like, this is the most stressful like upcoming 5 minutes of this guy's life.
Yeah, it's pretty tough.
I was there's something you play hunter more often in higher too, so I don't think you have this problem as much, but there are certain hunters that I try to learn and master and it just is like the worst time ever. And one of those is Geisha, and I was trying to like master Geisha today and get back at playing her, and it's always such a nightmare because the survivors know what they're doing because it's Geisha. She's not exactly uncommon. And so I kept having those just repeated like worst 5 minutes of this guy's life.
Right.
Because they would like come in for like post-detention rescues, and I was like, I've had enough, actually. I've had enough.
Yeah. Geisha is like, yeah, I mean, there's like, Geisha's one of those hunters. It's similar to, so there's certain hunters that have like a very specific way of how to kite them.
Yeah.
So for example, like Feaster, right? Feaster is like you loop the tentacle. Geisha is you pick up a butterfly and then you just try to skill check so they can't dash. And usually those type of hunters that have specific ways of kiting them are usually not strong because they're very like good survivors will know how to deal with it.
Yeah.
But Geisha's still good because you can actually kind of counterplay the counterplay in that a lot of time what survivors do is if they pick up a butterfly, right?
Yeah.
And then they're like, maybe they'll throw a pallet down and they'll just stand there and stare at you so you can't dash right, you have to break the pallet. But what you can actually do is if you can throw a butterfly, to, a second butterfly to the side of them on the other side of the pallet and just look at that butterfly and you change your camera angle so you look at the butterfly and you can still get the dash off and you have full presence, you can actually just throw it and dash right away.
Yeah.
And you'll make it to the other side of the pallet with the speed and you can still hit them. Even if they're skill checking, there's no counterplay for the survivors basically.
It is the best possible thing to do ever.
Yes.
I love playing against her because I will see that happen and then sidestep to also pick up that butterfly, and it feels like such a nightmare scenario for the Geisha, but when I do it, it's playing Hunter and Survivor is so funny because it's like anytime anything happens on one side, you're like, yay, this is great, this is good, and then it happens to you on the opposite side, and it's an actual living nightmare.
Yeah, for sure.
But the more you know, the less you know. Okay, so we need to get that 3-4 man, which is a little bit daunting, a little bit scary, but one of them will qualify for the finals round today, which, how are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I mean, again, going into this matchup, like, RC is technically advantaged because they are they are one of the best IGL teams against the amateur team, so, but yeah, I mean, World's doing, considering the circumstances, World's doing pretty good. You can see here, if RC gets 4 survivor escape, 3 survivor escape, or a draw, then they will win. A 3 elimination will be a tie, and we will see a 4th round, and then a 4 kill for World will be a win for World. So yeah,
maybe we'll see that. I'm hoping it's not 3 because I think that'll take us to a round 4, which I can say here is very fun to watch, but also extremely exhausting.
Yeah, and by the way, I also cannot read Japanese.
I can't either. I was going over the stats
we just know these things.
While you were dealing with your ailments, as I was calling them. I was like, I didn't lie. Eli will be here. He's dealing with an injury. I did not elaborate, which I believe you did when you came on. But I was like, that's his business. I won't tell anyone. But I was like looking over the stats and then just like talking about the characters on the side instead. And then I was like, these look good. I couldn't tell you what they're saying though. My bad.
Yeah, I've just like memorized every single like animation from tournaments pretty much. So
that works.
I just know.
It does work.
Yeah.
I was like, I kind of know what these mean. One of these is like a win rate, and one of them is like an escape rate, and one of them is like a containment time. I can
And
always
then
pick
also
up the rescue.
yeah. Also, like I also can like if I don't have it memorized, I can also kind of tell
Right.
oh, this would obviously be
Yeah.
the win rate, or this would obviously be the escape rate or
Mm-hmm.
4 kill rate or whatever, just based off of like like logic, I
Right.
guess. I don't know, like it's like yeah,
Yeah.
kind of like that.
Yeah,
But
there was one earlier that was like 100% at the top, and then it was like 33% at the bottom. Like, this has to be like win rate and then like 4-man rate. There's no
most
way
likely,
it's
yeah.
anything else.
Yeah.
Oh, Hermit Ban. Thank God. Not even because he's strong or anything, just because we saw, I think, 4 of them just now.
Yeah. I mean, technically Hermit has well, Hermit may be very weak.
Mm-hmm.
Hermit also has like Hermit has high kill potential just
Yeah.
because you can set up a situation where you injure everyone and
Mm-hmm.
then down a bunch of people. Like, while Hermit may not be very strong, he does technically have a lot. He does have more win potential than a lot of tie hunters.
Mm-hmm.
Um, so there's kind of a balance between like hunters with high win potential but aren't
Yeah.
necessarily consistent for getting like
Right.
draws and might lose a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And then there's hunters that are like do or die hunters sort of.
Yeah.
And then there's like hunters that are very consistent at getting ties, which is usually quite strong in
Mm-hmm.
tournaments. However, in a situation like this hunter has to get a 3 kill. So
Yeah.
they're banning Clerk because Clerk not only is Clerk consistent, she's also a high kill hunter.
Mm-hmm.
But then Hermit is, and that's why Clerk's one of the best hunters in the game. But Hermit is also um, isn't necessarily quite as strong, in my opinion at least.
Mm-hmm.
But he is, but he does have a lot of win potential. While he may be
Right.
very inconsistent,
Mm-hmm.
he does have a lot of win potential. So in a situation where you have to win as a hunter, just eliminating the that high kill potential is important
Right.
for RC.
Especially when clearly the team is very comfortable with playing him.
Yep.
Sometimes you just don't want to deal with it anymore.
Exactly. Yes.
But I do wonder who they'll play. There are a few options, but I don't think we'll see a Bloody Queen again. Like, it is arms you could pull a 3 or 4 man with her, but when you need a 4 man, I don't think you're gonna take Bloody Queen out. I wouldn't, at least myself. But in complete honesty, the thing that I would, not in a competitive scene, but if I needed a 4 man immediately, I would take a photographer, which is awful, and possibly the worst fact of all time. I'm like, hi, I'm here to compete. I'm here to commentate in COA, and everyone's like, hey, what's up? And I'm like, I do main photographer.
Yeah. Yeah. I might not play photo, but
No, I don't. People do make you play photo very often. It's none of your own.
Based on the situation, let's see. If I was the hunter, well, they wouldn't ban Hermit because I don't play Hermit. But okay, let's see. You can't play Wax. Can't really play Wax because Wax is really bad on arms.
Nightmare.
If this was rank, I'd probably just play Bloody Queen, but
right.
I have to win, so I can't really play Bloody Queen. So if I had to win in this situation,
Priestess?
I guess I'd probably play Sculptor. Priestess
Sculptor would be
is
good, yeah. Maybe they'll play Sculptor. Yeah, on arms I'm like, you can make it work, but like why? Because they're like probably.
Yeah, it's RC. They do whatever they want.
That's true. There are like 3 areas that you can put portals down as Priestess on arms.
One of RC loves to go for trying to go because basically in a situation like this, you ban Embalmer because Embalmer obviously can self-rescue, but Embalmer's also good for guaranteeing an extra survivor out the gate because if you set up a coffin at the exit gate and you kill someone with detention, then you coffin them to the gate and you get an extra person out the gate. Priestess can also do that. Is if Priestess stays middle.
Oh, that's true.
Or if anyone stays middle, and then Priestess does gate or Priestess stays middle, you can set up long portal in the middle of the map. That person can kite to that portal if they're able to make it there before they hit detention. Then you get an extra survivor that way. So it's sort of just like a more consistent option for getting one extra survivor out essentially. And since you only need a tie, guaranteeing at least one of those survivors, or not guaranteeing, but increasing the chance of at least one means you only need to get one other one, and then it's quite easy from there. Yeah,
that's true.
So.
Now we figured it out. I was just so baffled. That makes so much more sense. I was like, where is she coming from? What can she do here? And you're like, the long portals. And I play Priestess. And I'm like, oh, I forgot about long portals. I think it's because it was like the double whammy of seeing Little Girl get banned and then Priestess get played that I was like, what's going on? What's going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
But the Little Girl ban is very interesting. Has she appeared in any other Days of Japan qualifiers? Because all the ones that I've caught, I have not seen a single memory.
Yeah, there's been a little bit. Mostly RC.
Right.
RC is known for playing Yeah, because they play a lot of
Mhm.
weird stuff. So
Right.
yeah,
That does check. You do kind of
yeah.
have to like not build a strategy around her the same way you would build around like a dancer, but when you play little girl, you do have to kind of like coordinate around the support.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh. Oh,
Oh,
okay.
they actually played Dream
Nice.
Witch. So this is actually, yeah, this is actually really. This usually a round 3 Dream Witch means two things. One, it
Mhm.
means that the survivor team didn't even know that this person plays Dream Witch, or
Yeah.
two, it's sort of just like they probably don't play Dream Witch that often, but it's sort of just like a do or die. Like I have to win, so I'm
Yeah.
gonna play Dream Witch, even though if it's not a hunter I'm too particularly comfortable with. Like
Right.
it doesn't really matter. You don't have a choice.
Mhm.
Yeah, no,
And I always hope it's the first
usually the
one
case.
because otherwise I'm going to feel an immense amount of sadness for Rado's Dreamwitch here. Anytime someone does play Dreamwitch and they're like not super familiar with her, especially in like a round 3, it just becomes like I feel like I'm seeing like an abandoned kitten in a box on the side of the road. I can't describe it in any other way.
Yeah.
Okay. Spawns are looking fine. Choosing to go usually it's like upper corner instead of the shack, but going more towards center, so maybe planning to get the priestess out of the way.
Yeah, typically a lot of that's
Mm-hmm.
actually true. A lot of hunters would actually spawn in the Shack Ruins area where you can
Yeah,
lock off the factory cipher.
exactly.
In this case, most likely the front gate cipher will be locked, so that's not really as strong. Because
Mm,
if you lock up the factory cipher, you force you to leave factory,
right.
and you can usually catch them in an area that's not great for kiting. Or the seer's just gonna wait for the cipher to get unlocked, and then you basically slow down one of the quarters by 40 seconds. So it's kind of like, yeah. So I actually don't really understand that. I would have actually liked to see the Dream Witch spawn up there, but.
Oh,
Anyways,
my
we'll
friend
see.
broadcaster. Let's go. Um, I don't. This is a quick anecdote. I don't have this skin because you have to get it from Chasing Shadows, and I hated playing Chasing Shadows so much that I refused to do it. But gonna start Kaidan Soba here. So truly trying to get the priestess out of the way. Takes a long portal in the end, and don't have to deal with the support. Bringing the
Yep.
follower around and little portal following through. Hopefully, oh, that was a nice portal. Sometimes they don't
Yep.
go off right, but whole length of the factory, which is not bad at all. But 2 followers, not a great situation to be in.
You also see why Priestess is a good kiter against Dream Witch because it's
Right.
very easy to get out of being
Mm-hmm.
trapped. A lot of the times you're able to get this hit. She's able to get this hit here, but
Yeah.
it's not gonna fly with a leech. You're just gonna
Mm-hmm.
take the leech hit. A lot of times with Dream Witch, survive. Oh, this is actually a really nice setup. You can go patroller here. She does not have a portal. Doesn't have a flywheel either. So this, even with this owl, this is actually a bad owl because
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Priestess
Oh
can kite this out unless she can make this
no.
pallet with this speed boost. Oh, maybe she can. Okay, never mind. She
Oh.
might be able to kite this out,
Okay.
but yes, this is actually it ended up working. I mean, it ended up not even needing it though. That's the thing. So it's kind of like,
Mm-hmm.
bruh. And then now, see if you had owl here, this would be
Yeah,
very good.
would have been better.
Unfortunately, now it's a lot more difficult to kite out
Mm-hmm.
this bite here. It's only 2
Yeah.
bites, so you can actually time it out twice.
Right. Oh,
She
nice
needs a
portal.
portal there, but the bite's gonna activate because she has no. Yeah, there's no owl, so it's
Mm-hmm.
gonna be a down.
Well, there's the down. But ciphers are looking okay, and they only need a draw, I believe. So not bad. Very, very good first kite, especially priestess Dreamwitch wise. And in the factory, of course, which is one of the 3 places that you can place reliable portals as priestess on Arms Factory.
Right.
Are they
Um.
sending Merc in?
Yeah, I mean it's not technically a bad start, but
Mm-hmm.
it's gonna be difficult to win
Right.
from here. So. He's considering he's not gonna be able to leech Merc either
Mm-hmm.
because leech is still on cooldown, so he's gonna lose cipher pressure.
Right.
Um, main follower doesn't have trait either, so he can't switch to blink
Mm-hmm.
here. And
Not
yeah.
great, not great. Moving around. Do you have a portal? Yes. Oh,
Oh, that's
okay.
actually a
Did
big
not work out
miss.
though.
Yeah, dying to spawn fall is actually really bad. If you get died a
Mm-hmm.
leech there, then it's pretty much guaranteed to tie because you have to
Right.
waste a leech on the priestess,
Yeah.
and then you have no way to pressure ciphers. But now that he dies to the spawn, you can actually go for the Merc. You can leech the Merc, and then slow down ciphers that way, and then just
Mm-hmm.
chair with the leech follower instead of having to use the spawn to chair. So
Yeah.
pretty convenient.
Looking like
Yeah.
a good situation. Gonna get rid of the priestess, hopefully.
Yeah, but the problem is he's still not. He's still not. Okay, so okay. So what's gonna happen here is he's gonna use the leech to share priestess. He's gonna use Merc's leech, either Merc's leech or regular spawn to pressure one of the ciphers and force them to open up a new one.
Right.
And then he can also just pressure Merc with his leech. Yeah, the leech is gonna follow Merc. He's gonna help use that leech to down the priestess after being rescued, and then he's gonna use the main spawn follower to pressure the front gate cipher so Seer can't decode.
Interesting. Very good on the cipher pressure. The elbow
Still
pad
playing?
is not. Oh, okay. Lincoln down, and the Merc will be down soon as well. Not looking great. Trying to get rid of that leech, which is the elbow pad, and then the de-leeching was interesting because I was like, does he have it primed? He did not.
Yeah, he did not. Yeah, this is actually winnable now.
Yeah.
Basically, because they're forced to open a new cipher, so you can use the spawn follower to camp the front cipher.
Right.
You force them to actually rescue Merc. And if you're able to get another leech into play here, it's the problem is then this last cipher with accelerated decoding is going to go really fast. So Dreamwitch has to chair here with Merc's leech. And then you need to leech the Seer, and then you have to use the Merc's leech to pressure the sandbag cipher, and then kind of camp with the. No, it doesn't matter. I don't know if he's got enough time. We'll see.
Yeah.
He's going to use this leech most likely. He's going to use Merc's leech to pressure the cipher, but Merc's leech should be almost off. He was already deleting it for a long time before, so we'll see.
Take a hit.
He's kind of just letting them do the cipher for free.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
He does actually make it.
Nice.
In time.
But
he got the Merc got the leech off. Yeah, that's why. So.
Oh, it's still. Yeah, they're gonna get that cipher pop off. Did not choose to swap to the good pop. They did not choose to swap back to the cipher control, which is not ideal.
Yep. The only chance of a 3-kill here is if you use Seer's leech to down him. Seer's leech should have the. I don't know if Seer's leech blinked or if it was Merc's, but if you down Seer with his leech and then you down Merc here, if you trap him in, then you can still win, but it's not very likely. But we'll see.
Not very likely. I think they got her. Which is a very funny. It's so funny. Thank you for coming again, by the way. But it's so funny to like sit and do like casual restreams instead of like doing like formal ones, which means we can just sit here and like, bro, what are you doing? Like once a match.
Yeah.
Like, hey, where are you? No, don't do that. Where are you going? Ooh. Oh, nice. Very nice. Congratulations, Star C. I love seeing the excitement in chat. There's so many exclamation points. Earlier they were
I mean,
like,
the 3-escape. Yeah, the 3-escape doesn't really matter. Like, I mean, I know people are like, oh my god, it's a 3. Like, it doesn't really matter. Like, if the Dreamwitch, I feel like the Dreamwitch could have easily killed Merc there, but you also have to. The thing is, like, it's hard for people to, like, with if you're just looking at the match without really like, as just like a viewer, and maybe you're like, don't play Dreamwitch or whatever, right? It's very difficult to notice, but that entire time. The Dreamwitches also has to pay attention to if the Seer's leech caught up to them. Right. So not only are they paying attention to the Seer's leech, they're also trying to trap in the Merc at the same time. So you have to pay attention to both those things. If the Dreamwitches is just going for a tie and they only focus on the they just hard focus on the Merc, or they could actually just tunnel the Seer as well using the leech and the spawn follower to trap them. Then you can get a tie that way. But their only chance to win here is to try to kill Merc and then also down the leech with leech's Seer. So they're paying attention the entire time. See if the Seer leech is catching up while also chasing another survivor at the same time. So I think a lot of people in chat are like, oh my god, like they get a 3-escape. That's a great job for them. But I think that's mainly because the Dreamwitch had to focus on 2 things at once. Again, if they're just going for a tie, it should have been. It's theoretically very easy for them to just kill Merc and get a tie that way. You can just put one of the followers on dungeon to camp and the other one chases them. And there's really no way Merc can get dungeon. But because they had to focus on 2 things at once, it opens up a technically a 3-escape, but again, it doesn't really matter because RC wins anyway. So. Yeah. But
good job to them. We'll see them later.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll do just as well. I like their little logo. It reminds me of both. I don't know anything about cars, but I think there's a vehicle logo that looks like that.
I don't know
kind of.
anything about cars.
Okay, we both don't know anything about cars.
I know what you're talking about. I just don't know.
Okay, so it's real. I'm not delusional, but neither of us know what it is.
I feel like it's like.
Yeah, I don't want to guess because what if they make fun of us?
I don't know either. Okay, I'm gonna look some up. I'm gonna look up the one I think it is, and we're gonna see if it's the right one.
My mother once worked at a place where she like not worked with cars per se, but like would speak about cars. when it came to dealing with customers sometimes. And I believe
Mhm.
it got to a point where she called like the Chevrolets Chevys so much that they were like, can you just call them Chevrolet? Like you can't call them Chevys anymore.
Oh,
Which is absurdly funny for some reason.
yeah.
What's wrong with
I'm gonna
it?
look up
Why can't you call them
looking up
Chevys?
car logos. See if we can.
Maybe we'll find it.
It looks like Mazda,
Ah,
I guess.
that might be it.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah,
Yeah.
we figured it out. Nothing to do with code, but everything to do with personal curiosity.
Oh, it also looks like, what's this? This looks like something. I don't know what this is.
It's one of
I've
them.
never seen this one.
There's
Yeah.
a new
What is
one?
that?
There are foreign ones? Ones I've never seen? Actually,
Look at
that's
this
not a
website.
shocker. There are plenty I've never seen. I'm saying that like...
It looks like, I guess it looks like Mazda. It also, what is this? I don't know what that is.
Mhm.
It doesn't have a name on it.
We'll never know. Literally, we'll never know.
Car logo that looks like a trident. Kind of.
Ooh, best deduction for the Merc. Nice. I love when survivors get best deduction because it means they like really had to push for that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, I got it. Maserati. That's what it is.
Ah, that's what it is. Now we know.
That's what it is. Yeah.
Now we know.
It's like
I
a
wonder if
trident
they
kind
know.
of. Probably not. Maybe. I don't know. It doesn't look close enough
Mm-hmm.
to it. I mean, it looks like it, but it isn't
Yeah.
like that much
It's
like
like
it.
enough to be reminiscent, but not enough to be.
Yeah, my guess is they were just trying to do like a trident looking
Mhm.
thing, and it just ended up looking like Maserati. But...
Yeah. Whatever
Yeah.
it means.
Yeah.
Some of the Koa logos are like so fun. I look at them and I'm like, oh, I'd love to design one of those. And then I remember if I like made a Koa team of my own, first of all, it would be a nightmare. Second of all, I would just compose it of my friends, and they're, oh, I love player interviews, but I don't think they'd survive on the Koa stage. I would, yeah. I'd be like, oh, no, I don't know those people after they get terror shocked at 5 ciphers. Said with much love. When I did HMG, I was on a VOD, so when we had like portions like this, I would just sit and be like, oh, okay, I'll skip this over because I like don't have to go through it. So these portions are just like hilariously awkward because I have no idea what's going on in the interview. Furthermore, I just have the stream muted because we're restreaming it. But it's like I like to call them like little chit chat points because there's not much else to do.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I love the angle. My father does send me selfies like this sometimes. Said lightheartedly.
Give me one second. I'm gonna use the restroom real quick.
Yeah, have fun. Oh, no. Maybe not. Anyway. Sorry for calling you out that you would die really fast, Lynn, but it's unfortunate. It's real. But we will master your batter someday. We'll figure it out. I have this still. Oh, actually, he was a gift, but I must show this off. So at his head, please focus, it has a little wick. Candle wick, as I call him, because I've named all of the different postman dogs. Big fan. Very big fan. No, this is Spectre. The wick. So, in your defense, you did get him, upon first joining the game. So, I don't think we can expect you in your little, like, worker bee shoes. I think you were in, like, Hound at that point, but still. We could not have expected you to learn batter. I can't play batter, and I have the highest tier out of everyone we know. And I can't play batter to save my life. I should learn. I was really good at batter for like 2 days, and I did all of his deductions, and then every time I try to play him since, it does not go well. Thank you. But I can't play OK forward. I think I should learn how to play forward, because I have like red pink hair, and I think it makes it funny to play big harassers. I know the aiming is like a nightmare. I was like, oh, I should turn on auto aim or like turn off auto aim. I had it on already. It was not doing anything for me. So I was like, oh, okay. But I, like every material girl in the world, waste all of my clues on memory spheres. So anyone VOD watching, if that's relatable content, good. I hope so. I hope that if you're watching my VOD with my pink setup, you would expect me to spend everything on memory spheres and not buy characters. Like, I'll play, like, Hunter rank, and it's, like, 1 page. And I shuffle through those hunters accordingly, but it's like 1 page. It really is. I know, it's like I don't, it's like a curse. You play batter for, like, a few days, and it's really good, and yeah, it is a dress-up game sometimes. Do I know about, like, competitive tourney? Can I talk about it? Can I commentate the matches? Yeah, and I have a lot of fun doing it. Do I, in my spare time, sit comfortably in, like, High Griffin, mid Alicorn, and wear nice clothes? Yes, that also. I admire and I totally understand the, like, sentiment of, like, oh, casters should inherently be high-tier players, and, like, this and that, and it brings a very important insight, but Grizzly Guy, I think, was never high tier, and he was a very enjoyed caster because he had a lot of personality. So there's, like, you need, like, 2 things. You need to understand the game, and you also need to be able to, like, talk for an extended period of time, and make it entertaining. And I'm a court jester of a woman, so I can simply watch the tourneys, understand the meta, bounce off of someone who does it more personally, and it works out in my favor. So, ooh, they have an 8-minute break. Wow, that's great. I could take that. I'll probably take one later, but instead I'll simply sit. This is the perfumer one, I think. I love Optimism of Flower. We know that, but thank you. That's so sweet of you to say. Yeah, it's definitely I also solo queue, like, as a personal anecdote, so sometimes I'll perform really well or do quite fine, but, you know, you get placed with random people, and it's hard to coordinate when you're not in a proper VC, but I think so long as people study up, they're good, and that, and just being passionate and paying attention, so long as people enjoy it, they're great. And if I need anything, I simply look at the other people in the room who are extremely good at the game, and I say, hey, what does this thing do again? And they're like, oh, it does this, from first-person perspective, but it does only take a few seconds to go into a singles training and see what's up. I'm thinking of learning Lizard. Thoughts? He's not good. He's getting buffed, though, and also he's my friend, so I do like the mobility. I find it funny because there's like, again, it's anecdote while we're the stream is on a break, so there's nothing else to talk about other than the rambling. I love hunter playstyles. Survivor playstyles are similar in that there are, like, certain characters that people are going to prefer based on what they're doing and, like, what they prefer. Like, I'm an assist main. If you ask me who I play or who I'm currently playing, most of the characters that I've gotten badges for or am pursuing badges for or play regularly are either classed as supports entirely, or their meta capability comes from their ability to support. So, like, currently I played in rank, I shuffle between Psych, Ento, and Dancer. And 2 of those, one of those is a formal support, and the other 2 are very good at supporting, just by being kite types. So, like me, I play support. I'm not big on yeah, I don't play a lot of decoder. I play prisoners sometimes, but not really. And I play mech, but it's I've said it, I don't know how many people this resonates with, but mech requires a lot of brain power. And sometimes I play a lot of IDV, but to be frank, it's a lot of IDV quick matches where you play Survivor. I don't think the game is inherently sided in any other way, which might be a controversial take, but Survivor is inherently easier to play in terms of focus and stress. Like, if I want to hang out
Yep.
and... Oh, hi, welcome back!
Thank you. Yes.
Do you I'm talking about the fact that sometimes I like literally will want to like talk with my friends on Discord like through text or like watch a video or something, and I will play Survivor because you don't have to focus as much. Like I can like put my phone down on my desk and like decode, and just take the
Yeah.
calibrations. But Hunter, you have to like full focus.
Yeah. I mean, it depends. Like
Yeah.
if I'm
Mm-hmm.
playing, if I'm playing like, well, if I'm playing like alt hunter, like alt
Right.
rank, like if it's like a what is it called? Like Croc or
Right.
Sabertooth or maybe
Mm-hmm.
Manicore or something. Like I don't really like. It's just like people. Most of the time, I'm usually just getting mad that like the survivors are throwing, even though I'm the hunter. Like I'm like, what are you?
Yeah.
What? Like what are they doing, bro? Like but yeah. I mean, usually it's kind of like um it depends.
Right.
It also depends on like the situation. Like
Yeah.
if you're in a match where it's like really close, or if you're
Mm-hmm.
playing like a hunter that requires a lot. Like if I'm trying to play Druid or something, like
Yeah.
I literally cannot talk the whole
You
time.
just
Like I
leave
just have
it.
to focus on the game.
Oh yeah. Sometimes
So
I
I gotta
tune into your
think about five
streams
things at once.
and you're like playing Dream Witch and I'm like, oh, he's not gonna say anything. He's not gonna say
Yeah, I don't
anything.
say.
You'll sit there and you'll
Yeah.
focus on and it's really fun to watch you play the Dream Witch, but you're like dead silent the whole time because you're watching this like playing so intently. Um,
Yeah, because with Dream, you have to think of so many things at one time. If I'm playing like Wax Artist or something,
yeah,
like, or if I'm playing Bloody Queen, like it's just
right.
like okay, like I don't really care. Like I can just like hear whatever. Like it's super
Mm-hmm.
easy, but
Mm-hmm.
yeah, like you can only do anything every 15 seconds
Right.
anyway with Bloody
Yeah.
Queen, so it's not like and you're really doing much the whole time. It's
Mm-hmm.
just yeah.
You're kind of just chilling. In terms of question wise, I'm a big Postman fan. I played Postman like pre-meta time. Actually, no, I don't have to answer this question. I just have to hold this thing up. But I'm a big Postman fan. If you watch Koa, I think there were moments during Koa where both Nell and I like Postman would get selected, and then we'd take like a good like 30 seconds to be like, I love Postman. I play Postman. I think he's great.
Yeah.
The nerf definitely brought him down a lot. Like the decoding nerf was like, I understand why it happened. Very harsh though. Like they brought it down quite a bit, but he was being used a lot, so I understand. But I was like, oh my gosh.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, Postman was honestly very good. Like not
Mm-hmm.
only was the coding letter very good, just like the gate opening speed is
Right.
also
Oh, that was
kind
nuts.
of broken.
That was nuts.
And then you can also just randomly give like a speed boost letter to
Mm-hmm.
someone, and they can like throw a hunter off,
Yeah.
and you can. Um, I mean, it's like writing the entomologist bees. Like it's
Mm-hmm.
super fast,
It's
you
so
know,
good.
for no reason. Like it doesn't really make sense.
I was always
Yeah.
a big fan of Farewell. I don't play Postman as much anymore because I play Psych and Ento more. But I do play
Mhm.
Postman. I played Postman so much that I'm like, I've played him for so long that I need a we need a break. But
Yeah.
I do still play him often enough. I've always been a big fan of the Farewell letter because it's basically like
Hmm.
a second Broken Windows.
Yeah.
But all of the letters are good. That one was just always my favorite. And then I was like, oh, okay, the decoding letter is good now because it used to be like you. The other thing with Postman is he's really good and he's really fun to play, but especially when you're like solo queuing, you are then relying on random people to communicate with you with what you're doing. And I got to a
Hmm.
point where I would like play Postman in rank and I would like send a letter to someone because nobody was pinging anything to me. So I'd be like, oh, okay, nobody's telling me anything. I need to decode. I'm sending my decoding letter to like a slow decoder. And then I'd send them the letter, and then 5 seconds later, they pinged that the hunter was nearby. And I was like, oh, okay, that's not even my fault anymore. I used to be like, oh, I feel bad, like I should have thought about that more, but I moved so quickly away from that because I was like so sick of it.
Yeah. 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 Postman. Yeah. I mean, he's
Mm-hmm.
still like I don't know. Nobody really
Yeah,
plays as much
you
anymore,
don't see him as much.
fortunately. Yeah.
I miss him a little, just a little.
During this in between time, I need to. So in Thailand, we actually cannot drink tap water. Um,
Oh,
so I have to actually go like buy water. Luckily, there's a 7-Eleven like on like at the ground floor of my like apartment building.
oh, that's good.
But I run out of water, so I need to go get water real quick because I'm like
Please
dying.
go
So
do
I'll be right
that.
back.
Oh my god,
Grab
please
water.
get water.
Yes.
That would be good. Enjoy. Maybe get a little snack, like for fun. speaking of running out of water, when I cast any, I think it was, it might have been C day 1 with Eli as well. But one of the days that I cast, yeah, because I think, yes, it was C day 1 because it was in the morning that I was, like, starting to cast. I didn't take enough water because we didn't have any, like, bottled water in the house at the time. And because, like, right now, as I'm sure everyone understands, it's 5 in the morning here. It's 4 in the morning for most people because most people tend to be in EST. So I, like, didn't take enough water because I didn't want to be noisy and grab, like, a reusable water bottle. So I just got a glass, and I filled a glass with water. That was not enough. I usually have, like, 3 drinks, like, on rotation when I'm casting because it's you need to really hydrate a lot. Like, otherwise you're gonna die. So I literally had to, it was like 7 in the morning. We had, like, just finished our first match, or we were, like, in the middle of it. And I had to, it was like, so it's like 7, 8 in the morning. That is when I have 3 younger sisters. They were getting ready to go, like, to school because they're still in, like, grade school. So I had to text my mom and be like, hey, can one of your children please run water down to me, please? So we're, like, at a point, and we, Naro, I'm gonna be real with you. I have an entire 2-liter of iced tea in my, the mini fridge that we have in the basement, which is where my room is. And I really, really seriously considered just bringing that in and drinking from that. Because I do it, and this, I'm revealing it now so it's no secret, but I'll just, like, take it out of the fridge and put it on my like, bedside drawer, and, like, watch TV and simply drink out of the 2-liter of iced tea. But I was like, I don't have a glass, and I can't do that on stream, because that doesn't feel right. But it was really tempting. It's very cold and great, and if we do it later, you're gonna have to forgive me. But yeah, I had to have water dropped off because I didn't take enough. So, we're, like, in between, I think we were going into a band picks or something. So we're off camera at that point. Currently, we're fully on camera, except for Eli right now, who, suffered a mild injury, and then, now is Eli Ball, which I hope everyone likes it. But I literally had to, like, get the water from outside my door, because can you just, like, drop me off another glass of water? And I, and, like, we go off camera, and I go, and I mute my mic, and I, like, rush to open the door and get the water, sit back down, go, and we continue casting. Luckily, I have more water this time, the 2-liter of iced tea, as I mentioned, and old coffee, which is cold now, but that's okay. What are you guys' thoughts on tea and coffee? Do you drink it very sweet? Or, yeah, you need a huge jug, otherwise you're gonna die. If you guys have ever thought about casting, make sure you have extremely good, like, lung abilities, and, you are able to pack a lot of water down. Otherwise, it's not gonna end very well. It's just not gonna work out in your favor. It's not. But I hope everyone is well. It is, I know, very late, so I'm hoping the VOD is good too. Last time I had immense technical difficulty, but this time we're good. Yeah, I also, like... Oh, yeah, me too. No, I was confused by that for a second. You need to have more than a tiny water bottle. No, not Hermit again. You need a big one. That's my concern. I think we should all have big water bottles. I get into, like, I mentioned earlier, I have, like, ADHD and I have, like, other mental health problems. Not to, like, info dump or overshare or anything, but because of that, I am very particular with, like, taste and texture. So I can't drink out of, metal reusable things because it has, like, a tinny taste to me that it doesn't for other people, but I taste it and it's bad. So periodically I'll find, like, really nice reusable cups. Like, I'm talking about my ability to drink things over the stats, my bad, but like, this has, like, a plastic top, which is my friend. I love plastic tops on things because then they taste normal to me. So I get into, like, periodic fits where I, like, really, really love a particular cup, and then whatever goes in that cup. So sometimes I'll be, like, on, like, freakish, like, tea tirades, or, like, big coffee kicks, or I'll just be like really into juice or water for an extended period because there's like a cup, like an accompanying cup. My current favorite mugs are these little pink and blue ones. Yeah. No, one of them is pink and purple. Yeah, it's like pink at the top and purple at the bottom. Mugs. If you can't tell, and this might be a niche reference that I might be overstepping. I don't know what IDV's crossover is in terms of their interests, but if you can't tell, I did watch New Girl, and I did go, wow, Jessica Day is so me. That's all you need to know about my personality, and how I will hold up the rest of the conversation while Eli is getting a drink. Okay, my friend Prospector. I like the 50-50. This is really consistent. I am a fan. It's like he gets out with everybody or he doesn't get out at all. And I rock with that. Actually, that's not how it works. Or is it? I don't remember. Might be 50-25 for real. More stats. I'm gonna talk in the background about whatever, and you guys can look at the stats. Maybe they'll make more sense to you. Usually I will swiftly Google Translate images, and it's not entirely reliable, and I have been meaning to pick up a second language at some point, but it works. It's enough to let you know what's going on. So if you have time, maybe that'll work out in your favor. That would be good. It would be good for you and for me. Oh, is that two Philippes? Sorry, it is. Hello. Oh, Jose, my friend. Oh, Kurt Frank. Another anecdote about me. Kurt Frank and I, the explorer that is, we have the same birthday. And I'm not really happy about it, to say the least. Kurt and I are not really good friends because of this. I'm not rocking with Kurt. Sorry to reveal that on stream, but that's okay. He's like a little nightmare man to me, and he's taken my birthday. There he is. Oh, do you guys ever think about the fact that the Norton Camel the Prospector is a Pisces? It just feels wrong. Oh my god, he's a Pisces. That means we're getting another letter for him soon. Sorry. I gotta reveal this in a VOD. I told myself I wasn't gonna say anything about this, but I came up with the worst video title of all time, which is good for me because I'm really bad at like snappy titles and funny stuff. I'm working on my Hullabaloo lore script, and I'm working on my Barmaid lore script slowly but surely. Actually, my beloved friend Lynn, who's in chat right now, is my editor, and I think she is ready to take me outside and run me over for not finishing the stuff that I need to do yet, because she also needs to get things going. But I have those that I need to finish. Lynn's going to put them together. They'll be up. I'm super excited to share those. It's just I've done it in a format where it's going to take me a while, because I want to cover a lot of ground. Like, I think if you want to hear about lore, I feel like you should want to know a lot. Well, not want to know, but I feel like if you want to know about lore, you should be provided a lot of information about it. So for the Barmaid video, I'm also going over stuff like all of the events that she's been involved in, her dialogue lines, her Twitter replies, extra information that we have about her based on her skins, the kind of things that we can gather about her as a person and a character, beyond just going over her backstory. Because if you just wanted a summary of the backstory, I know that people are back and forth about the wiki and certain stuff on it, but it is really reliable, and the people who work on it put a lot of hard work into it. And it is really good to go through and read through, like, the theory conclusions and this and that. Like, there's certain stuff on there that I personally don't agree with, or I wouldn't go to that conclusion myself, but it doesn't mean it's inherently wrong. It just means that you have a different interpretation. But thank you. I appreciate the love. But what's really important to me is we're getting Ashes of Memory news coming up in the live stream on the 10th, which I am really, really excited for. But beyond that, I want to be able to recap all of the information about the Manor group with Orpheus and Memory before it comes, and I've decided to title this video, and please bear with me here because it's really funny to me, it's not going to be funny to anyone else. We're pulling into band pics now. I've decided to call it Decapo the Recapo, and it's not good, but I'm obsessed with it. It's like my sole motivation for getting it done soon, because I really want to be able to upload just that on my channel and have that be like a big serious like pick apart of all of the lore involved there. which is important lore too. Main story lore is really hard to get a hold of and understand, and but it's really good and it is very important. Funniest anecdote, I did notice this ages and ages ago, and I with another Norton lever coming up, I do wonder if they're gonna push it more. But it is clearly a metaphor for the Orpheus and Eurydice myth. I'm going to get into the band pick soon, I promise. But an interesting anecdote, if you do notice, Norton is supposed to be a stand-in representative of Hades, more specifically his Roman counterpart, who deals more with being underground and gems and jewels. Like Norton does, like wealth and riches and desire of that, and Meli's supposed to be sort of a stand-in for Persephone. Oh my, I've accidentally put up an alarm. Anyway, let's get into our band picks. I will stop talking about main lore. Let's see. Oh, we've banned my friend, the first officer. Okay. Oh, they've actually banned 2 rescues. Neat. Burio is not dealing with these hefty guys today. I'm gonna be dealing with the seer, the female dancer, and the antiquarian, however. Which is very fun. Patient also being banned is very interesting. We are on Red Church. Patient can be a lot of a hassle, but Patient as a final ban, leaving room for a lot of other really strong survivors, is very interesting to me. It's not bad or anything. Clearly you have certain survivors that you struggle with. Like, when I rank, again, I'm more mid-tier. I ban Prisoner a lot. I just don't want to deal with him. I don't think he's impossible to counter anything. Forward, my friend, forward. They are going for a rescue. They're not going Gravekeeper, but they are going forward. You know, they want to have one around. But, I ban Prisoner a lot just because I don't want to deal with him. Because there's an abundance of prisoners in mid-tier on NAEU. So I don't want to deal with it. Because if I don't find him, then he's going to finish all the ciphers, and then I'm like, I cannot do anything about it. It's devastating. Which leaves me with, like, getting a draw, and then I'm like, they didn't deserve that. Do you guys ever play Hunter, and you're just like, they didn't deserve that? No, they didn't deserve that. That's how I feel sometimes. You know, they're working hard or hardly working, and most of the time it's hardly working. The Prospector meta is really fun to watch, but I'm sure anyone else can agree also that while fun to watch, it is a nightmare to play against. So, if I see that man one more time, doing balloon rescues and supporting kites, I can't do it anymore. Oh! Bonbon, my friend Bonbon! When I was really early into IDV, I got, like, really into playing Bonbon, and then I stopped out of nowhere, and now I cannot place the bombs at all. But Bonbon is like a medium speed. I don't know, I don't play him often. I couldn't tell you if he's actually slow or fast, but I play really, really fast-paced hunters. I mentioned earlier I play Photographer, but I actually main Naiad, and I'm trying to get better with Geisha. And I play Bloody Queen and Disciple, mostly, along with Axe Boy, too. And I want to learn Lizard, just for giggles. And I should learn Wax Artist, because he's very meta. This is actually guard 25. Well, this is actually guard 25 right now. So true. Yeah. There's so much Monokuma in the world. Sometimes we see B-Duck, and that's a treat. Actually, we've been seeing a lot of March Hare these qualifiers, which is very exciting. I love March Hare. I love the March Hare essence so much. I do love that he was made exclusively to be Monokuma. These are looking like pretty good spawn locations. I'm thinking Dancer first, maybe Seer. But Monokuma is so funny because Bonbon was made to be Monokuma. They've like said it before in like design notes where they're like, we needed Monokuma for the crossover, so we decided to make Bonbon. Which is so funny. Barmaid also came out in the same season and then went on to be Junko Enoshima, which with her most recent experiment file letter is making more and more sense with each passing day, and I am loving every bit of it, but it's not relevant. Okay, Tin Man we also see a lot of when we see Bonbon. I know, Bunny Freddy really is like, I love Mr. Bunny. It's actually, like, so cute. But, we're gonna watch Barrio start off with the kite here. Yeah, he really is. He was also one of the first characters we're in a match, but I'm getting really into lore, I'm so sorry. He was actually one of the first characters as well to receive a character trailer video. Barmaid was the first, then First Officer, and Bonbon actually received them in the same season. Beautiful boxes from the dancer, not even throwing the pallets down just to be safe. Locking herself in an animation wouldn't be the best idea against a Bonbon throwing bombs. Similar to a violinist, you want to be able to catch survivors while they're in the middle of doing something. Then you are able to land hits more efficiently and get those chip damages off. Violinist doesn't do chip damage, but he does want to lock you in an animation. Ty is doing a beautiful kite as dancer here, like absolutely wonderful. The still boxes, of course, match the little gems on credit, which is very cute. And we're going to see her continue on here, just, you know, going through the graveyard area, trying to stay safe. A beautiful owl from the seer. Lately, we've been seeing a lot of owls that don't work out perfectly. And then the hunter and survivor are forced to just kind of like play musical chairs until the owl goes away. But that one was very wonderful, very well timed. Unfortunately, out of an owl now, and no flywheel on the dancer. I think that aura was used earlier, so nothing in play, which means that she is going to go down. But that was a very skilled first kite. It lasted long enough for, I believe, 2 ciphers will be done. The one at 37 has been left alone, so not as much cipher progress as you would like for a kite like that, but it was definitely performed and executed very well. The way that she placed the boxes and moved around showed a clear commitment to, you know, being able to kite against this score 26 here. We're going to see, ooh, all of the bombs going away. Welcome back, Eli. Are you enjoying your water?
Yeah.
That's good.
There's always a lot of people at that store because like everybody in the building
Right.
all goes to that one place.
Yeah.
So it's like takes forever. Yeah. And there's like, and they always have like only 1 or 2 people working there, and there's always a huge. It's really bad. But anyways, yeah. So we got. Okay, so dancer's gonna die inside church, which means that Ford could potentially. Okay, he's trying to get extra for full presence, but. Actually, Antiquarian's going to come support this. Maybe try to help them struggle free. This is why Antiquarian's very good on church because, yeah, there's nothing Bonbon can do in this sort of situation to avoid being hit. Because if you drop, she's going to struggle free eventually.
Right.
And especially because you died so far away from chairs. And this is where Flywheel is very good as well in Antiquarian. I have dodging all the bombs as well. It's very good.
Nice. Yeah, the dancer did a really good first kite, but the ciphers weren't, like, pushed as well. Just very good, like, ooh, basement is here. Not great. We're not looking very good. Her box placements were very good, though. She had, like, a very wonderful little spin. And there was a good seer owl. It was actually hit that time. I was very impressed by that. Because, you know, that's what they exist for, but a lot of the time it's, like, it's not timed right, and then the hunter can just wait it out, but that one was, like, a full hit.
Right.
Which is great. Loved that. I think they're probably going to sell dancer now. Seems like the best idea. 2 ciphers remaining. Maybe the forward will come in. Maybe. I don't think so. No.
Oh, just feeding tinnitus.
No way. Yeah. Not enough time. Not worth it either with the the basement bonbon, really.
Yeah. And yeah, forward was just feeding tinnitus, so the bonbon doesn't leave the chair too early, so Cyrus can decode. Normally, this would be. Bonbon's a very heavy tie hunter, but considering they haven't, the ciphers are a bit slow. They haven't even started the last cipher yet, so it's. You think that we're done by now, but I guess not.
Yeah, there was I'm not quite sure what they were doing, but while the dancer was kiting, it was going off really well. But like, once she was chaired, it was like only 1 cipher had been like fully completed. Despite the fact that she kited for quite a while, and they should have had probably at least 2 done at that point. They managed to pop 2 while she was on chair the first time, but there was a 1 cipher that hadn't been pushed at all, which I was very confused by. Ooh, teleport. Okay, pressuring them now. Hello, Seer.
Yeah, so I think what's happening is like a lot of Burrio's one of the stronger hunters in Japan. However, a lot of the time he lost a lot of his masters recently. And I think this has been happening. It's very consistent throughout this qualifiers that it's been. Obviously, Japan is very survivor side. Actually, I mean most regions are survivor side, especially in Japan. And Burrio was playing a lot of hunters with win potentials like Wax Artist and Clerk and stuff. So I think what's happening is that he's just trying to be even more conservative and just play Bonbon, which is more consistent for just tying. Like it's very limited win potential, but you're a lot more likely to at least get it 2-2. So and that's usually very beneficial for hunters, especially considering how survivor side of the meta is. Yeah.
Going for a draw seems like the safe option most of the time. Ooh, flywheel, nice. No pellets. Oh, okay. Full body down. And no primed cipher. So looking quite good for the bonbon here. Let's keep it.
Yeah, she missed the stick as well. She went for a stick there, but she got hit before, so it's not really good. Ooh, and it does get shared on the last cipher.
Nice.
Yeah, that's bad.
Very good. I'm enjoying the bonbon versus Ban.
Yeah. Except if this was a wax artist, you could just wax a cipher and not even have to keep going bombs. So.
I like to think wax artist just like haunts your brain. Like, I think you should watch every match and be like, but if it were a wax artist.
But yeah, see, he can just unfortunately, yeah, he can keep bombing the cipher,
Yeah.
but not only can Seer, he's actually just
Ooh,
gonna try to stop the Seer here, and he dodges all the bombs, so he can just pop the cipher.
nice.
Great.
And the rescue goes off too. So very
Actually,
close, but
it's really important that he was able to dodge. If he gets hit by a bomb there and he goes down,
yeah,
even though the cyber machine is primed, he's gonna be playing
Yeah.
basement, and yeah, basement on the last cyber machine. That's especially against a bonbon, good camping hunter. It probably would have actually been a losing position for survivors.
kind of a nightmare scenario.
That was important.
Remote control. Not getting it. Oh, teleporting. Okay, let us continue to choose Seer, who does not have anything to work with. Ooh! Oh! Okay, pallet's done. Nice.
And dungeon's all the way top broken,
Yeah.
so it doesn't really matter if he doesn't really have anywhere to go. He's eventually just gonna die to bombs here. So.
But they got their 2-2. I hope. I think. Until I would assume so, unless everything goes like horrifically wrong.
Should be enough. He has control bomb.
Yeah.
He just control bomb with the window if he vaults it. Yeah, he's dead. Eventually.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Nice. Nice. Solid. And Forward made it all the way to the red carpet gate, which is great. Oh, they both made it there. Oh, good for them. Not a bad start. Not a bad start at all. I like when they draw the first rounds, and then I'm like, yay, this is peaceful. And then you remember it's a best out of 3 then, which is a little bit less peaceful.
Yeah. Also, this is another situation where WOG is not a IJL team and Dawn is.
Yeah.
So this is another
Nice.
IJL team versus an amateur team. So Dawn should have a big advantage.
Right. Hopefully.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did. They were one of the ones that I caught in like the earlier qualifiers that I could catch, and the plays were very fun to watch.
Yep.
Oh, speaking of like having minimal workers in busy stores, recently I had moved away from the position, but I used to work at Claire's, like the young girls retail store Claire's, and
I think I've heard of that before.
What?
Well, let me look it up. I don't know.
You don't know?
Maybe they don't. Do they have them in California?
I feel like there should be Claire's in California. It's
Claire's Shop Jewelry. I've never seen this before.
They do like ear piercings.
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh.
I know Hollister, JCPenney, and Victoria's Secret, but I don't know about.
Yeah.
I don't know about Claire's. Let me look at California.
I love the implication that those are like the 3 stores that you know, and no other ones.
Yeah.
No, I rock.
They have one in Santa Clara, but that's not.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So I used to work there, and I have like I live on an island in the middle of nowhere in Canada, so there's not a lot going on around here. We have a one-story mall. And the Claire's is in the mall. So commonly it would be like just one of us on shift, which is like, even if it wasn't crazy busy, it's like a nightmare. Like a nightmare to just work like alone.
Yeah.
Because there's so many things to do. Also, you've just learned what a Claire's is. Never work there, ever. It's not even that like bad or anything. Like, I enjoyed working there, but there's nothing worse than having to pierce people's ears as like a minimum wage retail worker. I cannot describe a worse experience than that.
Yeah.
Nightmarish. Sometimes when people would come, like, obviously it's a big moment to like get your like child's ears pierced, so of course you know you want to be there, but sometimes people would come in with like crowds of like 5 adults and like 1 child, and the store was really small, so what would happen would be you'd have the child like in the chair for the ear piercing, and there would be like 5 adults crowding around you, giving you no room to like actually do the literal procedure that you need to do, which I cannot even put into words how nightmarish that was. It was not fun. My manager, like, when she was on shift and that was happening, would literally have to step in and be like, hey, can we like maybe like look around and like, you know, give some space here? And I literally wanted to explode.
Yeah. I think IDB commentating is more enjoyable.
Significantly more enjoyable. Even if I'm...
Yeah.
Oh, actually. No, actually, speaking of that, when I was doing IVA, right, I had a finals day with Lychee, which was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed the finals, and I really loved casting with Lychee. But before we get into band picks, I had a finals day with Lychee, so I'm exhausted. We did, like, a whole finals day. They're always, like, very long. Like, I'm anticipating this is going to run a little bit of an hours, but I'm exhausted. We did a finals day. I didn't sleep properly. I finish at, like, 8 o'clock in the morning. For IVA, and then I have to do a birthday party at Claire's for like 8-year-old girls at like 9:30 in the morning.
Yeah.
I think I literally almost like passed out in the back room afterwards.
Yeah. Yeah. Seems
Not fun. Oh, they're
not
letting
fun.
Priestess out.
Yeah. I don't know if so. Metal was a hunter for the Korean for a Korean team. However, a lot of the time, what happens is a lot of Japanese players will go join a Korean team, so
Yeah.
it's easier for them to.
Right.
It's very very difficult to be on a qualifying team in Japan because
There's
you know
so
Japan
many.
is super competitive.
Yeah.
Whereas with Korea, Korea is a lot less competitive for mobile games, especially IDV.
Mm-hmm.
So with so I think metal, if it's the same metal, my guess because this year, because
Right.
you used to be able to have 3 players outside of your region be able to play on your team. So a lot of teams from Japan would just join Korea teams.
Yeah.
However, this year they changed it to only one.
Oh,
So a lot of
yeah.
teams have to play in their respective regions now.
Mm-hmm.
And so if this is the same metal that was on one of the Korean teams, yeah, I think it might be. So he might play Dreamwitch or Clerk first. Right. We'll have to see. Yeah.
That's good.
Yep.
That'll be fun to watch. Eli, I love casting with you because we create a Venn diagram of like all of the knowledge in the game because you're like, I know this player from this region that we're not even in, and I know exactly who they play, and I'm like, great, I know every piece of lore ever. And then if you let us do anything, we're like, there, we've done it, we've completed the trifecta of everything.
Yeah. Something else I just want to point out super quick. These 4 characters that he banned are literally like the 4 main Dreamwitch counters.
Oh yeah. Yep.
So and they didn't pick any of them, which is kind of a surprise. So Antiquarian here. So Dreamwitch would be better against this comp than Clerk. Because Dreamwitch is better against Antiquarian than Clerk is. Right. And then also better against Entomologist. And yeah, just Seer Barmaid, Psych, Acro are all direct the 4 direct counters to Dreamwitch. I'm surprised they didn't take any of them, but
yeah. Well, they have this at least.
Yep.
Yeah, definitely Dreamwitch. I would expect. If not, I would be shocked because I don't think this comp will give too much trouble, if any trouble at all. Maybe the Priestess, but maybe the Ento. Mercenary. You kind of expect what you get from Mercenary.
Yeah, honestly, the most challenging the most difficult chase is actually probably the Antiquarian, just because. Yeah, I just played Dreamwitch. So I think this is the same hunter that was on the Korean team. Right. I think they're called Nice, if I'm not mistaken. So, yeah. Antiquarian. Not only, you can cancel Patroller Bites by using the flip ability, and you could also get out of a leech trap by stunning one of the leeches that's in front of you and just keep running straight.
Which is very good. Reminds me of another unfortunate reason why Painter is not good. People are like, this is a great way that you can stun and deal with the Dreamwitch. I'm like, you know who can't do that? Painter. Yeah,
you know who does that way better and then also can do it way more times consecutively and also has other abilities? Antiquarian. Yeah. All right.
I love when they send like
yeah. So Priestess spawn here is in middle is very common. You create a network of portals throughout church, whether that's behind church, through the pallet, through the walls. There's so many different types of portals you can set up. So depending on where the first kiter is, you set up a portal in that direction, you help them get into church, and you set up another portal, and you want to try to send them to graveyard or send them to the other side. It just depends. Also, Priestess is a very good kiter. You can vault the window closest to shack, and then you portal through that chimney thing behind church, and then you go through. Or you just don't put a portal there, and you go all the way around and you portal through the pallet and the bench, and then you go back to the window. It's just You can loop it for a while.
It
So.
works out. It works out very well.
Looks like you might actually go for Priestess first. So
Ooh.
eliminating any sort of sword option early is
Yeah.
good.
Mm-hmm.
And everyone brought Flywheel, so this is a preparation of a Dream Witch.
That is good. They're all ready. First leech on the field, yay! Priestess transitioning away from church. Not too bad. I think definitely just trying to get out of the way of decoding, and there are still areas here that she can put down portals and transition, especially when she has to kite on her own and she doesn't have to like support. It's generally a no man's land, and you can do whatever you want within reason, but you know. Not bad at all. Just kind of going in the corner would be interesting, but still looping around. Ooh, sandwich situation. Getting rid of the leech. Very good. Not taking the spawn follower hit. So,
Yep.
Metal moving the main body away. Possibly changing target, I think. Or maybe just
No,
losing
I
the
think it's
priestess.
just yeah. He actually brought Blink, so
Mm,
that's really uncommon
that is.
to lead with Blink. So
Mm-hmm.
imagine if you have Patrol right here, you can just main body Patrol and kill the Priestess. So
Yeah.
this is why you don't really bring Blink. You have to actually have the follower right next to you.
Yeah.
And because the Entomologist is here as well, she can help the
Mm-hmm.
Priestess make distance too.
Right.
So it's kind of just like
Not
it's
looking
really
great.
tough. She's gonna fly while predicting Blink. Oh, but it doesn't matter. Oh, but he misses.
Ooh.
Still good. Okay, still gets it.
Okay. Still
Doesn't
got the
matter.
down, but using the portal to evade the vault block was good. But
Yep.
simply unfortunate in the end.
Yep.
Not bad though. Very good. Again, one of the ciphers not too pushed, but I think that's because the Ento was supporting, so she couldn't really decode. But looking fine otherwise. I think they'll probably send someone in for a rescue soon. Yeah, mercenary. Oh,
Yep.
forcing the entomologist off of that cipher as well. Nice. Map control.
Yeah, it's a very standard Dream Witch thing to do is use the main follower to camp the chair.
Yeah.
So if you hit the priestess, it won't remove the follower. And then you use the leech follower to camp the closest cipher machine. Slow down encoding progress.
Yeah. Exactly. Exactly. Nice. Oh, not nice. I actually spoke too soon and I take it back. Going to see a last effort on the priestess and then a swap over to the mercenary, I believe. Yeah, just a leech. Very good. Yeah, Metal definitely very, very, very familiar with and comfortable with the Dream Wedge. And obviously when you play in very high tiers and you do tournament, you really know what you're doing. But there are certain players and you're like, oh, you play Dream Wedge. You really know what's going on.
Yeah, we're gonna say antiquarian. So basically, if you die in the corner of the map, you can. Yeah, this is the place where antiquarian can support.
Ooh.
He has to use 2 followers to push the
Yeah.
antiquarian away, so he can actually. I guess he's just gonna struggle. Yeah. Oh, he's gonna down him again. Oh, this is actually really good from the Dream Witch, but he actually messed it up, so it doesn't matter.
Wow. Yeah,
I don't know
that
what I'm
seemed like
saying.
the Dream Witch could really work that out, but the survivors definitely played it in their favor. Oh, okay. I keep saying things and then they keep doing the opposite.
Yeah.
Beautiful little blink down there. The patroller at the earlier start of the match could have been very useful, but I see the game plan. I'm rocking with it. Going to chair now, taking both of the followers there. Trying to see, okay, yeah, the mercenary follower has been removed. I was like, does he still have that, or he like pinged at the exact same time?
Yeah, I actually don't know how Beto never ended up on a IJL team. I guess he just like playing with Korean teams more. I'm not really sure, but
been more relaxed, more fun.
yeah, unfortunately, yeah, it's not an option anymore because there's the new rule around that. Yeah.
Okay. Blink online in about 10 seconds, so Priestess is being sandwiched a little bit and needs to... Oh, nice flywheel! And the Entomologist is coming in for the body block, so that's great, but once I'm remaining, they're going to have to really push for this if they do want to keep the Priestess alive. Oh, actually choosing to chair the Entomologist. I mean, not bad when you have a million leeches on the field, but nice little portal into the church, continuing on the kite here. Oh, blink down. Very nice. And the Cypher's not primed yet, so... I assume they're going to have to go in for the rescue on the Ento and then just go for the pop.
Yep. Yeah, it's okay to stop and share Ento because, you know, you as long as you have one follower continuing to chase after Entomologist, you can... Oh, it does actually hit the chair. That's actually pretty big because now you have to hit the Merc instead of the Entomologist. If you don't hit Merc, then they pop the Cypher Machine. Merc has full health endgame. You want Merc to be half health. So that's not going to be an option anymore. And they're just going to pop the Cypher.
Nice. Now they're all at full health. Okay. Going back and forth, I think, just to see where everything is and what gate one should be at, but definitely guarding both of them to the best of ability. Very nice little bee kite from the entomologist there, but both of the followers seem to be lining up on either side of the church, so I don't think it'll last very long under these circumstances. Oh!
Yeah.
Okay, they already left, so pushing for dungeon, maybe. I don't know if she'll be able to get it. No. Okay, no. Valiant attempt, though.
Yeah, there was a follower waiting outside the window. Okay, bro.
Oh!
Bro missed the main body blink. That's crazy.
Missed the main body blink. Just gonna have to stand outside still. Nice.
Yeah. Yeah, I always do that at the end. I always try to main body blink through something. And then sometimes you accidentally just hit the wall and you're just like, bro. Like, it literally doesn't matter at all.
Yeah.
But it's still just like, bro.
It still hurts a little.
So sad.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
I simply cannot play Dream Witch. I've tried. I can't do it. Like, I can barely juggle Mechanic and her bot. It's not for me. It is not for me.
Yeah.
Brief interlude about my hamster, because someone made the mistake of asking about him. He's a Russian dwarf hamster. He's spoiled. His name is Train Conductor, and I call him Beast all the time. And he's awake and currently on the floor. Not loose, in his cage on the floor, but on the floor nonetheless. Because otherwise he's in the back here, and I want to give him his privacy, because I'm insane. So he's next to my bed. And I'm not quite sure what he's doing, but his cage is recently cleaned, so he is overjoyed. Maybe I'll post a photo of him on twitter.com. Yeah. Come watch my restream, I say, and it's a photo of my hamster to see if that'll, like, sway in the right direction. Eli, you are in Thailand now, but you had dogs, didn't you? Like, family dogs?
Yeah, at home. Yeah, three dogs.
Oh, that's so many. That's the amount of siblings I have.
Oh, that's also the amount of siblings I have, too.
Oh my god! That's so funny.
Yeah.
Where are you in, like, the birth order?
I'm oldest.
Oh my god, no way!
Yeah.
Wow. Same situation.
Yeah, I have 3 younger siblings, and then I have 3 dogs, so...
We have, 1 dog, and his name is Boomer, and he behaves exactly the way you would expect a dog named Boomer to act.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's see, we have, Poodle, Yorkshire Terrier, and Havanese. So, Havanese is like it's like National Dog of Cuba or something.
Oh,
I don't know.
Interesting.
That's what I have no idea what that is. That's what I've been told. So.
This is just what they're telling you. Yeah, I'm actually scared of dogs. So luckily, the dog that we have in the like my family's dog essentially, is very small. So that's good. The two of us we just kind of coexist. Sometimes he follows me around when I have food because, you know, he expects to be given it, and I'll like turn back and be like, "This, I'm not gonna share with you," but that's a half lie because anything I drop on the floor is his, and I'm very clumsy, so
yeah.
You can see why he expects it. But a lot of small animals too. Oh, okay. Speaking of animals, there are the pets again. My two of my sisters recently got like guinea pigs for one of their birthdays. Because my mom went out because she knew my sister like wanted a guinea pig or a hamster or something. So she took her to the pet store and was like, "Hey, guinea pig time." And then they got the one guinea pig, and then my mom realized, because she had a lot of animals herself growing up and it like slipped her mind, but she realized when she was like double checking care stuff that guinea pigs generally need to like be in pairs, so they had to like go back to the pet store and just get another one.
Oh,
so there are 2 now.
Yeah,
they're quite silly. They make like little squeaky noises all the time, which is really cute. Beast is silent. He's never made a noise. Are you gonna fall? No. Okay, he's fine.
Yeah, I had a hamster in middle school.
Oh, middle school. Yeah. I only remember that because I was like, I mean, I'm sure you've gathered this by now. I was like, oh, I don't want to bother him, but I like need to say hi to Eli. So it's like, here's a photo of my hamster. Like, thanks for whatever it was. You're like, oh, I had one of those, and then I have not forgotten.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I remember.
Kind of like, it's almost 6 a.m. It's like caster lore time on a base level. Like in elementary school, like when you go into a new grade, the kind of stuff that you'd put on an info sheet, it's like, how many siblings do you have? Where are you in the birth order? How do you feel about pets? That's it. That's the kind of talk that we're having.
I might have to go at 5, so that's in like 7 minutes, because I have to I have to get floss and toothpaste, because I ran out of toothpaste this morning, and I kind of don't want to not brush my teeth tonight. And the store like near my house that sells all that stuff, they actually don't have it at the
Oh no.
the 7-Eleven in my because it's a really small one. It's just like for like random like water and stuff.
Just little things.
So I have to go to the store at the mall, but it closes at 6, and I have to walk because you walk everywhere in Thailand, or you take transit, so I can't. So I might have to go in like probably like 10 minutes.
Yeah, that is
to
totally
go
cool.
buy that, because I don't want to be toothpasteless. Toothpaste.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah. Anyways. Yeah.
Ooh, they're swapping metal out. Okay, interesting.
Yep. Yeah. So on the Korean team, Nice and Metal usually only played round 1.
Oh. Yeah. Well, that makes sense.
Yeah.
They're continuing that. Yukikina. No, I read it wrong. Yukikina. Oh, they changed the casters too. Lots of change going on. I love when it like takes 6 years to get to another match. I'm like, when's it coming? What's happening? But in a personal
in Japan and China, they're able to go through it pretty quick.
Yeah, they do.
Usually in NAU and Southeast Asia, it's because a lot of the players are just not ready. But in these other servers, they're always just like sitting there waiting.
They're so used to it. We have like less tourney a lot of the time, so you're like, hey, can you be here at this time? And they're like, yeah, and then they overestimate how much time they have, which is fine. I mean, it happens, but it is a little bit funny because when we stall for a little bit longer, and then people in chat will be like, oh, no, actually, I didn't take this that personally, but it was very funny because I came in to watch C Day 2, and one of the first things that I saw was someone was like, oh, finally, Veronica's not here. She talks so much. And I was like, I mean, A, I'm hosting, so I have to talk a lot. B, there were so many technical difficulties. I had to talk. Did you want me to sit there and, like, smile at the camera? like, for, like, 15 minutes?
Yeah. Yeah, someone said I need to chill out because I got too excited in one of the matches. Like,
no.
Okay, bro.
That's so weird.
Yeah, they're like, why did Eli why does he get so excited, or like why did he yell so much?
You can't win.
Like,
it's
I
like
I don't like that or something. And I was just like, what? Like the fuck?
It's like you're either
I don't know,
like
bro. They just like
very boring and critical, or you like suddenly the opposite is like you cannot be too excited. It's like what are you supposed to do? Is it like Goldilocks and the Three Bears and all the casters need to be like in the just right category? I think that might be
it. There's always something that people say.
Always something. Always something. Oh, okay. Another one.
All right.
You might get through band picks and then have to go.
Yeah, I probably wait till the match, I think.
Sounds good. Sounds solid. It'll save my throat for a little bit longer. Okay. Ever sleeping. Neat. Yeah. I could probably actually I love Shakespeare. I'm a big literature loser. I would love to speak in Shakespeare while commentating. Just for giggles. Band soon?
Yeah, I've always been a math and science person.
Oh, yeah, that makes a lot of sense for you. I'd say that like in a very good way. You seem like a math and science person. I always hated biology, like in school. I could not stand it because I couldn't make any sense of it because I do really poorly with like diagrams. So I was in like advanced bio in like grade 11. And it was just a nightmare because you have to memorize like all of these diagrams, and I cannot do it. It's awful. I cannot piece all of those things together. It's like when we do like top down for callouts and spawn locations. Like I can't play Mad Eyes. I just can't figure it out. Because I'm like, oh, what are these things when they're in this position and this and that? But I was hated bio. But I loved physics and chemistry because it was like math.
Oh yeah.
And not
Yeah.
process. And they've banned Wax Artist, which is just kind of like evil to you.
That sucks.
Yeah. Like you can't even see him before you go.
Yeah, so Merc Antiquarian is very standard. Obviously, Merc's most stable rescuer Antiquarian is one of the best support characters. Probably see like Prospector, Dancer, or something like that get banned next. Maybe Entomologist.
Maybe Entomologist.
Depends on what. Yeah, what he's trying to play.
Psych? No.
What's bro trying to play? Oh, Dancer Ento. Wow, that's crazy.
Nice.
And then and then probably like Acrobat's very versatile against most characters, so that's definitely a possibility.
Yeah.
So it'd probably make the most sense here. They went Acro next.
Right.
And oh wow, that's also crazy. And yeah. All right, let's see. We're gonna go for the okay. What's the last one gonna be?
You're so close. You could be 4 for 4.
I don't know. it could be any. Oh, Merchant. I wouldn't have gotten
Merchant.
that. Okay.
I don't think you would have guessed that one.
I don't think I would have gone. That's a pretty that's a little bit of a non-standard character. I mean, it makes sense with this sort of 2-story map, but
right.
Yeah, I don't know. And then they still have Prospector available, so why don't they do why do you not be a Prospector? Actually, it's kind of a surprise.
It's true.
I would just okay then.
Oh, there he is.
Yeah.
Hello, Prospector.
Again, I don't really know what this hunter plays. Based off of this comp, I would say we'll see Waxband for.
Yeah.
You could play Clerk's really bad against this. Obviously, Prospector Antiquarian is very good support. Acrobat's a very good kiter against Clerk. Obviously, they don't play Dream Witch. If they banned Wax Artist here, they would have been something like Dream Witch, or they would have played anti-Dream Witch comp. Although this comp actually is still pretty good against Dream Witch, but and then I don't know.
Maybe I'm gonna go out on a limb, absolute blind shot guess. Geisha, probably not, but
I think probably Sculptor or Bonfire is more likely against this comp.
I've forgotten Sculptor exists. There it is. You've done it. If they could give you a prize, they should. Actually, they do because you got little caster gifts. So I've decided that's like a gift for all you're guessing.
Yeah, Geisha would be. The problem is Geisha. Not only gets Geisha gets hard countered by Antiquarian and Acrobat.
Yeah.
Because Acrobat can infinite skill. You grab a Butterfly, you just hold down the bomb and just look behind you and look at the Geisha, and you get an infinite skill check. Same with Prospector if you hold your Magnet, and then Antiquarian hard counters. So they dash, you just stun, run away. Every time they dash, you just stun them. All you need is a single stun.
Right.
And you can literally kite every single dash for free, and there's nothing Geisha can do. So.
That's true. Yeah. Playing Geisha is a nightmare, and it's very unforgiving. You have to play with like 150% aggression, otherwise it's just like not gonna work. At least that's my experience with it and what I've seen most of the time.
Yeah.
Nice spawns though. A lot of choices. Not sure who, but it'll be one of them. I mean, it has to be. Oh, okay. And they're in a best out of 3. I think. Yeah, they are.
Okay, so let's say if he goes for Antiquarian first. Obviously the closest survivor, but it's not a great chase target. It now looks like he's in the all middle. Let's look for Prospector. Prospector's the easiest chase here. They actually all brought Flywheel, so my guess... Oh, Prospector rotates into the Sculptor as well. My guess is that they didn't really expect Sculptor because of all the Flywheels.
Yeah, no way.
He could go broken there, but... Prospector is actually a pretty weak hider against the Sculptor.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of just...
You have to dodge the statues and do your Magnet, which is... okay.
Yep.
Gonna take the hit. Poor thing.
Also, if you're being pushed by a statue, like at any point, the Magnet won't activate until after. So sometimes if the if the processor is being pushed by a magnet, then you can. Guys, can a quick down flywheel's not even ready yet. That's a very good start for the sculptor. You see why
Oh.
prospector struggles. And another thing is, so what I'm saying is like if
Mhm.
you're being pushed by a statue at any point, the magnet won't activate even if it's on the hunter. You have to
Yeah.
be running straight in place.
Right.
So basically, that means sometimes like if you get a statue like a horizontal one and it's like pushing the
Mhm.
prospector towards a wall, the sculptor can get closer and get hit before the magnet even activates, like for repel or something.
Right.
Then it'll cancel attack recovery, and then it's just really bad. So prospector overall is just really weak against sculptor if
Yeah.
chase first.
Mhm.
So.
Bit of a doozy. Not having a good one. Really not having a good one.
Yeah, and also sculptor's hitbox is long enough where you can sometimes
Yeah.
even get the hit off before repel
Mhm.
activates. Yeah. So, and if you go for an attract, they put a statue down right before they
Yeah.
attract. You might get hit by the statue
Right.
anyway. So it's just like there's so many ways where it's
Mhm.
just really bad. Yeah.
A little bit of a counter.
You wasted too many statues. You typically
Yeah.
don't want to waste statues on using the chisel, especially if you don't
Mhm.
have full presence.
Right.
Because those statues really will never hit.
Mhm. Yeah.
But
You kind of just want to like hover over and make them like expect a statue is coming, but not like actually send them out.
yeah,
Then they can't decode, but you're also not wasting your abilities. Oh, hello, Antiquarian. What you doing? Oh,
if you
hitting.
if you notice, the prospector actually doubled back into
Right.
the. Oh, you missed the magnet. That's really bad. He doubled back into him because he knows that the hitbox is long enough.
Yeah.
Missing that magnet's also just really. Yeah, he's gonna go down here.
Mhm.
Antiquarian can potentially support here, but he's already full presence, so it's really risky. And yeah, she's not even gonna risk taking any chips because if there is gonna be a rescue, it's probably gonna be the Antiquarian.
Right.
Yeah, missing magnets really bad considering how slow magnets recharge on prospector. Oh, she's
Mhm.
actually down on chart anyway, so it doesn't matter. Considering how slow. Oh, Mark actually got that after half. Yeah, that's actually really bad. So this is
Ooh.
looking really good for this hunter here. Considering that Dawn again is an IJL team,
Mhm.
they usually don't make too many mistakes and stuff. Edcorn's actually gonna rotate into the hunter, makes it easier for to get stuns off, but he can still of course use statues.
Nice.
This is why Sculptor's pretty good
Ooh.
against Antiquarian, especially with full presence. Yeah.
Ooh. I'm going to take the little hit there.
Wow.
Very, very good, though. Very fun to watch. The statues were extremely good. Oh, there it is. Yeah. Every time I think, like, oh, and they're 75, so they're 125 from a down. It always happens immediately.
Yeah.
And 3 ciphers remaining, and a survivor eliminated, and 1 on the chair. Not looking great. Not looking great. Not even looking good, I would say. Ooh, and pressure. And they shouldn't send in the merc. They really should not do that.
Definitely a 4-kill position.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Hello, Acrobat.
Wow.
Just-
Oh, I think my stream might be a few seconds ahead of yours.
Probably.
Did the Acrobat die yet?
Yes. Yeah, just
Okay,
did.
never mind.
It was
We're
kind of
good.
devastating. Like, literally ate that statue.
Yeah. Yeah, he waited for. So what the sculptor is, he actually waits for. He waited for the statue to bounce off the back wall, and then he hit the acrobat.
Mhm.
So that way the acrobat couldn't save because he knew the
Yeah.
statue was going to come back. That was if you notice, he actually waited a second before swinging because he timed that.
Mhm.
And then actually it was the sculptor was actually very good.
Yeah.
And this is a big surprise considering that again in this meta where everything's survivor sided, 3 ciphers like they're not even
Yeah.
close. The sculptor is really just
Mhm.
a extremely impressive game. Yeah.
Yeah, like genuinely, most of the qualifiers that have been I think someone commented on it. I forget where they did. It was like somewhere on a video, or either they commented on about it on Twitter or something. But it was like, a lot of the qualifiers that we've seen, you have not seen a lot of matches with ciphers remaining. They usually get to cipher pop, and if you get like a 4-man, the cipher usually still gets popped, because the cipher rush is so well coordinated nowadays. But having this much remaining is genuinely very impressive. Yeah, they haven't even started a 3rd one. Ooh.
Yeah, so really it's just a matter of time here.
Yeah.
Marcus no elbow pads, and Acrobat's still a self-heal, but it doesn't really matter. Yeah. No shot here.
Yeah. Ooh, this way.
Nice to play statues.
My stream decided it would be funny to buffer and freeze. Whatever's going on, I'm sure it's very exciting. To everybody ever. Nice to me right now. Hi, Koa.
Yeah, it's just basically
Yeah, they're kind of doing a back and forth.
he's just okay, Merc died
Oh,
again. Acrobat has no self heal, so it's really just a matter of Acrobat.
yeah. Hmm. We're getting there. Okay, I think that we're good. Or we're getting good, hopefully. Whenever that chooses to happen. This is the second time. I apologize for that, everyone. This is why I should do VODs and not lives. Me and my little black screen, what will I do? I'm not sure, but we will. The live chat is reloading, so I think that the stream will be back soon, but as far as I'm aware, that's going to be looking quite hunter side, so not bad at all. Yep, okay, there we go. She's coming back, slowly but surely. better than nothing from before. Okay, yay! I have it back now. So both of the survivors are back up. Stream might be a little behind. Oh, stream is a little behind. Yeah. If that'll function. Okay, this is as close as we're getting. Sorry about that. That would not be the first time, and it will not be the last time. And we've lost Eli, but he has to go get his stuff anyway. If it would stop buffering, that would be really nice. But we've got it anyway. better than the nothingness from before. So Merc is going down to statues with however many frames a second this is, which is not that many. It's quite little in terms of what it's doing, but luckily it's going okay. We have technical difficulties during real streams, so I'm like, this is fine. Okay, surrender, which means that pulling a 4-man with 3 ciphers remaining. I'm gonna let that buffer, hopefully. It is doing it. It's cut down the quality a little bit. I think it's smooth now, which I'm very happy about. Sorry about that. If you want to see the actuality from that match, you will, which will be great. Significantly worse. My Wi-Fi is not behaving right now. My stream is probably very laggy and weird. I wish. Oh, okay. We're getting into the green. Sorry about that. It's going green and red and green and red. The Wi-Fi in my house is a little bit inconsistent sometimes. But so long as the stream itself does not completely cut out, well, that's, you know, it's good and fine. It's going to be a little bit more laggy. Thank you for your clarifications that all is good, but please don't cut out. That's not very nice. Okay, we're back now. I love the like 2 time in a row having to lose my co-caster. Well, Eli had to go, to be fair, which is fine. I hope he enjoys getting his toothpaste. But what was I gonna say? I have my leftover coffee here. I was talking earlier. I drink my coffee like I put vanilla ice cream in it earlier. That's the type of person I am. I think that's good. You know, it's my personal anecdote. I also actually did a thumbnail today, which I did not do last time. I'm trying to find a suitable image. I can't type. I'm trying to send Eli my condolences. I'm like, but that's my brief break from talking. If you want to skip over me speaking there, good idea. Very good idea. Now I'm here. It's just me. It's very late. There's a lot going on. Yeah. Rest in peanuts. I do enjoy that. Rest in peanuts. Crazy match though. Genuinely, I didn't get to catch all of it, but I did get to catch the good parts. And I said it and I really meant it. When you are able to push your ciphers well enough that or push and the survivors like well enough that you can get a down with ciphers still remaining in this meta is nuts. Like, genuinely nuts. It is not very possible anymore. It's a lot harder than it used to be. I stand by my controversial take that the game is balanced generally, but I do think that there's been a shift in tournament balance and who relies on what. So, like, generally speaking, in earlier COAs, it would be hunter sweep, hunter sweep, hunter sweep. Like, in my first COA, I remember it was like the survivors didn't work together and they never got out. And the reason that Wolves won, and it was so deeply impressive, was that their survivors coordinated with each other, like, really well. And that is extremely impressive. It's hard to do that because you're going up against these crazy, crazy hunters. And that's very impressive. It's very impressive to be able to do that. So being able to see them do it is just great. It's baller. I enjoy it. It's very fun. My stream is being really mean to me. It's back now. We're still on the stats. Every time this happens, then the chat is at a delay, so I'm left alone with no co-caster. I hope everyone enjoyed Eli. I enjoyed Eli a lot, which is why I begged and pleaded and screamed for him to come and hang out for a few hours. I deeply enjoy casting with Eli. I know that people also enjoy listening to him, which is very within reason. He has a very keen understanding of what's going on, but not only that, he's clearly very passionate about it. So it's very fun to watch his personal streams and also exist with and work with him. We also have a decent enough banter, which is good. Good to have that. If you don't have good banter with your co-caster, you're not as fun to watch. And I am trying to refine my hosting. So I think this has been mentioned before, but when you do commentary, you do a host role and an analyst role, and I host. It's kind of obvious, actually, I think, but I host. So I essentially carry the general of the conversation. I do chit-chat. I guide things along. I talk about the big points, and then everyone fills in the smaller points when they're analyzing. So it's very good to have a good analyst when you host, because you are then able to create better banter, and you're more fun to watch. It's most fun to watch commentary, I think, when it feels like they're just having a conversation about the game. So it's good to be able to bring people on who are clearly just, like, comfortable with chit-chatting and, like, having fun and doing this and that. It's great. I had a lot of fun. He's gonna go get toothpaste now. Eli was supposed to on time. No big deal that he's late. I'm just making sillies. But he injured his foot, as he mentioned, because he went to take the trash out. But I actually don't take the trash out often because I'm frail. This is 11, and I am really bad at things. I live in Canada, as I mentioned, so we have, like, crazy Canadian winters, as you would expect, but I don't generally get asked to, like, take out the garbage much or anything. She has think I should get rid of Eli Ball now that Eli has had to go. I feel like it's more symbolic that way. I'm gonna do that. I'll bring him back later if someone says anything. There's slight latency now, so the opinions on Eli Ball will come later. So if you see him come back... Toy Merchant is Star! Okay, makes sense why she was banned earlier, because we hadn't seen her yet, so I was, like, curious as to why she got banned on Ever Sleeping, but she is very useful on this map. There are a lot of places where you can put the catapults to transition and bring her from one level to another, especially with like Sacred, Chinatown, and Ever Sleeping are her best maps. Oh, Leo's too, because there's a 2-story building. Sacred, of course, being the best, Chinatown I'd say coming in second, but that's personal opinion based on playing her. A formal analyst or someone else with experience with Toy Merchant might say something else. Personally, I think Hospital's a really strong loop, but Hotel is also an extremely strong loop, so I just have an easier time in Hospital myself, so I think she's stronger there, but you know, somebody else might tell you that she's stronger on Chinatown. Either way, those are definitely her best. So out of like the 4 that she's really good on, there are a lot of places that you can place her catapults, and when there's a 2-story, she doesn't need a catapult to do it. When she gets up in the air, she can jump off of a building and glide that way, and it's very useful. Also, special hi to Chad. I remember seeing you on day 2 of C as well, and you were like, when is Veronica casting? And someone had to be like, Veronica did her casting. Like, I was like, no, I was so sad about it. But, you know, here we are. All's good. All's well. I info dumped about lore while Eli was at the convenience store. He is now gone to the little Thailand mall to go do little things like get toothpaste. So I'll probably info dump about lore. Casual stream in your own style, they say, and I explain all of the character motivations that cause their kits to be the way that they are. That was a joke, but I need to talk about this now. The Postman buff that removed his expectation trait. Oh, psychologist. Deeply sad inside. Because the thing about the X portrayed him in a way that you see with Prisoner's obsession with decoding and Acrobat's inability to do the gate. So please don't buffer again. I will cry. I will start crying. Please. Well, I guess I just have to keep talking about Postman lore. So Postman generally, you know, had this expectation letter where he couldn't decode as bad that he couldn't really keep up with it. I would love to see who the hunter is and tell you who the hunter is. Instead, I'm forced to speak of Postman lore, which I usually enjoy, but not right now. Postman. He had that expectation trait, so he wanted a letter so bad that he couldn't decode as well. And they did remove that in order to buff him. And I really enjoy like little character traits that go into their kits and then feel like character traits. I'm going to reload it again. I apologize again, but at least we're not black screening this time. Oh, a clerk. Okay, we're reloading. We've got a clerk. We're playing against a clerk. I would prefer if the clerk gameplay didn't lag, because that's going to be doozy to keep up with, because she does so much. But we're working on it. Live chat will be back with us soon. We're dealing with our white circle of doom here. Usually when this happens, I turn my Wi-Fi on and off, but right now that seems like a bad idea. I think everything will go bad if I try to do that, so hello. I would appreciate it if you would play. Okay, everyone. That's true. Yeah. That is very true. I loved that. This is skipping through a little bit. I'm gonna let that buffer for a few seconds. But we seem to be starting off and she's saying typing. I love the jumping between frames. This is really great. I would simply pause the stream and come back to it, but okay, I think we're good. We're gonna be behind a little bit, but that's okay. I'd rather be behind than struggling to get through. So we're gonna continue season high. Only one cipher has been started so far. Ooh, first hit really quick. So the psychologist, of course, can take 3 hits. It's what makes her so meta. And Tai has proven to be pretty good with that psychologist. And actually, curiously, Burio is carrying the clerk A-tier accessory, which generally you don't see a lot in tourney, explicitly because it's much easier to figure out like where the clerk is and who she's going to be chasing and recording when that happens. We actually see Tram come into play here on the habitual Tram portion. Please don't do this to me. Lag in that, but I was going to continue along. Right in the center here being found, we are going to look at the I'm not sure who it was, but spectating another survivor to make sure that all is well, and you know, you don't want them to get that decoding done. Tai, of course, back on chase. Tram coming into play, not hitting anyone. Luckily, we are moving in slow motion, which is totally fun. This is the kind of stuff that happens like behind the scenes. It's like sometimes it's like all Mosaic square JPEGs. That's like that right now, but you guys have to see it with me because we're live streaming it, but it's not a VOD, so simply we will deal. And by we will deal, I mean I will deal and be embarrassed about it, but it's okay. We'll keep trucking on. All I have to do is go and continue to talk. Tram. Oh, I love seeing the tram lights. Scorpion's going to come in for the body block here, I think, so that's a great idea. Especially because, ooh, okay. Missing the blink hit on the Psyche and instead hitting the mercenary. Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. Very fun to watch. Okay, maybe everyone's stream is struggling really bad right now. Okay, we're seeing it hit on the mercenary. We are seeing Ty continue on the kite here. Usually when mercs come in for body blocks like that, it's because they can get remote healed by the psychologist later, so it's simply a question that I have of like, I wonder what the game plan is here. But it's not impossible, nor is it like a bad decision. It's just one that makes me think. I think we might be landing the down here. I'm unsure. This looks kind of like a charged hit. No, actually not landing the hit on Ty yet. So continuing to loop around and losing the mind game here with Barrio getting pallet stunned. Not looking too hot, but ciphers are not being pushed very well. WOG seems to kind of take their time with the ciphers more. They want to offer more support to their comboing that with the clerk being able to spectate and pause all of the decoding and make, cause a lot of trouble. That does make that a little bit more difficult. Not landing the hit with both the pellet and the cane in order to get the down. And we are seeing the antiquarian in the area to come in to help and possibly stun. Oh god. Ooh, okay. We are going to see. Nice. You guys are all engaging with each other, which is very sweet. And I can reply to you in real time down there. I love that you guys are multitasking and watching. We're at a SharePoint, so I can chit chat. I love that you guys are multitasking and watching IDV streams and playing IDV. This is what I do every COA season. Like, no joke, like every COA season, I will play IDV and watch it on my TV, which I think Eli had actually posted a photo of him being like, here's Psyche. He was like watching the Psyche stream on his TV. I'm not even making fun or anything in any way because I do that. It's so much more comfortable to watch it on the television. I hate watching stuff on my laptop. I don't know why. The only times I watch things on my laptop are when I have to pirate them. Continuing on with the chase here, a beautiful stun from the Antiquarian, as I remember that I have a match to commentate. Going to do the pallet break here, and continuing on chase with Ty, I believe. You want to get that psychologist out of here. And Burio is going to continue on up these stairs. Millie, you arrived at literally the worst time possible. Gonna drop down, they're doing this little mind game around things. Following along, chasing as you do, lifting the pallet up and then unable to get the stun, and also just normal breaking it, hopefully recording that as well so that, you have that pallet break in tow. It does come into play a lot when it comes to clerk, and it is extremely helpful. So we're gonna see a drop down, but unable to get that psychologist out. Oh, that was so JPEG'd. We're unable to get that psychologist out. Still having to loop around with the Antiquarian, still offering support, and the ciphers are being pushed a lot more appropriately now. They're at 70, 89 and 59, I believe, 61 now. So they will be done soon. Blinking to avoid the body block in the doorway there, and Ty is now finally going to go down by throwing the pellet kind of at the wrong side a little bit. And ooh, okay, flywheel, wonderful. Very good. Unable to come in for that support anymore and less willing to, risk some kind of down. But, wow, okay. Yeah, the Anti-Ryan's certainly committing to this harassment quite a bit. Wanting to make sure that this psych does not go back on chair is a very good idea. Okay, psych back on chair, but one cipher remaining, so they're at prime soon. The situation is looking really, really good for WOG. Yeah, able to try and control the cipher machine. It is at 77%, so there is time for Burio to try and turn this around and make sure that the cipher can be primed and popped. But the toy merchant now coming into play. I'm not quite sure what's going to happen, as it's not letting me see. But when it does, I think that we'll be seeing a rescue. And considering you have to focus on the person kiting in front of you, we will likely see the toy merchant do the rescue and the cipher finally get primed. I hope. I'm hoping. These are my predictions. I vision of blur and nothingness. I can see kind of in the corner the psych has been rescued. I think the toy merchant has taken a hit. I believe she is not carrying Tide or anything. So we are now going to have to see what happens. I can't watch COA on my TV anymore because it is me up there and it just feels awkward. everyone is chanting Koa in the thing. I think that WG is going to pull this based on the chat reaction, but honestly, guys, I couldn't tell you. I couldn't tell you. You'll see in retrospect when it's over. Yeah, dude. I have no idea. I don't want to refresh it again because it feels evil. My Wi-Fi is finally behaving for the stream, but not for the stream. Okay, can I see what the clock is doing? That would be very nice. It's like, oh, certainly I'll have no other technical issues. I'm predicting probably WG win. They're going to have 4 survivors up at endgame unless things go horrifically wrong. I'm going to refresh it again, see if it behaves. Everyone in the Japanese chat is chanting Koa again, which is very great. Here we go. Hopefully it'll let us back in. I apologize very much for the silliness. We've lost Eli, and it is at fault of everything being evil. But at least my hamster is awake again, so I don't know how that's a plus, but it's all we have at this point. As soon as live chat loads in on the side, I think we should go. But I hope everyone's feeling okay. These matches have been really exciting. We could see them a lot better earlier. Oh, okay. So it was a 3-1 escape. So WOG did manage to get 3 survivors out of the gate. Just waiting for that to load in again. And now I can pause this and let it buffer before the next match. Because otherwise, things are gonna get worse. Nothing wants to behave. Nothing wants to behave. But that's fine. That's okay. That's fine. Okay. There. I can play it now. I think we'll be a little bit behind, but hopefully that's fine. Hi everybody. Welcome to people that have just woken up. I did have to take Eli out back, except I didn't. What actually happened was he had to go buy toothpaste. And now everything is misbehaving. See, this is why I do, what am I saying? Oh my gosh. I have no idea what's going on. Like, I do, but I don't, because I'm not smart all the time. Things should be better. I think we're picking up. Things are looking smoother. Hopefully. We have time in between before next match, but that one, very exciting. I will recap based on what I saw and what I heard, what was going on. Things are in the red. They're not behaving for me. We're having, I think, a little bit of weather outside, so it's not, like, going over very well with the world. But better recovery again than the black screen, because that left a whole bar there, and that was not great. But I could not, they actually sent me a nice little video of the other stream, and it didn't really work out in my favor because it would not download, which was quite funny, but oh well. Oh, I received a message on, I can't open it at objectively the funniest time. Really, you were watching the stream. I can't open that. I'm glad you guys are playing rounds together, though. I hope that everything enjoyed, or I hope that you guys all won or lost. Whatever you were hoping for, I hope that happened. Ooh, okay. Their round 3 is looking really interesting. WG is definitely going to pull. I mean, things could happen differently, but I do think that WG is going to pull the win here. It was very impressive on their survivor side, from what we could see of it at least. And they really, you know, getting a 5-3 point advantage is very impressive, to say the least. It's very difficult to match up to that, and we're getting the baby sensory again. I'm a big fan of the baby sensory part. There is no Julian went to sleep, but Alexander the Great, I'm seeing the Wushangs, I'm seeing Mini Mary, I'm seeing Mini Smiley. There's one Mini Ripper. Mr. Whiskers is here. That's it. Is that a Dream Wedge? No, I don't think Mini Dream Wedge is permitted either. It's luck of the draw. It's luck of the draw as to what it is. Whatever it is. Whatever it is. Also, I forgot to record the stream. So this one is just gonna have to suffer through the bad health and go up as the live. But again, everyone, this time I made a thumbnail. It was actually originally pink to match the stream setup, and because I'm really pink of a girl, as I'm sure we've noticed. But it's pink, and then I was like, you can't really read that, so I made it blue, and it probably gets a little bit better. That, or I will go on BRB and fix my internet a little bit. Oh, I am actually gonna take a brief break. I'll let you know now. I will be taking a break before the final round, just to stretch. Otherwise, my back is gonna like kill me. That, and I'll be able to hopefully get my streaming thing back to normal. Again, this is why I'm a video girl. The Wi-Fi in my house can be really consistent for a few hours, and then it decides that it doesn't want to do that anymore. So those now are a funny situation. But we've got a final round in this matchup, and then whoever wins this actually gets to go on further into the qualifiers, playing against the team that won last time, and then they will qualify for representing one of Japan's 5 teams. The last one, actually, the 5th team, which is great. Really great. I'm very excited for that. Gather a list of topics to tell you about later. Maybe I'll simply talk about Decappa the Recappa for a while. I also, okay, this is more me babbling. Oh, we're getting to band picks now, actually. Never mind. I'll talk about that later while I'm waiting for them to go, hey, we're on break now, so that I can, and again, stretch, or I will pass away. Okay. No ban in a 3rd round. Thank you, John, for reminding me of that the other day, because I completely forgot. No ban in the 3rd round. But who will we see? Postman? Sorry. You don't say Postman a lot in this current meta, but I personally feel vindicated by that, and I would like to see him. Oh, he looks so funny when you shake him like that. They were like, Veronica, can you do streams on your own, like for COA, like restreams? And I was like, yeah, of course I can do that. And I neglected to tell them that I have severe inattentive ADHD, which leads me to do things like, wow, look at how he shakes. He makes a noise also because he has a little hanger. I like him. I like him a lot. Antiquarian Priestess, and I believe that's Seer. Yep, Seer coming in as the first bands. So it's hard to tell. Don't do this to me. Thank you. It's doing it. Okay, everything is a nightmare. It's like as soon as we get into the matches, it starts buffering really bad, which is very good that we're getting a break soon, and I can go fix my Wi-Fi booster. Seer, Antiquarian, and Priestess is the bands, so I am wondering what will come up next. Ooh. Very good question. Hunter band wise, okay, we're seeing Wax Artist and Geisha. Oh, and Stream is playing again. I could tell because of the little countdown in the numbers. Usually, I was like, oh, I need to improve my Wi-Fi system, and I didn't have enough time to do that, really, because my restream dates were so soon after COA, and I was like, gonna do it, so I was like, March. But if they let me in for main stage, I will do that, naturally. Okay, we're back to playing. I can talk for a long time. The buffering is annoying, but I can get through it. Maybe in an ideal world, you'll just, like, watch the stream alongside me talking. And then you can understand what's actually going on in the matches and, like, apply whether or not I was actually accurate in what I was saying. It's buffering every few seconds. I'm gonna pause it a little. Women in STEM is me trying to figure out technical difficulties, to be honest. Women in STEM. Yoki doki. The flavor a little bit. First few picks. We again, and we're also seeing Mercenary. I believe we're actually on Leo's memory right now, which you don't see a lot with good reason. Luckily, Leo's is great because if there's buffer time, I have a lot to say about Leo's. Leo's is a nightmare map. No matter what side you're on, Leo's is a nightmare map. As a personal anecdote, but most players would agree with you on that. Probably not to that dramatic level, but generally, people will agree that it is a nightmare. Playing on Leo's the factory is like the one really good area for kiting. So when you're playing Hunter, it's, nasty to try and get in to that area and deal with the survivors in there. But when you're playing Survivor, there's a lot of open area around there, so you are then stuck in a situation where you have to sit and kind of cope and seethe and get to that one really good area. Otherwise, you're not in a good position. Logging in with a few seconds remaining on the patient here. Psychologist hasn't been banned. I would like to see both of them together. I think that that's fun. But I'm not sure if we'll get that. Yeah, you don't really need psych on this team comp. It wouldn't really make sense. Generally, I think that Aiden and Emil have really good chemistry naturally, but playstyles together because of the dash that they have along with the buffs that they offer each other. But you have to be careful about that in the sense that it only does so much, so you have to really be on a map that it makes sense to bring both psych and patient to justify bringing both psych and patient. Eli may have more insight about that, but we've lost him. We lost him, boys. The final matches would be exciting. I'll probably be exhausted, so... Marpa! Her name is Martha, but my friend Lucian, who you can see in chat, calls her Marpa, and it's rubbed off on me. But we're going to see Martha B. Hamville, the coordinator. I'm very excited. Cord is quite good to have around. There are a lot of... She's also the only character in the game that has that flare gun on tournaments where you cannot get a flare gun fan in a regular match. So if you want to use a flare gun, you need to... Of course, you should bring Tide and use her as a rescue when you're just playing on your own. But when you're playing in a tournament, you want to make sure that the Martha can kite. That's usually what you bring her for. It's most useful that way, and it's the ideal situation in terms of having Martha around, which is great. I enjoy it. I really enjoy a good Martha play. I apologize if the stream is low quality or buffering. I would love to fix that. I'm gonna see who they log in for Hunter. I'm not really sure. We're on Leo's, which is already a nightmare, and Wax Artist and Geisha have been banned, so I'm predicting maybe a Clerk, but these are a lot of transitional characters that could get away from a Clerk really easy, so they're not playing a full loading up with survivors. That would give her a hard time. Oh, I love their little animations. I also, I said this on my, ooh, okay, Sculptor. I keep forgetting Sculptor exists. If Eli was here, he would have remembered. But, I did do a little poll on my Twitter where I was like, oh, what kind of, like, who would you like to see for a Lord video? And I did put Toy Merchant in there, and I do, I feel like Toy Merchant has a really well fleshed out, interesting narrative that resonates with me, and I think would resonate with a lot more people if they were more aware of it. I think she just doesn't get talked about enough in depth. You don't see a lot of, like, Toy Merchant talk that actually talks about her character as it is. The most that I see about her is kind of mantra of people being like, oh, I think she should do this, or like she should snap, or she should be like this, and I'm like, I don't know. I like her quiet resilience and the way that she is. I enjoy her a lot. I do. Oh, they are in a little cross here. So they're all set up. Again, I'm really bad at figuring out top down, but I believe Toy Merchant is in the factory. Martha is in the shack. We've got Naib the mercenary in the middle, and we're spawning patient kind of out near the exit gate ruins, as I'm gonna call them, which is definitely not the real call out, but that's as much as I can give you. And I'm gonna respond to a real-time question really fast, and you'll see this in retrospect. That's all I got. We're loading in. This time I think we're gonna be smooth. Fingers crossed, knock on wood. Approaching Yat here to start off, so Yukihina is going to go on with the kite, want to approach that first target quick. WG, of course, is in a high winning position, so there's a lot of pressure on Dawn survivors to make this work. I jinxed it. But we are, in a position where Yat is going to be first chase, and I believe that is the coordinator. So we're missing out on fun Martha action, but that's okay. We're going to see the Martha kite first and hopefully use that flare gun appropriately. It is hard to do so against us. We're back on, and it didn't skip forward. So we're going to see, of course, Yat on first chase here, but you have to be really careful with a coordinator against a sculptor. They're, oh, Black Swan's so cute, but you can block the flare gun with a statue if you really know what you're doing. And it can prove for a very messy situation. So you want to make sure of what, oh, okay, we're going forward. But, yeah, we're going to see is on half health now, and these ciphers are just barely being pushed. They are at 5% and 4% respectively, which is not looking like a great situation. Especially, you know, with your coordinator on first days. Unable to get a pallet stone off here because already transitioning, but these sculptor hit right. Ooh, okay, it does happen. We do see a flare gun block on that, with the statue there, going to break this pallet. Actually, no, considering to see if the basement is in that area or not, and upon discovering it's not, choosing to leave the pallet alone, and then, just chair in another area. Oh my goodness, I can't wait to fix this. But we are going to see Yat go in first chair, and there's not a lot of above 30%. Oh, you've gone widescreen now. Oh, okay, you're back. Yukihina, of course, on the sculptor doing, you know, a very good job, very, very immediate dominance in a way to be able to get that down in the coordinator so fast, which is very impressive, and I enjoyed it. Mono P is going to deal with the chisel graveyard here. You have to be very careful with that, of course, as Eli and I were saying earlier. You don't want to use too many statues when you are chiseling. Otherwise, you are putting yourself in a position where you can't do stuff like this. You want to be able to get these statues on the rescuer and potentially stuff them from getting the rescue off. Of course, with the mercenary, it's a little harder to do that, and, you know, resolves to just hitting the mercenary with the chisel in order to continue to send the coordinator off of the chair. A beautiful flywheel in order to prevent that main body hit from going off. And oh, toy merchant support here. Actually, I had a toy merchant earlier in a quick match who did this exact catapult placement, and it was wonderful. It was very helpful. We are going to see now, of course, the big 1-0, the factory. Don't ask what I meant by the big 1-0, I have no idea. But we're going to see a factory chase now, which is exactly why Leo's is very good for survivors and not as good for hunters. You know, putting yourself in a position where you then have to deal with whatever this is, and, you know, the Galatea doesn't want to have any of it. So Yukihina's just going to blink outside and, you know, cut off that loop really quick, downing Yat with a main body chisel hit via just, you know, going through that pallet. Especially when you have a statue there, it's hard for them to double back and get a pallet stone off. So looking quite good, looking really good for WOG. They're already in the lead. Yukihina is going to be able to chair this coordinator in the basement maybe, that or try and just put pressure in the factory area in a general sense. But the toy merchant support was very good, and it is generally why you take her on this map. She can kite very well in the factory herself, but it's there are a lot of areas where she can place a catapult, especially because similarly on Chinatown, it's 2 straight places that she can glide, but also a lot of like really good to have a catapult in for your teammates. Okay, more chisel graveyard. Oh, now we know where the dungeon is. And by we, I mean Yukihina. We kind of know where it is the whole time because of the little claw clip here. I'm totally interested. I'm just fidgety. Alright. We are camping around this basement. I don't think they're going to send any survivors in. It's not worth it at this point. The Martha has no item and no rebound kite potential in the basement. You know, having to rock kite out of there with not a lot to work with is not really a good situation. In fact, one could say it's a bad situation. But we're going to continue on here. Kirai is going to be our next kite in this area around the shack. Of course, being the mercenary. 3 elbow pads remaining, so not looking too bad. But, you know what else is not looking too great is the cipher progress. Another one has just been started, but we have 60%, 35% on abandoned ciphers at this point. So with 3 ciphers remaining, we're seeing a lot of push from Yukihina in order to get these, like, wonderful plays, and during this round just, you know, not deal with the ciphers and just keep pushing and going. So a lot of confidence and a lot of dominance on the field, which is extremely impressive and makes for a very riveting gameplay. Transitioning over, where are we going to find next? I would like to know. Would love to know, actually. I'd love to know who we're to find. Oh! We're getting a little JPEG there, but that's okay. This is what casting code is like when your Wi-Fi goes in and out, by the way. You just sometimes don't see anything. Breaking the little catapult there. Now with no catapults to utilize, as they've both been broken. And no items in the toolbox either, as far as I can see. So she does have a 100% chest opening speed increase. So essentially Toy Merchant opens a chest twice in twice the time that any normal survivor would, or half the time that any normal survivor would. Lucky Guy, I think, doesn't even have the kind of buff that she has for opening chests, which is fair because she can't even use the items. But If you do want to do an item swap play, having a toy merchant on is a really good idea, considering it's built into her kit, and she can do it really quickly without so much trouble as wasting as much time as you would otherwise. The Emil, we're going to see aim a little hook here, not able to get it off, and then choosing to do it elsewhere. But a teleport from Yukina is going to put more pressure on these survivors. Hugh is going to be forced to kite out here with now a full presence sculptor. And oh, hidden, so cute. But we are going to see, of course, the power of that full presence in for all of these hits and all of these statues, able to get that damage off so much better than anyone else would be able to in this circumstance. Hugh goes down. We still have 2 ciphers remaining. One of them is almost finished, and another one is being pushed, at an appropriate time and speed. Ooh, okay. Yeah, I think that what they're going to do is, there's definitely going to be a lot of pressure placed here. You're going to have to be really careful to not, take those hits. Luckily, this is the 99 cipher, so the mercenary is able to pop it, and now we'll be able to transition over to rescue the toy merchant. Of course, leaving the patient to prime that last cipher with no decoding debuff or anything, as far as I remember. If Emil has a decoding debuff, and I've embarrassed myself. Can't be worse than the lag, actually, on the stream. But we are going to see that rescue go off, and you always want to hit the mercenary. The mercenary is going to go down, so Merc will be at half health when the cipher is popped, and just waiting to hit Toy Merchant now. Trying to get it with a statue, so, the cipher pop's going to get be done in an unfortunate way. That would mean the Toy Merchant would go down right afterwards, and literally on top of her to prevent them from just doing a random pop. Really, really good play. Oh, yep. Perfectly timed. Getting that down with the statues. Absolutely insane. And now able to continue to push further for, probably a 3-man, maybe a 4-man if feeling particularly insane. Keyrai, the mercenary, is at this gate here. Teleport is actually back online, and Moonpie is also in this area, it seems. Hanging out in the basement, trying to kind of give Tetanitis and Subtract in this area. Merc is getting the gate open, and going to place some statues down just to, see where the survivor is, because though, as far as I remember, they actually go in the direction at full presence of where a survivor is. I could be wrong, though. I don't remember. I don't play much Sculptor. Detention in place, so we've, unfortunately, kind of just seen Moonpie, go in the area, desperately try and get that toy merchant, and now surrendering. So, of course, you gotta push what you gotta push when it comes to these circumstances, and WOG, with a beautiful play on Sculptor, has scored the win for this round. So, very good, very fun, having much fun. Unfortunately, I'm gonna take a little break. I will be back with our final round, or maybe I'll be back a little before then, but I'll be back with you soon! back now. And hopefully not moving in stop motion. I have the Wi-Fi booster in my room, and also my OBS guy is bright green again. So I think we're looking better. I think we're looking good. Coming back in the middle of the guys, because to be honest, I accidentally clicked the thing, and I was like, oh, I clicked the thing. I feel like I should go back, so I put my headphones on. It only took me a few seconds. I'm back in excellent connection. That's so wonderful. I am overjoyed about this. Fortunately, chat, I think, is still a few seconds behind. Oh, it removed. Okay. It's so hard to see all of the things at once. I'm so small and I don't know anything. What are everyone's thoughts on New Essence? You guys are gonna tell me these in retrospect, but I'd still love to hear them. My friends have been big Nightwatch fans, so far, as far as I'm aware, unless you guys are lying to me. Eli, of course, was talking about Kit earlier based on current findings. The sunlight is coming in to my room now because it's 7 in the morning, but you know, we're back in the green. I am no longer in stop motion. Life is good. I haven't pulled anything for this essence yet, but to be honest, I'm only looking for the Psych B tier. Like, not even kidding. On both my accounts, I just want Psych B tier. I have almost full Psych on the second one, which is maybe a bit more powerful because I have Feathered Cloak on there. And on my main, I have a full Psych without Feathered Cloak. So I am missing, oh goodness, her COAVI tier on my secondary. I did a Painter dunk earlier for fun, because Painter's Kit is not great, but I do enjoy playing Painter, I must confess. And I say this because my secondary also has Golden Ratio on it. I picked it up because I was like, ooh, these look fun. Golden Ratio was the first S tier that I saw in-game when I first started playing. It was the Golden Ratio season, so I am a big fan of Golden Ratio. I have a particular soft spot for it, so... Feathered Cloak was the first S tier I ever wanted to pull, and I didn't get her, but I've gotten her in my own way. She's so cute. I love her cape physics a lot. The entire essence is really one of my favorites ever, I think. What is everyone's favorite essence? What's everyone's thoughts? I love Feathered Cloak, of course, but I think my favorites are Sophia and Inferno Sonata, but I'm also a big fan of the Embrace and Desolate Sand. Those are my scrimblies. I need to, again, edit the HMT footage. I do, organically, so when I'm watching tournaments on my own with my friends, I can use words that one doesn't use in a public space when you're acting as a IDV ambassador. Of course, you know, it's like other casters will swear on their personal live streams. Who doesn't? We're adults. Me, however, I mean, I do, you know, capable of that. I'm an adult woman. But more importantly, when we watch tourney, I organically, every time I see Desolate Sand, very excitedly proclaim, "Oh, my freak." Which is maybe not an entirely appropriate thing to say when you don't know that I'm saying it, like, entirely fondly and, like, for sillies. Because I really, really like that skin, and I'm a big Gravekeeper fan. And while doing HMT with Bones, there was a Gravekeeper in a comp, and they played Desolate Sand, and I loudly exclaim, "Oh, my freak!" Because he's in the corner, decoding, like, in his shot. And I was like, oh my god. Because I was like, can I say that? Does it count in offensive language? I mean it with love. But, that was fair, because there's a hilarious earlier clip where, the mercenary came in for a rescue and Bones yells, "Is that Spring Hand?" Like, so loud that it, like, cuts. Like, the audio cut out. Which was great. I enjoyed every second of it. So, it is, 7 a.m. How is everyone feeling? I said that earlier, but how are we doing? Me? I'm tired. I'm excited to get into actual Japan finals, but I'm very tired. I'm relieved, though. I think I got an energy boost from not being a PowerPoint anymore. But at least my audio seemed fine. So, again, simply rewatch the matches and hope that what I'm saying lines up with whatever's going on in the match. So, oh, okay. I'm seeing these in retrospect a little bit, but I love the Oz Essence as well. Maroon Crystal's really cute. Dorothy's on screen. How funny. I love coincidence, but I actually when we got our memory tree resets this time around, it actually would not let me set what's it called? Princess Ozma, like the Anne A tier. So I was like, are they gonna give me that? Is that like my next A tier? Like, did they like pre-establish that? And I can't select her because she's coming anyways. I don't know. I haven't found out. I am 30 pulls, 29 maybe now, 28. I don't know. I'm like that close to my next random Essence A tier. So if it is Princess Ozma, I'll let you know. I will. I'll try to keep everyone updated. Risk Taker, also really good. I am a big Doctor fan, and I love the way that it correlates with her character. Risk Taker is actually the first, for people who don't know, Lucien obviously is aware, but Risk Taker was actually the first Essence S tier that I pulled, like limited-wise. The first Essence S tier I pulled in general was Eternal Aurora, which is partially why I feel the need to learn Geisha. But I also... Risk Taker was my first limb. She came to me in the mall cafeteria, food court. It's not a mall cafeteria, it's a food court. Came to me in the food court while I was like, I'm so close to pity, I should just like spend like the like $5 Canadian and like get my A tier. So the gold line comes at 60, cause that's what it does. The gold line comes at 60. You gotta guarantee. And then Risk Taker pulls up. Like, the whole time I was just thinking, not roulette, not roulette, not roulette, not roulette. Sorry, Nightmare fans. I don't mind Nightmare, but roulette, he's not doing it for me. I love aspects of the design, but it's not my favorite skin. High Roller, however, I was obsessed with. I love the way High Roller looks. So I was like, oh, I want High Roller. I'm gonna pull to pity. I wanted aromatherapy. Sauna as well. I got shower. I did. We should start a support group for people who wanted pink Margie and got shower. I would probably be the head of it because I paid like $5 for shower. It was brutal. I was devastated. Yeah, we're into RC versus WOG soon. I'm excited. In for a long one, boys. We've got another maybe hour and a half, 2 hours. Hopefully I can entertain for that long. But oh god, what was I saying? I'm backtracking. Let me buffer in my brain. Oh yes, I pulled in the mall food court. I got a gold line because that's what you get at 60. And then I got Risk Taker, and I was baffled and frightened. And then I had to go to a shift at Claire's, and I couldn't even play her because I had to go to work at Claire's. I couldn't even like properly play at all because I didn't have enough time. Like, I just wanted to do the pulls and get them out of the way, and then I was like, what? It was funnier too because Sway had been like recently posted. She might have been leaked, but either way, we had seen Sway, and I was like, oh, I like love her. Like, I need her. Because I love unique S tiers. I'm sure most people do, but I'm a big fan of when they're like not. I used to be really into the blue and silver or white ones, when they were lesser than the red ones, but, I mean, I love most of the S tiers, I think they're gorgeous, but I get really into the ones that are particularly, like, different, so, like, Sway I was enthralled with, because she's purple, that's what I'm trying to say. I love when they're different colors and they're different concepts, and I loved her little pants and her long coat and her hat, and her ponytail. It looked like it had fun physics, so I was like, oh, I want Sway. I have to get an Essence S tier eventually. They have to give me a limited skin eventually, and then they did, and it was not Sway. I did not get Sway. I actually, season reset happened while I was at a friend's birthday party at like a remote cabin, and I, not joking, held my phone up like this above my head, like in the air, to try and get enough reception on my data to pull to get all of the update downloaded and then pull. So then the next morning, like crack of dawn when we're leaving, I got to do my polls in the parking lot of the Tim Hortons after getting my bagel and iced coffee. Actually, I think the line was so long that I did them in the line. I didn't even like get to eat before I did that. I let my friend do some of them as well. I got Weeping Clown's Dance a lot of times. A lot of times. It was a weepy day. Weepy day. I am scared because I know this is between us. I'm leaning closer. If I pull, if you can't tell, it's 7 a.m. and I'm waiting for the match, so I'm just talking about whatever. They said casual stream in your own style, and I said, really? And now I'm talking about Weeping Clown skins. At 7 in the morning waiting for WG versus RC, what I'm very excited for, by the way. Like, I actually genuinely, I cannot wait to see how they play against each other. Japan is, in fact, I'm so happy that they gave me Japan finals. It's a lot to handle, and I'm, again, so sorry about the light technical difficulties and the slideshow moments of my stream buffering, but we're good now. We're good for the big one. So, I'm really excited for it, because I love Japan's competitive scene. I think it's wonderful that they have such a big one. And they're clearly so skilled and experienced because of how much they get to go into competitive, that their tourneys are always, like, crazy fun to watch. Like, I'm also very into, what was I saying? Oh, it's C tournament, also, when their meta was very different from the rest of the tourneys. I also used to really love watching C, when they did their qualifiers and their big tourney. C's tourney is still one of my favorites. I sincerely hope that I get to commentate for the C tourney when they do it this year. Or next year. This year, next year? What is it? This year? I haven't considered time. Yes, this year. I always forget how, like, early COA is, because it feels early, but it also feels late. It's, like late spring, early summer, because we have, like, the anniversaries before COA, but we also have, like, COA in December, so. Oh, well. Oh my god, this is late, but Victor. I have so many Victor skins. I love Victor's cosmetics. I think they're so cute. I am a huge Postman fan, so I could write, like, an essay on all of the skins and what they they mean and they resonate. Like, this thing actually, how do you tie into the lore for Halloween? I still haven't figured it out. I'm not gonna lie to you, but it's because they don't tell us. So, while we're waiting for the match to start, I'm going to talk about this thing. Hello. Hi. I'm getting delirious. But Spectre, Embrace is very clearly heavily tied into the lore for the Count's Banquet and the Bloodline, considering he is the proper owner of the Tomb, which is the Book of Destiny more broadly, but more specifically, it's the book that they use to signify who or what gets to be a vampire within the lore. Oh my god, anyone who's coming to these streams just to listen to me talk about competitive is going to be deeply disappointed, but they should expect me to be picking apart lore based on the pink background and the special little Halloween sprites that I got to show everything off. But Spectre, I'm not sure how it ties in, because Embrace is very important to the Bloodline lore, like obscenely important, but I'm not sure how he ties in. Oh, we're getting into it. Oh, okay, I can keep talking. But these are earlier matches. If you didn't catch them, please do. The first part of the stream was really smooth. The second part of the stream was really smooth for the first 2 rounds ish. And Eli is there for the good middle chunk of those portions. You should go back and watch those. They were fun. But now I'm talking about Bloodline lore. We don't actually know what really happened in the Bloodline lore because it's not properly archived, but I wish it was. I want to know the secrets. Embrace is kind of like a figurehead. There's a lot said about him. Like, he literally feels like a political figurehead because there's a lot said about Embrace, but not a lot that actually correlates with him. So you don't see Embrace in any of the actual Halloween events, but you do see this thing. And this thing, I expect her. This thing, Hello Hermit on my screen. These are the stats again, of course, feel free to read them over. We did see these players play earlier, so if you do want to see what they're capable of, I totally recommend going back and watching. But going through the stream, you've probably seen it already, but, They're all very impressive players. I need to solidify that. I keep interrupting myself to be like, I care so much. But, again, I'm starting to hyperfixate on the Postman lore thing, so I don't know where this thing ties in. Because, okay, hear me out, there are vague implications that Jamboree Mike is also Tea Party Mike, because he like vaguely references like staying in the forest for a while, and they also vaguely reference werewolves. But this thing is supposed to be the Embrace. So, and they give the tune back to the Count at random. I don't know what's going on. Netease, I love your Halloween events. I like Postman. Can you please give, this is a solemn plea, can you please put Postman Embrace in the next Halloween event? I would cry really hard of joy. I would send flowers to your HQ. I'll do it. Expensive ones. And not just normal roses. Like, I'll get you like a full, varied bouquet. Look at Aesop Carl. He's on time. Speaking of him, I keep moving away from this point. I'm so sorry if that's annoying. I never processed that. Might be like, the jumping back and forth might be confusing. It's just how my brain works. I'm starting to get delirious. So, we're rolling with her. This is my fun casual stream. This thing, right? This little guy, Spectre, I don't know how he ties, because you do actually see him in the Moonblast event. He's in the check-in, so you check in and log in as him, and other skins there seem to be actually representative of what's going on in the lore for Halloween. But I'm not sure what he's doing. My current running theory is that he is the Embrace in hiding. Makes the most sense. I mean, look at it. This is as far as you can get from Embrace. And it ties into his weird Desire for Destiny. They also reference losing the power of the Embrace in the most recent Halloween event, which actually does kind of go back to the fact that the Bloodline lore ties into the lore of the game Vampire the Masquerade, and they refer to the Embrace as being the thing that turns vampires into vampires and stuff. Everyone is having a fun time talking about C tiers in chat, and I'm like, I want to talk about Spectre now. I've been talking about Spectre for probably like a good 5 to 8 minutes at this point, and I've just now finished my thoughts. He actually was in the first Halloween that I got to experience, which is cute. I like him. I'm rocking with him. You rocking with Spectre? I'm not working with Kurt Frank. Not working with Kurt Frank. No. Mm-mm. I did like his lore event though, because I love lore events actually in general. I can't talk on that and act like, oh, Gravekeeper event soon. I'm so excited. I'm genuinely, he's just got a leaf on his head. He's role playing as Wall-E. I'm a huge fan. I'm very excited. Dancer! We're seeing a dancer meet again. I'm really excited to see these teams go up against each other. All of my Postman rants aside. They've put on extremely impressive performances today, especially WOG. Of course, RC has been really good as well, but WG has done a crazy good job at what they've been doing. Their hunter who plays Sculptor, I'm blanking, I'm so sorry, but the Sculptor rounds were absolutely nuts. Being able to do that much damage is just really impressive, especially in such a in a meta that relies really heavily on the ability to get your survivors to work together and then push from there. So I'm enjoying it. You know, I love it. Hi, Jose Payton, my friend. Hello. I rock with Jose. Anybody else rocking with Jose? Are we rocking with Jose? Chat, are we rocking with Jose, or are we not Jose fans? Because I'm willing to succumb to peer pressure. Gameplay wise though, we gotta be rocking with Jose. First Officer, of course, currently one of the best rescue in the game. If not, probably I'd say Depends on classing. Oh yeah, they get into rounds really fast. I totally forgot that they do this literally directly after they go into the stats. I'm very excited. What are we looking at? Okay, Chinatown is our first map. I believe that Moonlit was the one that was banned, so we are getting to Chinatown now. Don't want to deal with that. The coaster. You don't. It's a nightmare. No one else deal with the coaster. So here we are in our final map. Oh, my Norton antivirus is going off now. Maybe we'll see a Prospector play on brand with the Norton coming in. Oh my god, Chad wants to get into Jose lore. I'll talk about Jose lore at some point. Not right now though, but what you need to know is that everyone in his game is like doing psychological warfare with each other, like gossipy rich people. I mean, not entirely. That's a huge oversimplification because it's just two of them doing that, and then it's like Kevin going insane and Patricia just trying to do her own thing. But Jose, meanwhile, has been abandoned on a boat with a haunted umbrella. We will see a Prospector. We're actually going to see Embalmer and Prospector come out, and it's Chinatown, so I'm not surprised to see Embalmer whatsoever. Embalmer, of course. Especially because Japan has been... These are actually big, like, Japan specialties here that we're seeing as far as I remember. The Prospector, I know for sure. The Embalmer, I'm quite sure Eli confirmed my suspicion earlier. But Embalmer has been extremely popular in Japan recently, and Prospector has always been really popular in Japan, at least for the last, like, year and a half. Because I remember even in past tourneys and qualifiers, we were like, yep, there's Japan and their Prospectors. They like them. They really enjoy their Prospectors. I'm rocking with it. More bands. Ooh, okay, there he is. Hello, First Officer Jose. We were just talking about you. He's gonna load right in. I love his animation because it looks like he's gonna hit himself with the pocket watch and then he never does. But again, if you cannot tell, I'm a little bit sleepy, but I'm having fun. I'm enjoying doing my little restream. I hope that everyone is also having fun. Yeah. I'm gonna assume that you're having fun, and if you say otherwise, I'm just gonna pretend that you didn't say it. Does that sound good? Yeah? I went from, like, God's worst connection to, like, excellent. Stop doing that! Thank you. Antiquarian is our final band, so we're actually not going to see the Antiquarian come into play, despite having the opportunity to, but she is extremely strong. Priestess, no. Might go for a Toy Merchant, but I don't think so. No! Acrobat! Okay. Woohoo! They're standing next to each other. Yeah. I'm rocking with this lineup. I think that it's a pretty good basic counter comp. They might be looking for a particular character. But I think in general they're just going for, you know, one really good kiter, one very good harasser, the Embalmer who can self-save, and a solid rescue with the First Officer, who, as mentioned earlier, is definitely one of the best rescues in the game right now. It's kind of impossible to beat Mercenary out. I wouldn't go so far as to say that he's the best rescue in the meta at the moment, because again, it is hard to beat Mercenary. You can't. You genuinely can't beat Mercenary when it comes to being the best rescue, but definitely doing a number on the other rescues, because generally most people, you know, Forward is a very strong rescue as well. Most people kind of class him as an assist harasser as well. So if you're looking at sort of like primarily rescue, basically just fully rescue, First Officer would be your best bet. Again, Mercenary hard to beat with that delayed damage, but First Officer, of course, has a very impressive decoding buff from his watch now. He also has Tide built into his watch, and he is able to hold his own extremely well when it comes to both kiting and decoding and rescuing, and he can really turn things around at a pinch. So you want to have him around. I wonder if he'll wear Captain Hook. I'm actually on my hands and knees begging to see Captain Hook. I know he's flashy. I know it's like a bad idea because then you're gonna get found out by the hunter because you have like a huge feathered hat on. But I would like to see him. We're going to see Dream Witch selected on the side of WOG's Metal, who played really well earlier, of course. Metal's going to come out for the first round, and they're likely going to swap to their secondary hunter once more. Or primary hunter. I think it would be primary. Terminology is words, and I'm not good at them right now. Interesting spawn lineups. Yeah. Yeah. Very interesting spawn lineups. Okay, first officer is in the middle. We're going to see Embalmer in hotel, prospector spawning outside of hotel at the umbrella area, and Michael is sort of out near the Beck area there. There's probably a name for that, but it is a very strong kiting area is how I know it, and there's a potential basement spawn there. Like near the two-story, but not the two-story. Like the place with all the tables in it. Table hotspot. That's what we're calling it for now. Althar on Embalmer, City on the first officer, Ivory on the acrobat, and Soba on the prospector. Soba's been giving us some very strong kites, so I don't expect anything different really from what we've been seeing so far. Cool. Metal is going to transition over. Althar is putting down that first coffin right up here at the two-story area and wearing a classical, if you understand, Noah man skin. Norman, of course, but I have not forgotten that typo, and I don't think anyone should. Continuing on here, coffin is up, trying to create a good sandwich situation. Taking a first leech hit, which is very strong, and now forcing the spawn follower to come up the stairs. So the main body is going to drop off here, just to, remain on the ground, expecting the kind of play that's going to come. Breaking the pallet, and the embalmer dropping, of course, when that happens. Hoping to gain enough distance from the spawn follower so that a swap does not need to happen in order for this chase to continue, and being able to do so. Going to place a patroller down with the main body, carrying patroller first, of course, which is generally what is expected, and of course will likely work out in Metal's favor. However, no leech to work with anymore, going to have to take a spawn follower hit, which is a little bit rough for the Dreamers with the patroller. It's not looking too bad. Like, it's not a bad situation. Ideally, a leech hit would have been better for the survivors, but, actually going to self-rescue right away, so the ciphers can continue to push, but, actually being chaired near one of the ciphers that's being decoded at the moment, which is not ideal, but, of course, the coffin rescue will then prevent further disruption from happening at the, cipher that's being decoded. Going to kite around the hotel here, I believe, just in order to buy time, and, make distance and work things out a lot better. Trying to create, I believe, a little bit of a sandwich situation, probably going to leech up there, and already leeched actually. Already leeched up there, and then bringing the spawn follower down to the lower level in order to work things out. Fortunately, not seeing very good movement on the little spawn follower there, or the leech follower there up at the top, getting stuck a little bit, but still able to get that down with a leech still on the field. So that's a big win for the Dream Witch. Ooh, a beautiful drop in order to prevent the prospector from getting that balloon rescue off. But will it happen again? No. Nothing will happen. We are going to see, I'm going to see the chat, and we are going to see a basement chair for the Embalmer's second chair. Of course, with the coffin rescue, that means that automatically placed at sort of half, as if, taking a full chair time, which is good. Good so far. I love that I certainly have makeup on, and it is a little bit washed out by how pale I am. I think it's funny. But continuing on with Chase here, enough about Veronica in the background, and actually transitioning over to Soba at this point. Ooh, okay. Coming up the stairs. Yes, and there's a leech. It makes it even better. The Embalmer was sold. Very good idea. You don't want to rescue the Embalmer from the basement at that point. Actually able to take the leech follower hit immediately, getting rid of the patroller and the leech follower both in one. So going to have to place another one on. That will be back, I believe, in about 3 seconds now. So definitely just following along, waiting for the leech. I'm going to throw a magnet in order to get that on the follower that is coming along, but of course using the main body in order to work things out better. Getting a nice repel there, knowing that that follower is not being controlled, so there's no risk of canceling hit recovery or anything. And we're continuing forward. A beautiful swap to blink, but unfortunately we are going to miss there. I love saying we, beautiful Palestine. I love saying we about the hunters and stuff as if I'm like a man with a wife who is with child. But we're gonna see Soba go down here actually now, and no magnets remaining, of course, with 2 ciphers remaining and soon on prime actually. So they're gonna pop that one. The 92 is the ideal, of course, to try and get that cipher primed, but hopefully they'll be able to do that in time. It's Pirate Radio. Hello, Pirate Radio. Not Captain Hook, but I'm satisfied. We are going to see City is coming in for the rescue here, so we are going to see our friend Pirate Radio come in. wrong Koa, but I'm pleased. He is going to go to the chair. The cipher actually has been primed by the acrobat, so it is just a matter of time. Actually getting the last effort hit on the, getting it on the prospector, so we are now entering our end game. I think Mantle might just swing for the safe draw at this point. There's not much else that can be done. With a Dream Witch, of course, there's a lot that can be done, actually, but sometimes it's better to just take what you can get comfortably before pushing a little bit too hard. But this is the last matchup, after all, so we could be looking at a situation where there is a desire to push for more and get into an even better position for the end here. Ooh. Oh! Yep. Okay. We're getting a draw, we're seeing a little surrender, and we're gonna hop into our little caster screen now. Which is all the time for me right now. I'm in permacaster screen. I think it's great. I love being in permacaster screen. Unfortunately, it means that I can't keep up with my chat, but I'll try not to talk about Postman lore again. I'll try really hard. But I do love IDV a lot. I feel like it's kind of obvious as a caster, but in a general sense, I am a big IDV fan. I love a lot of the stuff that they do. I'm very into the lore, I'm very into the gameplay, I'm very into the cosmetics and all of it. And a lot of the events that they do, I think, are very well fleshed out and very fun to play. My favorite was definitely, I loved the Autumn Reverie event. Naturally, nothing else should ever be expected of me after that. But there's a lot of fun stuff that got revealed there that I was like, I think he would do this. And then they were like, oh, this is Postman Childhood. And I was like, what? I'm a genius. Anyway, one of my favorite events. But my favorite event is definitely the Patient and Psychologist event. That one was so fun. I did enjoy that to bits and pieces. I loved that to bits and pieces. The different perspectives, the writing was fun. The sprite work was neat. I loved the storyline that they proposed, and I think they were the perfect kind of characters to flesh out that way. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to fully understand what was going on with them. It was so good. I love the 8 meal event. Let's go Mesmers. I also I loved the recent Valentine's Day event. It was really cute. I'm still curious as to why we didn't get a Valentine's Day skin. I don't know what's coming up that we wouldn't, but obviously not a dig or anything, but ooh, we're looking at our stats now. Yeah, I think it's fun to be first in both, because you can kind of just, like, talk about whatever, but it's good to have a perfect mix, too. Like, I don't have enough room in my brain to know exactly who every player is, as much as I would like to, like, genuinely, but I talk more about the meta from a broad stance and host for people who know a lot more in specifics. So instead, I can know the name of the Dream Witch follower. It's like you get one or the other, and I've picked the other one. Like how you can only play Dream Witch or you can play Bonbon, you can play both. You either get to know every fact about the lore or you know every player's name in their entire hunter pool. So instead, I get to know half the hunter pool and then prompt my analyst to talk more in depth about stuff I'm aware of in a lesser level, but regardless, having a lot of fun watching qualifiers and doing casting in general. It's been a great opportunity. I've really appreciated it. Genuinely has been so much fun. I have another date where I forget exactly which one, but I am actually co-casting with Lychee for the first half of one of her days. I believe she's doing one of the Chinese qualifier matches, and that is where I will be in. I think it's a VOD too, so it should be earlier. I will definitely post a link to that on twitter.com, so hopefully you're able to find it. That'll be fun, I think. That'll be great. I have no thoughts in my head. Timer Reading was also solid. That was a very, very solid, important event. I loved watching Orpheus just drink so many clearly dangerous liquids. He was like, the labels on this don't look great. And then drink them anyway. But it also ties in really neatly to oh goodness, the characters who are implied to work for the manor in terms of drug production. I enjoyed learning about the names of them formally because I believe it was like Nemesis and Dionysus were two of them, which reference Perfumer and Evil Reptilian, respectively. Kind of. spring heated wine, and Imosine's dream. I think I'm saying that word right. It's complicated, but does anyone here have an SS tier? I do not. I live in Canada, and the price conversion is nuts. I could never do that, but I love Envoy of Yogg Sethis. If Mr. Netease would like to give that to me, don't pay me for casting anymore, just give me Envoy. We are hopping into our other match now. We are in the second half of round 1 in the final matchup of today. We are going to be seeing Priestess get banned first, and naturally, it's Chinatown. If you didn't ban Priestess, I would be shocked. Which is really, really great that we're seeing her taken out. Otherwise, things would be dangerous. We're seeing Seer and Antiquarian, which are very good, solid first picks, of course. Seer provide that owl support, Antiquarian provide that flute support. I love Antiquarian. I loved her event too. It wasn't like, it's not one of my favorites, but I did love it. The art in it was really cute. I loved the sprites. By Zay is a very, very cute S tier. I like that it looks kind of like her original model, but it's a lot more spiced up. Oh, definitely preparing for a Dream Witch. It has to be a Dream Witch. I would be shocked if it wasn't. Maybe Akka I could see taking out a Hermit, but I'm really thinking Dream Witch here. Generally, you don't ban Barmaid and Psychologist both at once unless you are planning to play Dream Witch. Seems to be the case, but they can also give trouble for, or provide Hermit with some issues. As I mentioned earlier when we were watching Hermits, when I play Psych, it's not as doable in a high tier tourney setting, but when you play Psych against a Hermit, you have a lot of opportunity to, and Toy Merchant ban as well, so getting rid of women that I love to play in rank. This is a me ban target. Dancer, however, being allowed to come out onto the field, which is great. Dancer is extremely strong. Akka definitely going to go for a Dream Witch or a Hermit, I think. Maybe a Clerk, probably not. This would probably provide a lot of trouble to a Clerk comp-wise. The Mercenary, of course, is awful to deal with when you're any hunter, except for Photographer. Win for Photographer, finally, in the world. But maybe not because the armpits. Either way, you don't have to delay damage, is what I'm getting at. I'm not going to get into the specifics of Joseph having a really bad ground chase. But this would not be a great comp for Clerk to go up against. The Seer, of course, is going to buy you more time in a kite, even if you can throw down the pellets and mess up the actual kiting. Antiquarian, of course, much like the Mercenary, is very difficult for anyone to deal with, but a Clerk especially. And Female Dancer is very good at transitioning and placing down little boxes and whatnot. The Clerk does counter her in the way where she can break all of those boxes without having to actually do it and be slowed down by them, but still not easy. Still not super fun. Still not an ideal situation for anybody. Okay, yeah, we actually are going to see Hermit, which was my background thought. Similarly to, of course, with the Dream Witch, you have these bans, but Hermit as well, it makes a lot of sense. You don't want to have the Psychologist able to share that polarity and take a lot of damage, which will prolong any kind of kite if you do it properly. And furthermore, Barmaid, of course, is a nightmare. She shares her Dovlin with her teammates, and then suddenly you've lost a survivor and they're fully healed, and there's nothing you can do about it, and you just have to sit there and suffer. It is Hermit Town. We're seeing so many of them, and now I have to commentate for this man that I want to blow up. Maybe not the best thing to say. I'm kidding. I don't want to. Well, Prisoner did it, so maybe it's appropriate. Maybe it's appropriate. Prisoner does do a little bit of explosion on that. So, but we're going to see Akka come in now with the Hermit, Scorpion spawning in middle, Seer spawning up top, Dancer spawning near hotel, and I believe it is the Antiquarian actually spawning within the hotel area. I see we're all having Hermit hate mail time. I can do Hermit hate mail with chat now that Eli is gone. I think Hermit's kit is extremely interesting, though. I love when IDV releases new Hunters and Survivors because they're so unique to each other, and I am always impressed by people's creativity and ability to come up with new ideas. I was playing Persona 5 the other day, and I was like, I need to kiss whoever came up with the, Persona 5 in general, but kiss whoever came up with the transition from storyline to storyline. We're gonna see another Croto. I love seeing Croto. But we're getting started. Arceus Akka has proven to be a menace with this Hermit, of course, and we are going to see our first chase hopefully happen soon. The survivors are doing an extremely good job of rotating, actually waiting to make that first connection to see what ciphers are being used in order to, prevent them from being decoded further. Banban might be first kite here, and I do believe we saw Banban on Seer earlier against a Bonbon, and I only remember that because I thought it was extremely funny, but did pretty well, very capable of holding out for a good kite. WOG survivors, of course, have been really good with their kites so far, and I don't expect that to change anytime soon. Changing off the polarity a little bit, Mara's got red. We've got blue on the Banbans here now, so Tai will be sharing some of that damage as things go forward. Yeah. Oh, okay. Multiple of them have swapped to it now in order to, prolong this kite more. Banban, of course, being on Seer again, so beautiful owl. Actual beautiful owl. Organic, we used that adjective a lot, but I really mean it that time. That was a wonderful owl. It was like an instant owl. It was probably like 499 points. That was a beautiful owl. And we're going to see a prolonged kite now because of the amount of shared polarity that they're doing in this first kite, taking a slightly different approach than other teams who tend to share on the rebound kite in order to, maintain their cipher decoding at first and kind of just see what is being worked with on the first kite. But Akka really doesn't want to deal with the Seer, really wants to get him out. Using the attachment orb, which I believe we learned the name of earlier because we're very smart and cool, in order to get the down on Banban. Carrying detention and insolence, I believe, from the build in the corner there. Going to chair. Hey, chair time! The drawback of Hermit, of course, being that survivors can then get more progress started on different ciphers while you are trying to get things going. So they're decoding less, but they're also decoding more, and generally you don't want survivors to decode at all. I think that he should just have a button that makes them stop doing anything. So don't ask me what that means. However, what is going on is that Scorpion's coming for the rescue, and we are actually seeing last effort popped on Scorpion's mercenary and not the Seer. So the Seer will be able to continue kiting. Unfortunately, we could be looking at a double down situation, but we won't be because there is shared polarity, which means that Banban will remain up and ready to go. So continuing on with the kite here, now able to do so. Another little orb teleport. So, charged up another owl. Beautifully timed, but of course with the stun, Akka was able to wait it out. Now we are in a position where they are mind gaming around this pallet. We're going to see another stun. The owl is going to go off, and we are now going to see a down on Banban. I'm going really fast today, boys. Ooh. Yep. 4 ciphers remaining. One is almost popped. We're really getting there. And another one is at 53%. Other than that, they're kind of chugging along really slowly. I think disconnecting from the closest one to prevent them from popping it with the shared decoding. Oh, my jaw is starting to hurt. Ooh. Okay, placing up some polarity circles there to create a stun no matter who comes in with what polarity, and continuing on with the chase here. So they're all healed up. They chose to let Banban get sent back to the manor, and they really do need to keep pushing these ciphers though. With 4 ciphers remaining and Akka's Hermit at full presence with Blink online, no matter how much they share the polarity, it means then they won't be able to rescue and their ciphers will not really push a lot. I love the AI win rate prediction. It is new. They did introduce it just this Koa, and it feels really appropriate for the Koa 6 theme. So, Morrow going to take up the kite now. Beautiful stun! Beautiful stun! 2 stuns in a row! He cannot hit, even though his hitbox is very silly. Ooh, okay, waiting to be back online, changing the connections, going to try and get a stun there, a beautiful flywheel, I think, to prevent that stun, and a hit with the flute once more to prevent a hit and get a little knockback. Mind gaming around this palette, we'll see who wins, That 97% cipher is really bugging me. It's making me sad, it's really distressing me at this point. But hopefully I'll get that done soon. They have another one that they're pushing and it's almost done. Actually 2 that are almost done. One at about 85 and the other one at 96. Another beautiful stun. Pallet stun? No? Huh? Sorry, that was an organic upset reaction because of the lack of pallet stun. Though I can see why, because there was no hit at the moment, and sometimes you want to be safe. But I do think that was a good pallet stun opportunity. But we are going to see continued chase, trying to swap once again, but all of these ciphers are pretty close to being done now. So we actually see 3 dancers in the top corner there with all of the decoding being done. So dancers finishing these ciphers all on her own. Her decoding stat is going to be quite funny. And Hermit currently looking for someone else to chase. So I think that they are actually healing up. Yeah, they're actually healing up over here. But as Akka is coming back into the area, you know, you want to be careful with that. You want to be able to move forward. Actually put a fast box down just to try and get those heals off. But 2 ciphers remaining. Things are looking a lot better for WOG at this point because they're pushing. They're really putting pressure on Akka's Hermit here in order to get things going. They did actually manage to get one of those heals off, so now Tai is able to come in for a rescue. It is a dancer after all, though, so not sure if they will go for that. She's actually finishing a cipher at the moment, and yeah, will likely come for the rescue afterwards. You know, Maru should probably go to a cipher and get that done. Maybe, I'm hoping, or going in for the rescue while, going in for the rescue while the Hermit is distracted with Tay. Nice. They're going to split up here. An elbow pad is going to be used in order for the mercenary to gain more distance. And Yunomaro, of course, is par for the course and is knocked in this little pallet here, going to get hit and going to go down. We are seeing a transition over to a chair. How wonderful. Yunomaro will now see chair. I think for the first time, this is the first time the Antiquarian has been chaired. I do not stand corrected. I am right. This is the first time the Antiquarian has been chaired. So that buys a lot of time for the survivors by not having Scorpion sit back on chair, who is hanging out in the area to give tinnitus and probably come in for the rescue later when the dancers are super primed. However, the difficult thing with that with Hermit is, of course, this. He's able to throw that teleportation ball and get things done. And banging on the idea that they could be decoding a cipher that is connected to other ciphers, you want to get rid of those connections. It possibly puts them in a worse position, or now looking over it again, can see that the dancer is actually, oh my god, she's done all 5. But dancer is getting the cipher prime, Scorpion's going to come in for the rescue, and all's going to be well and good. Going to go down, of course, with Hermit's extra damage there, and now we are in our end game. So Yunomaru is going to have to try and kite this out. Of course, you have to be careful of the stuns. There is, however, a lot of flute remaining, or at least enough to... Okay, actually not a lot, it's already gone. And going to have to make this count, but beautiful to counteract the blink there. Unfortunately, still going to go down, but what matters, of course, there was no trump card, but now there's no blink for endgame at all. It was insolence earlier, so there was no risk of teleport, but of course, as mentioned, Alva Lorenz, my enemy Alva, does have a built-in teleport into his kit with that attachment orb. So going to utilize this here. Tai is just getting that gate open, not actually spotting initially, which means that Tai should be able to make it out in time. Yeah, unable to get that stun off. Scorpion hanging out in the area, potentially running for dungeon, potentially trying to sneak past the Hermit in order to get out through the gate. I can't see. Oh, actually, yep, going for dungeon. I see the little green outline. So this is looking like a draw. Really good. It seems very solid. Of course, in your first rounds, we've got a draw now. So we will be continuing into other rounds. Great. We'll be looking at our stats soon. Very exciting. My jaw's starting to hurt. I said this earlier. Did you guys miss Eli Ball? Because I can put it back up. But I feel like I shouldn't, because it stands for when Eli is here, and he's been gone. So, no more Eli Ball. I would love to have Eli speak right now while I'm dying, but instead, I'll learn how to make this thing speak, and then we'll be all golden. I apologize for the amount of times I'm looking at my hamster on the floor. Oh, everyone missed Eli Ball. Okay. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm sorry for traumatizing you twice in a row by taking away Eli Ball. It's back. I've given you Eli Ball back. I hope you like it. I have enjoyed streaming a lot. Thank you all for coming. I know it's like crazy late. And I'm getting delirious, so I'm kind of just having fun and trying to do real commentary over the matches, but in between I'm like a wild cannon going off about whatever keeps me awake and attentive. So I appreciate your patience with that, and furthermore, not even just that, but the interest in whatever it is I'm rambling about at this current point in time. So that's great. I appreciate it. I'm glad everyone enjoys whatever's going on. I have to do significantly more cohesive lore videos in the future that are not the chaos of me on a stream. But I hope that everyone likes my setup. I bought little assets because I've never streamed before and I wanted to have something cute. I've also bought more expensive ones that I was like really obsessed with, but these ones I enjoy because I fiddled around with them more. There's a lot to... I would not blame you if you got distracted by playing IDV for a while. I was a PowerPoint earlier in the stream, so if you took a break to peer at anything else, I wouldn't blame you. I would have too. If I could have stopped watching myself for a minute and played IDV, I would have. But it's great. That's fun. Sometimes I consider playing IDV on streams and stuff, but I'm not particularly I'm good, but I'm not particularly impressive, so there's not anything fun to watch. And I can rant and ramble to my friends in private anyway, without putting my embarrassment on the internet forever. So, but match stats, I want to see the Denters decoding, like, desperately. Yeah, 304. 132 and 153. Seer, of course, with a 107 second kite, which is very good. But 0% decoding didn't even get to touch a cipher. Didn't even get to touch one. I almost spilled that. Poor Seer boy. Oh, speaking of Seer, I hope that everyone has enjoyed the way that I've laid out the little assets. I don't have another restream. This is my last one. So this is the last time you'll be dealing with me doing this for a big end of qualifiers stream. But I hope that everyone enjoyed the setup that I got in a pinch. And furthermore, the little guys in the corner. They were a last minute addition, and I'm a big fan of them. I would have loved to put a chat in, but the cameras didn't feel appropriate down at the bottom, like where the barmaid and the seer are at the moment. And chat would have maybe been a bit hard to configure on screen because I use OBS and YouTube and not Streamlabs and Twitch, which is apparently much easier to use for setting these things up. So I could have done it. I'm techie enough. I have made it through so many technical difficulties, but it's not worth the trouble. So instead you have me at the top where I speak, and then the remnants of my co-caster down below. When we hit about the 3.5-4 hour mark, everyone's gone. Actually, no, that was just, like, the length of the last stream, I think. Yeah, that one's, like, 4.5 hours. By me cutting out the big technical difficulties part, and also, the start, where it's, like, stream starting soon, I think it'll probably cut down to about 4 hours of actual content. But thank you. I'm a big fan of my little guys. I went to go fetch them from the, Halloween event that we did, the online one where you gave them candy, and they were like, wow, thanks, because they're cute, so I enjoyed them. Mine, of course, is barmaid, because I am, my username is Feeling Agent, so obviously I'm a barmaid fan, and Eli's is self-explanatory. I have so many things that I need to do, but, stream should be over in about an hour. Fingers crossed. I love watching IDV, and I love qualifiers, but man, I'm also just a little guy. So, yeah, I know. It's absolutely wild. They're doing extremely well, especially against all of these IVL teams who clearly have, like, a lot of, like, permanent professional tournament practice. So I'm always flabbergasted by little underdogs. It's fun. It was like watching Omega against Fusion. Like, you just, like, you're totally flabbergasted by it, because of course anyone is capable of being very good at this game and pulling a win, but usually you go, oh, this guy has more experience, they're kind of a shoo-in, and then they're not, and it's very surprising. But not in a bad way. I'm a little guy, and I could overtake. I could not actually, but in a perfect world. Yeah. I think that, I'm early on restreams, so mine obviously are not trailblazers or anything, but of course, they're all personal style, they're all different. Mine will probably be the most, like, lore, personal anecdote ones that, that you get, so everyone enjoy the chaos while it lasts. Eli's were, I loved the way that he formatted his. He essentially did like open casting, where he would leave a lot of room for chat to chime in and learn more about competitive tourney, which is great because it's kind of his whole thing, where he wants to make competitive and tourney lingo and tournament in general more accessible to more casual IDV fans, which I think is absolutely wonderful. I do that similarly, but not the same at all. It's definitely a lot more important and like committed than mine is. I generally just not in an egotistical way, but I'm like a people's princess in that I use twitter.com and I know all of the character names. So Eli's is of course an accessibility to tournament lingo and getting regular like competitive players into actual tournament. Mine is more getting the rest of us who are in mid-tier to be invested in COA, because I know Jose Baden's full name. You can be a weird fail girl and enjoy COA. Did you know that? I'm gonna teach you. Oh my god, good night, Lucian. That's gonna be late, but good night. Sleep well. Oh my god, no! I'm so sorry. I don't know how YouTube works. I accidentally deleted Lucian's goodnight message. Oopsies. That's fine. Anyways. Yeah, it's 8 a.m. now, so I'm all over the place. We now have Hermit being banned, which is great. We've ended Hermit Town. I'm excited about ending Hermit Town. I'm very excited about ending Hermit Town, but we're on Eversleeping, so we could be going back to Dreamwitch Town. They're maybe anticipating this with the Antiquarian and the Psych out of the way. Priestess and Sierra's our first bands, of course. Totally expected, nothing new. Very good bands, of course. Par for the course. Characters you really want to get out of the way. Very strong survivors who can offer a lot of support, and you don't want to deal with that. You don't want to deal with that crisis support. You're one guy. They're four guys, and they can help each other? You don't want to give them more tools to help each other. Okie dokie. What are we into next? Alright, Barmaid and Mercenary coming in as our next bands here, with one more band, of course, on the field. We're going to lock in our next survivor. Psych, of course, so the Barmaid band, you know, you don't want to deal with double healing in that sense, but I don't think most team comps would select both of them. Hello, my friend First Officer, who I mentioned earlier. Hello, First Officer. What are you up to? Gonna use your Pocky watches? I hope so. I sincerely hope so. My good friend. Forgot where live chat was. We're good. Prospector coming in as our last band here. Again, 4 of them, 1 of you, and they can help each other. Not rocking with it. I wouldn't be either. So, we're gonna see Prospector come in as our last band. I'm not sure who they're gonna pick. Maybe Dancer. No! Okay, they're playing Toy Merchant again. I asked for Toy Merchant, and now they're playing Toy Merchant, and I'm like, wow! And I keep forgetting that I like her so much. But beloved Toy Merchant. Oh, my sweetie. She's so cute. So cute. I do like her lore. I was talking about it earlier. I feel like people just don't look into her enough. There's this kind of mentality around Annie that she doesn't have like a fully fledged story yet, but she totally does. It's just different from some of the other narratives, and it's kind of more subtle in the way that it's presented. I love it. I love everything about her character. I think she's fully fleshed, and I think that she's great. And I'd love to talk about her sometime, because I think people just don't, it's nobody's fault, but I think people just don't realize that her whole narrative is there. She just hides it better, which speaks to her character a lot. It's good. She's kind of quiet resilience to her, and a very good, like, it's a very nice story. Yeah, okay, we're going for Dreamwitch. You don't want to deal with, you know, I deal with these survivors as Dreamwitch, and you do not want to deal with Dreamwitch as survivors in general. Psych and Antiquarian might cause a little bit of trouble. They were definitely going anti-Dream Witch in a way. Toy Merchant, good transitioner, and there are places for her to fly off without even using the catapult, such being two different two-stories on this map. Not as high as some other ones, but still very, very, very useful, especially there's the corner house and the geisha house. The geisha house to me is the one with the geisha in it, near the graveyard. To clarify, in case I'm wrong, but if you're in there, then you are able to get all the way to the graveyard from getting out that window and gliding, which is great, because usually you can mind game around that place, and a hunter can really trip you up there. Scorpion on First Officer, Maru on Antiquarian, and sorry, I'm going backwards. The little blankets that I have to sit on because I'm 4'11" are getting out from underneath me. Ty on the Psychologist, and Ban, my favorite Ban. Sorry for showing bias towards the players. It is a personal stream, so I'm allowed. I just like watching Ban kind of see her. I love the name Ban. So we're looking pretty good. Antiquarian and Psych are gonna do a little bit of trouble, but other than that, you're kind of good to go as Dream Witch. Toy Merchant, not going to cause too much trouble for a Dream Witch specifically. You can just follow along with the main body, no trouble. First Officer, of course, not too much of an issue, but the Psych and the Antiquarian are the only ones that might be a little bit of an issue. I think they were going for an anti-Dream Witch initially, and then they swapped to just sort of a more general Survivor comp, but it might work out in their favor. I'm excited to see what happens. So, we're going to see the first leech go on to Ban, the Toy Merchant here, who's wearing the cute little Pumice Stone Trader Logic Bat skin that we got recently to go with the Spring Heated Wine Essence, and she is going to kite around the graveyard area. Extremely strong kiting area, one that you definitely should take advantage of whenever you can, like right now. In this back pallet area, Patroller to start, it has just come online. Ooh, Catapult! Manages to hit Ban as they are going through the catapult here and gliding away, currently getting over here and forcing a vault from the Dream Witch's follower, but with the main body sat sort of snug in the center. Oh, being forced to follow as the Toy Merchant transitions. Patroller's now going to come into play. No leeches on the field anymore because it was the initial leech hit, which is very good, very baller. And we are now seeing further kite happen. Going around in this little roofed hallway area, 8 a.m., and continuing to transition away. So these surfers are being pushed really well. Ban is doing an excellent job of, making distance and not allowing the Dream Witch to get a first down. Akka, of course, trying to put the pressure on, but it is Dream Witch. Dream Witch is a hunter that you can all or nothing with at will. If you push really hard, if you put yourself in the right position, if you get enough leeches on the field, you're golden. So Ban's going to have another leech on. Fortunately, though, the servers are in a really good position. Dream Witch is just very hard to make a definitive call with because you really can't turn in your favor. But as of now, WG really is doing extremely well against Akka's Dream Witch. Going to have to put pressure on the map and control these ciphers better if anything is wanted further than, going to have to get that hit there with the leech follower, now having to follow with the main body to get the spawn follower over and hopefully get another leech. Only one leech on the field prior, which was Ban's accidentally dropping down, which is really not great. It's only a few seconds, but it is an important few seconds in any match, of course. It gives survivors more time to decode, more time to heal, more time to figure things out. Going to drop again. That one, of course, seems to be on purpose, just in case there's a survivor down there. But, you want to get that chair. So we are following out. We're trying to put more pressure on the ciphers here by chairing in a more middle spot. Akka's going to follow with the main body now, and we see Dungeon is kind of out near the tracks. I do wonder if... Yeah, Scorpion's going to come in for the rescue. Goro Akechi. Okay, Scorpion's going to come in for the rescue, using that pocket watch very efficiently, tripping up the hunter a little bit, managing to get the hit, using it once more, and Ban, going to get hit by the tram. So Ban's going to get hit by the tram there. We are now looking at a last effort hit on Ban, with 2 ciphers remaining, one of them almost done, and the other one being pushed pretty well. So I'm thinking that, Aka's going to have to put more pressure on these cipher machines. Going to utilize the leech in order to get another chair, and then have the leech guard the chair effectively. Putting more pressure on the cipher machine in the graveyard, but, you know, good communication is a blessing, and, you know, letting everyone know, hey, Dream Witch is in this area, I can't do the cipher sufficiently. A beautiful palette stun as well from Tai. So they are now looking at a little bit of cipher pressure and control, but starting another one, so making it a bit rougher. Maru coming in, getting the patroller hit, but a whole lot of flute to work with, so not as much of a threat, or a little bit more of a threat in terms of things working out here. So going to get another little stun. Tai is working really hard to push the cipher. It is at 87%. On any other survivor, this would be more of a rough situation, but it's a psychologist. So the stress hit comes in, which means that Tai can continue to push this cipher if they would like to. She's going to kite around here, you know, just do a little loop, take the other hit, and then likely go back to the cipher. Patroller is back online, so got to be careful of that. Could prevent the cipher pop that way, but they are, of course, working on another cipher. So either way, they're going to have one primed. Akka cannot control both at once at this point in time. There are not enough leeches on the field. In fact, there are no leeches on the field. I'm going to place one, just as I'm thinking about it, right on Scorpion Cipher, which is very, very close to being primed. Unfortunately, Scorpion is playing First Officer, can mind game with the watch a little bit here, and hopefully get the Cipher primed and popped as soon as things seem correct. Maybe waiting for a potential tide hit in order to do so. But I don't think that... Oh, okay, yeah, actually just going to go for it and pop the cipher. So Scorpion is going to kite around the little geisha house here in the 2-story, up and down the stairs, and we are going to see Akka follow along. Still on Patrollers, not changed off of Patroller yet, going to use that on Scorpion in order to hopefully get that one-man kill. Ban, you know, dead on chair, but has luckily made it all the way out. You know, changing targets and maybe was that... Ooh, beautiful blink. Getting the First Officer down, going to change targets to Tai now to try and push for more than this one elimination. Yeah, definitely a big game-changing moment in losing sight of Ban in order to focus on cipher pressure. Of course, again, as I mentioned earlier, it's a Dream Witch, so in endgame with a Dream Witch, it's a lot better than other hunters. You have more options to turn things around in your favor. Obviously, WG still has a huge, huge advantage, to the point where an Antiquarian has even gotten the gate open. But you gotta be very careful with what you wish for, considering the Dream Witch is now in that gate. Yeah, careful what you wish for. So we're going to see the survivors try and push to get out. Scorpion, of course, having a leech there in order to prevent things from going on. Bringing another one over, getting a blink hit on Tai. So just, you know, Dream Witch is capable of so much. I'm so impressed with her. Beautiful, beautiful hunting from Akka in order to turn this around into a potential draw. But WG, I do not think has given up yet. Maru is going to push for that gate. Yeah, maybe they're just going to settle for the draw. It might be more comfortable at this point, but I do think that it is definitely more worth it for Maru to wait detention out and try to go for one of those rescues. I'm not quite sure, honestly. I couldn't tell you. I'll see what they decide to do. I won't guess. Ooh. Okay. They're making me nervous a little bit. 5 seconds left on attention. Oh, going for the hit. Okay. Detention's out. We're solid, people. Detention is out. So Maru is now able to push for a little bit more. But I do think that both of the survivors are going to expire before that can happen. Another beautiful stun. Likely going to maybe push for dungeon. I don't think... is this gate the one that's open? I don't recall. But Blink is going to be utilized in order to get a hit, which means that Maru is now in more of a difficult, tricky situation. Yeah, pushing for that dungeon, which is not really looking like the best situation. Still have to wait for Tai to be eliminated and sent back to the manor with a leech now placed directly on top of the dungeon, with other leeches around. Ooh, a beautiful jump. Can you make it? Can you make it? Can you make it? Can you make it? Oh, it's... Ooh, that's really rough. Opens right on time when the psych drops off and goes back to the manor. And that is the difficult thing about... Beautiful play from Akka, by the way, but that is the difficult thing about pushing for dungeon instead of the exit gate when you are waiting for a survivor to be eliminated. I'm really enjoying the head in hand at this play here. Yeah, when you push for dungeon, you need to be really careful about it. If it's a survivor being sent back to the manor, it's not the same as survivors leaving through the gate. So the dungeon does not automatically open. You have to go through the entire animation of the chair blast off first, which can take a while. It's not as immediate. The survivor will generally be shown as eliminated before the dungeon even opens, but when they leave, it's automatic. So considering the circumstances, it was definitely a lot better to wait out and try to go for, at least, you know, I'm not a professional player, so I'm not sure what they should or could do, but you do want to be very careful about these situations. So didn't decide to push for the rescue, instead decided to try and push for dungeon instead of trying to push to open a gate even, or go to the open gate, which the antiquarian herself had actually opened. It's a very curious situation, to be honest. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm like, you made choices. You did. But extremely good endgame from Akka. You know, as mentioned, when you're playing Dream Witch, you can turn anything around. With enough confidence, a little bit of detention, and a few leeches, you can turn any situation around. Oh, why am I flickering? God is cruel. Okay, not flickering so bad. How is everyone doing on this happy 8 a.m.? John, I know you're in a more normal time zone for this, so I hope that you're well on this evening. Chad, I think you're probably late. I hope that you go to bed at a normal time. But happy to have you here. Do not leave. Or if you're tired, please do, but, you know. Taking a look at the match stats here, besides my chit-chatter to my beloved chat. Scorpion, 200% decoding, 60-second kite, 149 from Ban Ban. I am a huge Ban Ban fan, fan, if you will. Sorry, that was really bad. I'm actually very sorry about that one. But Ban Ban with an excellent kite on that toy merchant, and able to even get out of the gate at the end as well. Just nuts. Really nuts. Yeah, still managed to pull that together even after losing the dead-on chair toy merchant. Dream Witch. It's why she's meta. Again, with enough leeches in a dream, you can get anything. She really is a high kill hunter. Like, when it's said, it's really meant. There's so much you can achieve with her, and it's no wonder that she's been meta for so long in the way that she is. And she requires a lot of workout to really learn and play, too. We're taking a look at the stats here. We are actually in best out of 3, which is wonderful. Oh, that's good. It's good that you slept before then. That's good to know. I slept late into the day, but I woke up because I naturally needed to wake up. I think I got up out of bed at about 4 p.m., so I've been up since about then. Okay, we're swapping out for Kiru on the RC side. Great, very exciting. I love little swaps. Yeah, I've been up since about 4 p.m. yesterday, and I woke up before them, and I was, like, lazing in my bed, because I was like, oh, another swap. Yeah, of course, we're having Yukihina we're taking out Yukihina, who played that extremely impressive sculptor in the prior matches, so I would be a little bit scared if I was the opposing side. A little bit frightened. But very great. Glad to know that everyone is well and rested. I rested as much as I could. I get neurotic and worried that I'm not going to wake up from my, like, alarms, like, for stream. I managed to, because I was up for so long, I actually had something to eat today, but usually before COA, I don't encourage this, please God, like, have snacks and stuff before you do important stuff, but I have bad anxiety and I get really bad stage fright, so it's especially why I was so excited about the very good reception that I got in both live chat and, like, on Twitter and stuff, because I have huge, like, stage fright, like, gigantic stage fright. It's a huge problem. I get really nauseous, so I don't tend to eat before I do COA, which makes me, like, even more tired at the end of it, and, like, the worst headache and the worst jaw, and I just got, like, I deflate when it's done. But it's so much fun. It's really worth it. I'm hoping as I get more comfortable, I will be capable of having a normal day before I do COA, but it's also, like, not great times for me. So I don't think I'll ever have a normal day with Koa. We're gonna see a female dancer and antiquarian coming in first as the first selections. Bands are looking really good. We're getting the toy merchant out of the way. Ban did create a real situation with her last time, so no wonder. She's been really good on Ever Sleeping so far, and on a map that they choose to take her out on. Sculptor, of course, being banned. Huge mistake, I think, at the last round to not ban Yukikina's Sculptor, who was just so good. Mercenary! Hello, my friend Mercenary. So we're going to see the Merc as well. We're looking at a 3-1 right now. RC is in the lead, so they don't need to fight as hard. WG, of course, now in a little bit of a point loss, so they'd like to push to do a little bit better. And I'm sure that they're capable of doing that. In fact, I hope that they do. I'm sure that they can. So, especially Yukina at the helm. But RC, of course, here as well. You know, they're both in this final round. They're both very impressive. And I want to see what they're capable of. I want to watch them fight. That's the whole point of Koa. You get to watch very good players fight. I'm not sure who they'll lock in as the last pick here. They do already have a rescue. I can see them grabbing another maybe, but probably not. No option for a priestess or anything of that sort. And psych. Okay, I was thinking maybe psych, maybe psych. Usually they do psych a little bit earlier on, but when you're going in later rounds, you have so many bands that you're taking out like your usual picks. Naturally, of course, but I can never predict as well. I miss Eli. He was spot on every time. I just kind of like broadly, I'm like, maybe this, maybe that, maybe that. I'm better at predicting the bands. Picks? Bands? I could tell you what they're going to ban in a heartbeat. It's my friend. Bands are my friend. They really are. I hope that we see, I mean, this is Japan, and it's the final day, so it's likely not, but I do hope that we get to see some kind of very fun, totally out of the blue comp, just to finish me off and keep me awake and alive. But this is fun to me as well. I love most of these survivors and the way that they play. Hunter Bites, I'm not sure what we're going to see. We might see Dream Witch again. Wax Artist! Oh my god! I hope that Eli is watching, Koa on his TV right now. We're gonna see Wax Artist come in, which is really exciting. Wax Artist is extremely strong in Ever Sleeping. I actually believe that Yukina's Wax Artist was banned earlier, which is why the Sculptor was allowed to come out, because the Wax Artist was so much more scary that it was an immediate ban based on the research they'd done on Yukina prior. So I'm very interested to see how this performs. Like, genuinely over the moon. Painter pick one. True. Painter pick one. There is one in C-Day 1. It was C-Day 1, yeah. And you do not see Painter the whole match. It's really funny. It's like Palette Edgar, and he like takes one hit and then he's gone. I'm liking the spawns. They're all quite close together. Usually you do want to spread them out a little more, but you know, whatever. These are pretty good placements. I think you could have moved Psych down a little bit, but you're getting her close to Corner House without getting her too close to the Wax Artist. So we're looking good. Hello, Waxist. No, not my friend. My enemy, Philippe. It sounds better. Yeah. Having Fury is so funny. I do not play Wax. Unfortunately, one of my friends really wanted Fury, so it's quite funny that I have it now that I'm like, here's this thing. I actually have a top-down view of him moving. Please, if you've ever had Philippe in a room, just like look at him from the top and then move him slowly, step by step, and it's the funniest thing you will ever watch. He kind of bounces back and forth. Anyway, that's not relevant. Let's not talk about how silly Philippe looks when he locks. Let's talk about Wax Artist in terms of play. Ooh, okay. I think it is. I think it is the same, person. I think they did swap to that. But, going to block off in the graveyard here and loop around, actually not finding Ivory to start out. So we are going to have to transition over, and now we're running into the Dancer, which is a huge problem for the Wax Artist. Most of this comp he can take on pretty okay, especially with high presence. I don't know if we've seen the build yet, but I would expect maybe Insolence, maybe Trump Card Detention, but going to break all of these boxes here just to start off. You really don't want to deal with, a Dancer as a Wax Artist, especially with the boxes. Oh, my beast, you're so cute. Sorry, my hamster. I love him. Soba is going to be taken up for Kite now. That is the Psychologist. Nobody ever wears funny sex. Actually, we've seen Everlast now. Beautiful from Yukina, extremely smooth. Ciphers are being pushed quite okay, but not like extremely wild or anything. They've just got good progress, nothing crazy, but like decent enough progress. Things are looking good for RC's side. Yukina is going to continue on the Kite here in this little loop around the Corner House, continue on the site. Going to break this palette right away. So really smooth, doesn't want to deal with any of these little mind games or these palette throws or any of this nonsense. You know, like breaking the dancer boxes right away, getting rid of the palette that the psych threw right away. Yukikina has no patience for any of this right now. You know, just wanting to get through with the wax artist. Narrowly avoiding a hit by the tram there. And continuing on chase with Soba. So going to place down one of the oh god, we were talking about this earlier, I don't remember. The wax balls. Wax bomb? Eli called it a wax bomb, but it's something else. Anyway, we're going to see a little wax bomb placed down in order to get the Psych completely stopped in her tracks, and then we'll finally see Psych sit on chair. So the ciphers are being pushed. This one has been blocked off. Of course, this is one of the very strong things about Wax Artist. His ability to block off cipher machines is extremely good. Cipher and map control and pressure is really important in this meta, especially when survivors work so well together, that being able to prevent them from finishing a cipher without needing to like carry abnormal is a huge deal. We're going to see a bit more of a spray. There is actually blink being carried, and it does not even need to be used yet. So that cipher has to sit with its progress on it. It cannot be touched yet. Can be now. I believe it's probably done at this point. We actually see the Antiquarian coming in to do some support here, I believe. Yep, she's transitioning over into the graveyard area to try and help with the psychologist. But we are actually going to see this pickup happen, and Ivory is going to have to hover around and hopefully be able to get this rescue off. Yes? No? I am very careful to step away from, ooh! Canceling the chairing animation, actually, as Yukihina gets just close. And the hot wax? No. Oh my god. So, no wonder the wax artist was banned earlier. Yukihina is extremely strong with the wax artist, as we're seeing right now, and totally capable of taking everything down at this point. So this is looking really good. 3 ciphers remaining. Accelerated decoding, I believe, just activated. The tram is coming. City has gone past it. The tram is actually stopping Yukihina from going a little bit further. And we are seeing Soba, of course, continue to be tunneled, which is good. You know, eliminated upon being down and placed on chair again. You want to have the survivors sent back to the manor. Ooh, okay, another down, and we are going to see Yukihina come in for that down and place on chair. The Antiquarian has just gotten up and is unable to come in for support and get that struggle off, especially because Yukihina showed such discipline earlier with standing out, making sure that no struggle happened from the site naturally, but also staying away from all different areas and walls to prevent a rescue from happening with the stun. Just repeated knockbacks instead. So currently looking around for a different survivor. Oh. He's sitting in his tube. He's so cute. But, you know, hamster side. We're actually seeing a little bit of healing going on. Ivory and City are trying to get a heal off here. There is a slow box from the dancer in this area. The pallet is not thrown down, so the wax artist is able to just get rid of it quite quick. Dancer, I believe, has actually picked up an elbow pad at this point, unable to grab any more of the boxes. They've already been placed down for support, and ciphers are looking really good. Soba has already been eliminated and sent back to the manor, which means that we are, you know, now looking at our end game coming up. So 77% on that remaining cipher. They just need to get her done. We're seeing sort of a double stun there, which is very fun, where we're going to see the wax artist be unable to hit, and the ooh, beautiful blank. The Antiquarian was unable to move because of the wax stun. So very great. I like you so much. We are going to see another chair happen. Kariel is coming in for the rescue here. And City is at the prime cipher. It has to be popped, otherwise the Waxer is going to block it off. And that is exactly what happened. So we're going to see a really quick, smooth pop. RC really knows what they're doing here. They know how to handle a wax artist. You know, you train really well against him. He is extremely meta right now. You don't want to deal with a wax artist and have no idea what you're doing. So Kariel is going to be our endgame kite here, at least to start us off, if it doesn't go too quick. Oh, and a beautiful use of the elbow pad there in order to get further down. Possibly going for the dungeon here, folks. Maybe going for the dungeon. Yeah, just as mentioned earlier, things are a little bit quicker when you... Ooh, oh, no. Oh! Oh! Able to get the dungeon off! Wow! Okay, actually able to get the dungeon, so the wax artist had to hit further forward, and the dancer was knocked just in place to be able to climb onto the dungeon, and just she was about to be picked up. There she is. She got out. So that's a 3-man escape for RC. Extremely impressive on their side, especially against such a powerful hunter. And clearly very good at the wax artist as well, which makes it even more impressive that they were able to sort of give that comeuppance to the hunter there on Eversleeping nonetheless. I would love to show off my little hamster right now. He's really squirmy though. He moves way too fast and it would take me like way too long to be like, hey, here's my beast. But he's currently sitting, he's woken up, so he's eating his pellets in there. I should get him a treat for being so nice and sitting on the floor for me while I cast. He's earned his privacy. He's a growing boy. I like to call him a nepotism baby because I do COA casting. Not that he would ever do it, but to me he is a nepotism baby. To me. Beautiful play though. Oh my god. Things are looking good so far. I think we'll be launching into our final round soon. Yeah, we'll be launching into round 3. It might be a sort of all or nothing situation in the first bit. So that's very interesting. I'm not quite sure how it's gonna go, but I'm very intrigued as to see you know, what occurs. What occurs. Oh, my stream's gone away because it's evil. It's back now! Yay! They're just going over the stats still. I love that it's not pausing anymore. Sorry, I lost my mouse there. Things are going well. We're at the tail end of things. I'm very excited to see what ends up. I'm not rooting for either particular team, but I have enjoyed watching both of them a lot. And all the best wishes to whichever one wins and doesn't win. You know, I can't wait to see one of them on the main stage. And I'm trying to put my leg up comfortably, but I don't want to rip my jeans more. So that's what's going on. In case you're wondering, I just shifted 16 times. I stare off into space, and I've been fidgeting with so many things. But that's what happens when you put a girl down for 6.5 hours or so. So we're approaching 9 a.m. everyone. Half an hour to 9 a.m. Oh, match data. Yay! I'll let everyone take a nice look at that, and I will let my jaw have a break from speaking. Hi, little man. I'm so sorry if you can hear me sniffling at points. When I sit and talk for so long, my nose gets like a little bit stuffy, which creates funny situations. And by funny situations, I mean a little nose stuffy. They're going to always stats for a while. I might as well talk about them too. Kites are all really standard. They sheared the kite really well. They rotated extremely well. They made sure to focus on their G-coding. Soba really bought a lot of time there. It was great. I enjoyed a lot of it. I really did. It was wonderful. Wonderful. Wonderful round. Extremely good round. I cannot wait to see how it ends. I said that. I really meant it. I did. I really, really meant it. Are people discoursing about Norton on Twitter, or am I reading that wrong? I have a lot of thoughts about Norton Campbell. By the way, when I do decapo the recapo, it will be a nightmare. Because I have a lot of thoughts on every character that's involved in that game. A lot of thoughts. And by every character, I mean mostly Melly and Norton. I'm very intrigued by Memory and Orpheus as well, but they're a friend of mine's area of expertise, so I'll just be consulting her for that, but I could tuck your ear off about the other two for days. I have a plush of that thing. It's over on my shelf, but he will stay there. I live in like a little mining town, so he's very personal to me in terms of being able to pick things up. So people would be like, blah, 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 and I can add like personal anecdotes, because we learn about like the kind of history that would influence Norton and his backstory, just because it's the history around here. So I like him. He's very special to me. Yeah, points are quite different. Things are looking good. They can have little plushies. I can have a little plushie. Extremely mobile. I should get another one of these. Thoughts? I think they should release more of these. They make me feel like the image of the woman standing outside of the ice cream cart with like the little bubbles popsicle thing with the bubble gum in it. Yeah, I'm like, can I get more of these? I have the one, but I want more. I think I want the other ones from this set. Oh, there's the little lunar phase one too. So cute. I love lunar phase. I think everyone in chat is also a lunar phase fan. I'm assuming based off what I know about you people. Chung, I know, is a lunar phase fan. Alright, let's look at our win conditions here. So I'm leaning forward a little bit. So RC is an automatic win, I believe, if it is a 3 or 4. Yeah, otherwise we are going to continue into the round after that. I think that's 3 or 4. Depending on who's going first, it's either a 3 or 4 escape for RC, or it's a 3 or 4 elimination. We'll figure out in due time, but if they're on the hunter side, then it's a 3 or 4 elim, and if they're on the survivor side, it's a 3 or 4 escape. So I do wonder. I don't think they'll get that, but I mean, never say never, but I'm not quite sure. Maybe they will. They have been doing extremely well. All of these teams, of course, do extremely well, but there are standouts that get to main stage. Yeah. Yeah, 3 or 4 escape, I'd say then. Mm-hmm. Because I'm trying to remember. Yeah. Last match. Yeah, because usually they do the same thing in a row. So I think it's a 3 or 4 escape. If we're wrong, nobody pay any mind to that. Don't even think about it. Pretend we didn't say it. Oh, they're sending little cow emojis in chat. Oh my god. I have so many thoughts about cheese merch. You've unlocked a, like, terrible part of my brain, Chad. Like, you've unlocked something in me. I am obsessed. And I mean it. I really do mean it. I am obsessed with that cheese shirt that they dropped. The teal one with the cute graphic on it. Like the oversized, like, cheese Gravekeeper's shirt. I am obsessed with it. Like, literally obsessed with it. I want it so bad, and I can't find it anywhere. And it, like, only exists on, like, AliExpress, I think. And I'm not sure if I, like, trust the listing. And all I want is a cheese shirt. What does a girl have to do around here to get a cheese shirt? What do I have to do? I will literally wear it. Maybe I won't wear it for casting COAVI because we have to dress up a little bit, but I would wear it every day in the daytime and then to bed. I would wear the cheese shirt so much. Nobody deserves it more than I do, but only because of the sheer amount that I'd have that on my body. We're gonna say Moonlit River Park be selected as the map that we're gonna finish on, which is great. I love Moonlit. Moonlit's very fun. Tram, of course, nightmare. Tram is a nightmare, but not Tram. Oh my god, the coaster. The coaster's a nightmare. They're both vehicles. Oh, I'm gonna think of a cheese shirt while I'm like ready to go to sleep. I'm gonna do it. I am. We should get you a cheese shirt as well. We'll get him a really small one. Antiquarian Priestess and Seer coming in as our first bands here, and then we are going to see what we're on to next. Yeah. Thank you. Please keep me updated on cheese shirt. I'll even, I'll reluctantly take a bootleg so long as I can own the cheese shirt. I prefer an official one, but like, if I can't get one, I just want the cheese shirt. Okay, what are we on for bands? Bloody Queen and Geisha as our bands here, which is great. Looking fun, looking cool. People in my house are waking up because it's 8:35 in the morning. Oh, who are we loading in? Okay, Embalmer and Prospector. Nice, especially on Moonlit. Really, really good, solid selections. Sometimes I like lapse into like actually talking about the picks and how they are good, but I'm so used to hosting that I tend to just be like, oh, here's what's going on. I'm gonna talk about this now, but I'll talk about the picks now because we're really in the later rounds. Embalmer is extremely good on Moonlit. It's a large map. Embalmer, of course, is very... Oh, banning mechanic. Embalmer's very good on Moonlit. There are a lot of very good places you can place the coffin since it's such a large map, especially on the Funhouse. Spawn selection-wise, usually you place Embalmer in Funhouse because he can put the coffin there. And then even if forced to be first kite, is able to just rebirth and has a really good area for a rebound. We're going to load in with Mercenary as well. They're going in for a very strong guy comp, which is very funny to say, but, you know. I do think Yukikina could maybe take this round. Was extremely strong earlier, and we have the opportunity to play the Sculptor and the Wax Artist at this point. Maybe going for Sculptor, was able to pull a lot earlier with that Sculptor, and going with a lot of bands that would not give her would make it so she has less trouble. You know, kind of going for like your bread and butter and what you're extremely good at is always a wonderful idea. What else are we saying? I'm so out of center because I'm in order to watch the match I have to like swap tabs to actually see it properly, so I have no idea what I look like on camera half the time. Okay, they're swapping out. Everyone's on their correct server now, and I'm guesstimating a Galatea. Galatea, some people say, but I'm guesstimating a Galatea. Could be wrong. I'm totally open to being wrong, but Galatea, I don't think Wax Artist. I think maybe after last time we're gonna cool it on the Wax Artist and swap to Sculptor just to see if it's possible. Dream Witch, maybe, probably not. I mean, it is kind of a you need this or nothing situation, so sometimes you go for those big kill hunters in order to make it happen. We'll see. He is so little and he drinks from his water bottle. So cute. I enjoy my hamster. Yeah, the map is not ideal, but considering the comfort with the hunter, I do think when you're in this kind of situation, it might be okay. But not sure. Okay, we're actually going to see a Clerk get locked in. I wasn't sure if you had Clerk in the pool comfortably, but Clerk, of course, much like Dream Witch, is a very high kill rate hunter who is very capable of doing a lot of things, can control a lot at once, and I think should be okay against this comp. Going to deal with a little bit of trouble, but you go a little bit of trouble against every server. The elbow pads and the hook to transition for the patient. The Prospector's magnets will be a little bit of a hassle, but they are for most hunters. And the Embalmer, of course, should generally provide the usual Embalmer problems, which are just the ability to rebirth yourself. Actually spawning him, I believe, at second stop there, so that he is able to maybe turn that on instead of having Soba bring the coaster over, but I'm not quite sure. Might just put the coffin there, and might just transition into the funhouse from there. I call it the funhouse, but that's not what it is. It's the two-story building. Again, 8:40 in the morning. You're gonna have to forgive me. But we're moving forward. Of course, on the Clerk, we got Alfar on the Embalmer. I think we had that earlier as well. City on the Mercenary, Ivory on the Patient, and Soba on the Prospector. So I'm rocking with that. Okay, we're beginning. Let's get go. Let's get go. Let's get going. So we are going to start off the match here by moving forward. Alfar has actually transitioned into the second story here, probably to put the coffin up. I don't know if the second stop is turned on, probably not. I think that it's more likely that Prospector was going to bring over the coaster. Going to get a beautiful stun to start off and going to take the coaster immediately. Actually waiting a little bit to give the Clerk a lot more time to have to sort of bask in that stun. And now continuing. Oh, okay. Second stop was turned on by the Mercenary, who is going to get on the coaster with the Prospector, and now spectating over Alfar to try and prevent the Cypher decoding process from happening. Giving up on those two pesky little guys in green who have chosen to go all the way across the map with that coaster, and instead choosing to focus on the Embalmer here. Having to rock kite that Clerk with nothing to work with, considering the coffin is his primary ability, and it's extremely useful, but you're relying now on your broken windows, not flywheel. So relying on the broken windows, of course, to make things work. We're seeing you're gonna do a sort of top-down view here in order to keep on kiting. Soba has begun a cipher on this area and is forced to move away from it because Alfar is kind of going all the way across the map at this point, which is very impressive. But you got to be careful where you run, otherwise the ciphers will get disrupted. A beautiful, very smooth pickup of that pallet on Yukikina's side, and we are going to see more recording in order to prevent the city from decoding that bridge cipher. So Ivory transitioning away from that cipher for a brief moment, but likely going back to it soon to continue pressuring it. Alfar now kiting around in this funhouse area here, which, the little carnival tent, and decoding actually being disrupted further at that cipher with some recordings. Ooh, we are seeing a trump card and detention build. Very, very normal for a clerk. I wouldn't expect anything different. And we are now going to see the first chair happen with 5 ciphers remaining, folks. They're being pushed pretty okay. One of them is about to be finished, but it is actually the one right in the area of the chair, so it's not looking as good as we might like it to look. Choosing not to rebirth, actually, so a rescue will have to happen on this embalmer. Maybe choosing to sit on chair for a little while to try and gain an extra coffin or something, but I'm not quite sure at the moment. So, Ivory will be pressured, and City coming in for the rescue now, so we are going to see that happen, and Alfar is going to have to continue to kite. Last ever being popped, but luckily that coffin is quite far, going to continue to stay in this area, to either force Yukihina to, swap to teleport, and, have to, maybe not this one, maybe start it with it, I don't recall, but either way, Yukihina will be forced to use a teleport in order to get all the way over to that coffin, so going to waste the further time of having the clerk chair him before rebirthing over in the 2-story area. Are we gonna see it? Is it happening? We're aiming at the right cipher. It's happening! So we're going to see this little fight continue on. Alpha, of course, continuing on with the kiting, and Yukihina's clerk now continuing on with the chasing. The rebirth being really well timed, and what is even more well timed is this beautiful stun from the prospector that seemingly stunts on air. I believe it was the pole, but it really did look like nothing. Alfar is going to loop around this 2-story. It's going to be, pretty solid. Just gotta be careful, though, considering now, eliminated upon being back on chair, Soba coming in to support in the area in order to prevent that from happening right away. They want to be able to get some ciphers done first before that happens. So 2 magnets to use on Soba's side. Going to use another one. Another beautiful stun right on this pull here, and with Prospector, the further the stun and the smaller the object, the longer the stun lasts, at least as far as I'm aware. I place Prospector really sparingly, where I'm an acrobat girl myself. We are going to see a continued little loop around here, which we have been seeing for so long. Soba coming in for this support does prevent decoding from happening, but it is still extremely useful. With other characters decoding, it is still, they're still pushing the ciphers, and these stuns against this little pull here have been quite a disruption. That one's a little bit shorter, had to walk forward for that, so a little bit different, but for the most part has been pretty solid so far. Soba now, still having 1 magnet to use because of how long this looping is going on, is able to continue to help out the embalmer. We have 3 ciphers remaining, with 3 ciphers with very good progress on them as well, so we could be looking at a prime sometime soon without Alfar having to go down before that. This is an awful little... this would be like a personal torture chamber for me if I was trying to chase an embalmer. Yukihina is, doing extremely well, doing your best, but it is an awful situation. Maybe would want to try and hit Soba and get Soba out of the way, because otherwise this is not going to work out very well. 2 ciphers remaining. One of them is now popped, and we are going to see Soba have to come in and try and force heal and prevent this from happening. We're seeing some recording as well to try and prevent that cipher from being primed and popped, so it has been stopped, and they've had to start no, they haven't started a new one, I'm delusional. We are seeing a stun, but it doesn't work out. A flywheel in order to prevent the hit, and now Soba will be the kite of choice for the endgame. They're likely going to pop right now. We're going to see a pop happen, and now it is all up to everything. I believe they need that 3 or 4 escape to get their immediate qualification, but without going into a second round. So, we're going to watch Soba go over the bridge here. The clerk, of course, pushing very hard. I do think, despite this map not being perfect, Galatea might have been a better pick for Yukihina here. Kind of struggling a little bit with the clerk this round. Maybe would have been better to go with a more comfortable choice. But luckily, we are going to see it down, so I do think we'll be going into a round 3 unless they manage to pull off a rescue, which unfortunately, no tide on the mercenary, but maybe coming in to try and pull off that rescue anyway, because full health, able to take a whole detention hit before everything goes bad. So we're going to possibly see that. Yeah, City is hanging out in the area. Detention will probably take way too long to run out to wait it out, but City wants to bring out the tetanitis and put on some pressure, and Ivory is trying to get that gate open. Oh, we can't have anything in this house, can we? Can't even open the gates. Can't even open the gates. Can't even open the gates in this house. Man, it's nothingness. Ivory actually getting hit, I believe, by a recording there. Wow. Okay, they're waiting this out. Detention is out in about 30 seconds, and the gate is almost open. There it is! The gate's open. City is actually choosing to go in here and go for the draw. So, that means that we will be proceeding into another round. Yay! I used to love so much when tourneys continued on for ages and ages. And now that I cast them, I'm like, can it just be really crazy the first 2 rounds, like, to make up for that, and then I can go to bed? But I'm not, no real complaints here. The sun is up. We're approaching 9 a.m. in the morning, but these were my slotted times anyway. They were like, Veronica, we need you from, like, 3 to 9. I was like, okay. So I saw this coming. But very good. No overtime today. Solid. Very good matchups. I feel like everything has felt very even, especially in the first 2 pair-ups. It did feel like I was sort of watching them go head to head and not like a David versus Goliath situation. So this has been great. I cannot wait for the next round. It's going to be extremely high stakes. As mentioned, I do believe they need a whole 4 escape to win, which is not easy. It's really not. It's very stressful. 4 escape to win, because WOG just hunted. So they're in a position. I love that I move from one half of the screen to the other. I would love to not do that. I'm fidgety though, so you just kind of have to put up with me, like, doing this the whole time that we're on, so it's fine. We're fine. Everyone's good. He went back to bed. So we are seeing very, very good kite stats here. Alpha, of course, pushing so hard. If not for the recording that was done at the last second, they probably would have gotten that primed and would have been able to get a 3-man escape, with the Prospector being able to pull things off a little bit more. The pickup, however, happened, and a 4 seal wouldn't have been a good idea. So they definitely did the best that they could in that situation, which worked out really well, especially considering they ended up with a draw. So now they get to go into the next round a little bit smooth sailing, still in the lead. Nothing much to worry about. I mean, obviously, of course, it's still another round. You got a little bit to worry about, but we're looking good so far. We're looking very good so far, folks. Very good so far. Very good so far. I'm not PowerPointing, which is great. Now I know I just need to turn my Wi-Fi on and off. I've learned my lesson. It won't happen again. I've learned my lesson, everyone. We're good. I understand the stakes. Also, I need a green screen soon, which is really funny. Or I might need a green screen. I'm not sure. But if I do, I get to set up a green screen. I think that's going to be really fun. Okay, here are our little guys. So yeah, RC wins unless WOG gets a 4 escape. So if they can manage to pull that off, they will be qualifying and proceeding in the Japan, to represent the Japan region on the main stage. If not, we will be seeing RC instead. Both of which, of course, I'd be happy to see. They've been extremely strong teams that put up extremely good performances today and other days as well. So I am excited to see which one of them it is. It is leaning in RC's favor, of course, but anything can happen. WG could get that 4 escape. We did see situations like that in other qualifiers. I don't remember if it was C or NAU, but I think it was NAU, but there was a situation where, or maybe it was one or the other, but one of the ones that I cast, we were expecting them to get out because they needed like a 4 limb to progress, and it was looking like that wasn't going to happen. And then it did. It was insane. So anything can happen. Never close your mind to anything, ever. Possibilities are endless. Have a jazzy Thursday. Sparkle on. It's Wednesday. It's 8:50 in the morning. Very interested, again. I'm running on fumes at this point. Usually with a co-caster around, then you can kind of, like, run on fumes together and, like, bounce off of each other, but I'm running on fumes alone, so, it's less. I got less to contribute. to this one. I got a little less. Doing my best, though. We're doing our best, everyone. We have Eli Ball, of course, as a remnant of Eli, who was kind enough to be here. And I have my little guys in the corner. Again, remnant of Eli being kind enough to be here. Yay! We're going into our band picks now. I'm so excited. Plenty of bands. I said it earlier, I really do love seeing the amount of bands that come out when you get into your final round. It just so many little circles of survivors you can't pull out. 2 hunters, of course, taken out of the pool. Most hunters tend to have a pool of, like, well, this is a guesstimate, but I would say most hunters, like, comfortably have a pool of, like, 3 to 6 hunters that they play really well. Usually probably, like, 4 or 5. So obviously they can play most hunters in the game, like, decently, but in terms of mastery, you're looking at, like, a 3 to 6 pool. So taking out 2 of those, especially with a lot of respect bans that go on, it creates a sticky situation, and they have to be really careful with these bans because they need a 4 escape. So, yeah, they're going to respect ban characters from prior rounds. They don't want to deal with these things. And Akka has banned the first 3 survivors, which are Antiquarian, Priestess, and Seer. So we're going to get locked and loaded in soon. I do wonder what they'll pull. They do need a 4 escape, so they're going to have to go for a genuine strategy. So what I mean by that is that generally you're going to have to expect them to do something like pull a bunch of aggressive characters that... Oh, okay. Sorry, locking in the same characters as we saw in the prior match, actually. Which does make sense. Again, I said it earlier, they're both Japan specialties and very strong. Embalmer and Prospector coming in as the first selections. I think I'm getting the hiccups. I'm so sorry. Okay, Toy Merchant and Mercenary are also going to be banned. Say goodbye to them. We got to see Toy Merchant, luckily. I'm so glad they signed me up for this one, because I got to see Toy Merchant. I've been begging to do it the whole time. First Officer, okay, yeah, they're going for a pretty solid comp here. They want to make sure that they're naturally able to get that 4 escape. They don't want any survivors that are going to be a bit of a liability. So I doubt that we'll see something like, you know, like a mechanic. They don't want someone that they need to protect or take care of, or is going to be not a huge asset. They want survivors that can survive on their own, but furthermore can help the rest of their teammates survive, which is kind of the point. We're also going to see Cowboy get banned, which makes a lot of sense with the mentality of trying to make sure that you can kite on your own and you can help other people kite, which seems to be the kind of lineup that they're going for here, which makes sense because it's also kind of what the current meta is. I'm thinking maybe we could see something like a psychologist for the last selection here. Oh, we're actually going to see an Enchantress. We have not seen an Enchantress all day unless I am so loopy that I've completely forgotten Patricia play. But we're going to see Enchantress come into this lineup. So we have 2 Harasser Stunners here, and 2, I'm going to go out on a limb and call them 2 Harasser, 2 Rescues. Loving the excitement for Patricia. I too am very excited for Patricia. I hope to see Maroon Crystal because we mentioned her earlier and it would be cute. But seeing a Patricia come in here. So the Enchantress and the Prospector acting, of course, as harassers and stunners. And then we also get to see the beloved double rescue in a way. Of course, the term being used a lot more loosely for the Embalmer. With the Coffin, generally you could loosely call him a rescue, but he's not one at all. But in terms of like lineup, then you're like, oh, these 2 are rescuers. These 2 are harassers. So that's my mentality there. That's my philosophy. I'm explaining it, over-explaining it, if you will. So First Officer, a natural rescue, and Embalmer, kind of a support rescue who can embalm himself and self-rescue, or embalm a teammate and rescue that way. I do wonder who Ak's going to play. Herman and Dreamwitch are banned, so we could be seeing a Clerk again. We could be seeing maybe something like a Geisha, if Akka is comfortable playing Geisha. She's not bad at all on Moonlit, and, you know, even a 1 survivor out, and they're good. Could even see a Disciple. Oh, okay, Bloody Queen. Also a really good option to take out the Bloody Queen. I was just about to get into the topic of TIE Hunters, so I was like, Disciple to get ready for it. And then we see Mary come out on the stage, so I'm also a big Mary fan. I did continue. I did consider cosplaying Mary for one of the COA days, but I'm not sure about it because I want to go very all out in I've also never cosplayed before, so it would be a little bit of a doozy, but I want to go all out and do like purpley, like face paint and skin paint and body paint. Body paint is the word I'm looking for. And I do think that her dress would probably not be very comfortable to sit and cast in, so I'll think about her. But we're going to load into our spawn locations now. We're seeing Scorpion at the first stop. We're seeing Ban Ban at the 4th stop. Tai on the bridge, and Yunomaru at the 2-story. So we could possibly be seeing first chase on that Enchantress. The stuns become a lot less of an issue when you have a mirror. You can kind of counteract them by, just putting the mirror up, and then the Enchantress is not able to farm unless taking a hit. So it becomes a lot more rough. However, it's kind of rough to chase in the 2-story in general. So might want to go for the Prospector or the first officer instead. Unfortunately, he is at the coaster, but again, as Bloody Queen, you can take that mirror, toss her up across the bridge, and simply follow along. It's not as hard as it is for some other hunters. Okay, we're loading all in. Eyelashes are being silly. But we're loading all in. Yunomaru might actually, Yunomaru is going to be the first chase. Ban Ban has brought a little coffin up. Yunomaru is transitioning into the outside area. Oh my god, blind spot. Sorry, I'll be normal now. We're going to see Yunomaru as first chase, right in this back area here. Akka is currently looking and searching, hiding for a second. Actually not seeing Yunomaru there. Ooh, okay, the technique is activated. Akka's aware that Yunomaru is here somewhere, but not sure quite where. I think this is reservist, is it? Am I right? Am I insane? Is it? I don't even know. That might be Hortooth. Sorry, it's not about what she's wearing. We are actually going, unsure. It is Hortooth. No idea where the Enchantress is at the moment. So that's a really good start for WOG. No, perfect and on brand. Oh, beautiful flywheel, but having to use that quite early on. And a first, no, not yet. Sorry, I'm insane. Actually, no, we have our first curse up. So, Yunomaru is really off to a very strong start in this chase. The 3 ciphers are already being pushed quite well and forcing the blink to come out for the first hit. Now able to stack another curse on top of that. Enchantress generally don't want to get too close to the hunter. I mean, you do, you're an Enchantress, but able to cancel, of course, things like mirrors. Going to have to be really careful of this. Coming up the stairs here and might be able to, ooh, beautiful stun, able to prevent that from happening. Actually a 3 stack. So, vaulting off here, really strong start. No curses to work with at the moment. Flywheel having used earlier, but we are seeing 3 ciphers get popped already, and Yunomaru has not even gone down yet. Wow, beautiful little dodge there. Looping and mind gaming around this area, knowing the blink has already been used, and the mirror is currently not online. It's about to come online, so you're just kind of waiting for that. Transitioning over to a different cipher, getting out of the way. Not a down, so we are seeing, of course, that stack be preserved, and now having to chase with the main body. Ooh, missing the pallet stun and not going for the stun there. So going to get chaired, but extremely good kite from the Enchantress. Like, I'm genuinely so very impressed, and I am very much so enjoying this. So finally going on chair, but 2 final ciphers have finally been started. With first chair on the Enchantress, and Tai in the area to come in for the rescue and then harass immediately. Using the flywheel to prevent taking a hit now. 2 stuns on the Enchantress if able to farm a third, will be able to... Yeah, no tide, so able to get on the coaster. We're going to see another stun from Tai's Prospector. Ooh, going to take a hit there, but this will be the first chair for Tai, which means that likely the Enchantress can take over a cipher for a teammate, and they can send somebody else in. Probably the first officer. Maybe the Obama, probably the first officer. Yeah, we're seeing him. I see Goro Akechi. I see him getting his heartbeat. Actually changing targets to try and go back for that Enchantress again. Ooh, beautiful flywheel to prevent getting hit by that mirror, and having to transition back to the chair, and I believe that it's really possible that, yep, Scorpion has beaten Bloody Queen there. Changing target to Yunomaru once more, but 61% on a cipher and 88% on another cipher, which will be popped soon, and as soon as they're able to transition over to the one with 61, we could actually be CWOG get their 4-man that they need to qualify. We are going to see a hit here, but, rescued under half, and the cipher is almost primed. Yunomaru has been doing an extremely impressive, beautiful, wonderful, skilled, talented, all of the words in the book, job at kiting this Bloody Queen. Extremely wonderful job. Ban coming in for the rescue now. Of course, still playing Embalmer, unable to embalm the Enchantress at this time, considering she's dead on chair, but we are going to see that rescue go off. Ooh, no hit. Coming in, trying to juke it out. Going to have to get this rescue off, no matter what it takes. So, finally taking the hit before the rescue, getting the rescue off, and throwing that little pallet down. The mirror is back online, everyone, so is the blink. So, the Enchantress is going to have to deal with both of these in the coming time. Actually choosing to hit the Embalmer instead in order to not give the Enchantress another stun, which is extremely crucial. She has 2 stuns right now instead of a 3-stack, and a 3-stack would have been a lot better to work with in the endgame, which I believe was the choice as to why. Oh, I'm gonna go for that blink there, which means that, unfortunately, Marvel will be sent back to the manor, and I do think we are seeing a win for RC here, but an extremely good fight, a wonderful kite from the Enchantress. It really was a game-changing moment, and it seems so little, but these things are so very game-changing, but choosing to hit the Embalmer instead of the Enchantress just right at the end there, in order to not give her a 3-stack is a major move. We are going to see them take their little 3 escape here with Scorpion coming out of the gate last, with nothing to use with for the Mary to get another hit. We're going to go into our launch soon, and we are going to see that RC has made it to the qualifying stage. With that, I believe that ends today. I'll stay with you guys for another few minutes, but I'm technically off at the moment, so, oh my god. That was a wonderful last game. Thank you everyone for coming. I'm exhausted, so I'm gonna hop off sooner than I usually do, but wonderful job from RC for qualifying. The highlights, of course, are being processed right now, which is why casters tend to talk for a little bit longer, but I'm on restream duty, so I'm good. But thanks everybody for coming out. They have qualified for the Japan region. They are one of 5 teams representing, I believe, and they performed very well. Totally deserved it. Definitely earned it. However, really wonderful job from WG putting up a good fight. I really enjoyed that last kite there. Just, very smart moves from the Hunter in order to prevent things from happening and stuff from going over. I think I have to look over stats and then I'm gone, but maybe I won't do that. We'll see. Yeah, thank you, John, for the list. Very important. Zeta, SC, AXC, FL, and RC now. Those are our qualifiers. Wow, I'm very excited to see them on main stage. I'm so excited for main stage. I keep saying it, but main stage just has so many little things. Like, you get the, character animation trailers, and they do little dances on stage, and everyone's so excited and so fun. And, of course, Essence rerun. I wailed for the first time on an Essence CO6 and I needed the Gravekeeper skin so bad. I'm not gonna front with you. I actually got very lucky with it. I have that entire Essence now. I didn't have to do too many pulls, but I got the 2 skins I wanted in one 10 pull after recharging a bit, and I only had to do, I think, probably 140 pulls or something. A lot of those were from Granny, but I can't wait for the MV either. I'm so excited to see their little character animation trailers. So over the moon about it. It'll be great, but Co's gonna be super fun. We are finishing off our qualifiers now, so thank you everyone for coming. VOD will be up if you want to rewatch anything, or if, well, I need to get people to watch it, but thank you all for coming so much. Everyone please rest up. Everyone please rest up, take your time, go have a drink, go get a snack, put yourself to bed, maybe watch a nice TV show. Everything's great. I know, the animations are so good. Okay, I can't keep questioning. It's 9 a.m. I really gotta go to bed. Thank you all for coming. Love you so much. Kisses. Good night, everybody.